Ach, ich habe was vergessen auszupacken.
Test. Hallo? So. Hört man mich? Auch über die Boxen? Wunderbar, cool. Dann.
Okay? Test, Test. Perfekt. Sind wir im Stream? Funzt? Hört man uns auch im Stream? Ist Ton auch im Stream? Okay. Hoffentlich, okay. Dann rufen wir mal die Leute rein, oder? most of you signed up. There was still a small note written on the website. Be prepared to bring some money. You have to pay for your own food. We have no sponsors, so thanks to our sponsors. The sponsors, like most of you signed up, there was still a small also note written on the website. Be prepared to bring some money. You have to pay for your own food. We have no sponsors.
Yeah.
Thanks to our sponsors. And this is what we offer. In A1 is lower intelligence, and it will also look is conduct. Be prepared to bring some money. You have to pay for your own food. We have no sponsors.
Yeah.
Root assignment is and this is what we offer. Please go right. We have some interactive sessions. You can ask questions about the platform, how is it actually used to improve SAP coding or SAP migrations, SAP projects, and so on. This is your chance. Just stop by. The sessions are more or less interactive. That's 15 minutes maybe. And then you can switch to the other person that we start. You can ask questions about the also have something to experts like Timo or Marcel, who has to do this Apotheke. And we will also have several sessions for SAP colleagues. They also can go there and ask them about all the questions that they have about this code, new features in ABAP 2025, custom code migration, AI agents. Also have something to should have removed the AI part here because it's not just AI stuff. And you can talk to everybody from SAP that is here, like Peter, Ivan, Olga, and so on. Those are the experts we want in ABAP 2025. Now, code migration, AI agents. Thanks very much to all of you should have removed the AI part here because it's not just AI stuff. And everybody from SAP that is here, or Peter, Ivan, Olga, and so on. Those are the experts we want in ABAP managers to arrive now. Lunch. And also, of course, thank you very much to SAP here for the franchise. Always, our goal is to have an event we would like to attend, 7, Tony, and first. And it seems we are not the only ones, so we are happy, super proud that everybody from you is traveling to Mannheim to participate in one day with an event that we think it should be. So let's now do a countdown. We are starting from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and cancel. And yeah, we have a friend. I think he's also here. And he wanted to also present the session. And unfortunately, he went to the doctor. And afterwards, he was.
Oh,
yes.
Cool.
Yes. Yeah. And afterwards, he was diagnosed with cancer. And this really turns your life upside down. Right now, we are still motivated to finally have a nice presentation, have the whole day, and suddenly your whole life turns upside down. And I was doing this kind of presentation here, I was counting a little bit how many people I know personally, or with one hop, like I know one person in between that was affected by cancer, be diagnosed, still trying to cure it, or even died. And surprisingly fast, I turned out of fingers. Yeah, after a few minutes, I had more than 10 people I knew personally that were affected by cancer. And it's also, only in Germany, we have over 500,000 people diagnosed with cancer each year. We have 5 to 10% that you can't even say it's your fault. It is not, because it's in your genes. So it's passed on via your family, your father, your grandfather, and mother. And what I also found interesting, 1/3 of all deaths are related to cancer in the golden age of SAP ABAP development, 35 to 74. This is really what surprised me. And for this, we talked about creating
like the FIFA does a hydration break, a charity break. So if you want, you can donate. We have a small Spendenaktion, also charity donation action. And you can start with €5 is the minimum value, or you can up to, if you want, 25, 20, 50, 100, or even higher. There's on the website, you can also find this information. There's also a small how-to written down. And the goal is €500, but I don't want to raise the pressure here, but just to remind you, food is for free, ticket was for free. There's some expectation. And also for everybody that is online, you can also donate. Just a reminder, stream is for free. And it's also possible to donate, even if you're from abroad, not from Germany. In Germany, you can use the IBAN, SEPA-Verfahren. You can also donate via credit card or via PayPal. So it's worldwide possible. Just make sure that you check the small checkbox is pre-selected, that you want to get a receipt so you can do the tax declaration afterwards. And with this, let's start the real ABAPConf. And who guesses the movie? Exactly. And while we already at science fiction movies like Aliens, so yesterday I was doing a little time traveling. So I went back to the year 2017, and I looked at the SAP announcement from 2017 up to 2026. And there was a lot of buzzwords and technologies and concepts announced and pushed. And I was looking at them, and I was trying to cluster them via an AI. This is what came up. And as you can see, they are building up. Normally, you have more stuff in below, then things, some sort of evolution. It goes up, wrong direction. And one thing I found very interesting is several topics like steampunk, extensibility, clean core. Back in 2017, they were already visible, more or less, but not really promoted. But these pillars in between are the ones that in the end survived. And if we take all these buzzwords technology out there, you can see what survived in the end is not blockchain. It's not NFT, it's not X data, O data, or the operational data from Qualtrics. What survived is basically the technologies that the customers are using. If you take a look, 9 years ago, analytics is always important. Intelligent enterprise evolved into like an agentic ERP or autonomous ERP system. But in the end, the stuff like Leonardo was still using Leonardo, HCP, IoT, was using blockchain for, I don't know what, NFT, was using X data, Qualtrics. It was hyped. It was hyped. Who's still using, for instance, analytics? Embedded analytica, hands go up. Who's using the business technology platform? Hands go up. Who's using extensibility, clean core, ATT, Eclipse? Everybody. And the good news is, what I've also found out while looking at all these presentations, there's also a shift when SAP is going to communicate nowadays all this stuff. They are realizing, hey, our customers are maybe not too much interested in sustainability solutions or blockchain-based solutions. They are really focused more about what helps them, which is normal. Customers are buying SAP not because they are like, hey, why not? I like problems. No? They're buying it because they want to solve a problem. They're buying it because they want to do their year-end closing. They want to do it legally perfect, yeah, and then go to SAP and get a very perfect solution for this. You also want to be able to extend stuff, and you want a solution that gets out of the way and enables you to deliver. And I think 2 years ago, one customer from SAP was like saying, hey, for SAP, the most important language is ABAP. I'm going to say, I'm not sure if the most important one for SAP, but for sure for all the SAP customers that are heavily invested, ABAP is the most important language. And that's a whole new level of no new dimension, because there are just more SAP customers and partners invested so heavily in ABAP compared to SAP. So it is for us also super important to understand that, hey, this is the language we need to master. And I have to say, I never found a single person in my life that got fired because it went to a manager and said, hey, I want to learn ABAP. You're definitely not going to get fired, because what you're doing here is you're upskilling yourself. And every company that is an SAP customer normally is happy to have someone that steps up and say, I want to learn ABAP. And this also brings me to the new ITT development tools for VS Code, because it always was a little bit complicated to convince the new ones to join the ABAP world. When you opened the suppler one, it was like, holy shit, what is this? And then you said, hey, I have you. I have a super cool IDE. It's called Eclipse. And then you were like, where's the junior guy running? Because he left or fled the SAP world. And now we have, at least finally for VS Code also, which is one of the most hyped, or still one of the most hyped IDEs, but it makes it easier for new joiners to also learn ABAP. So where's Thomas Ritter? Yeah. Enjoy it. Yeah, believe me, you will still get your part from this presentation. I also have to say it was released. This screenshot is 1 week after it was released, and it was 9,000 installs. I believe it's currently over 15,000. And forget the installs. What I really like is, even if the rating is not so good, people are so upset about the quality of the extension that they are raising their voice. And if you look, for instance, at some Fiori extensions, like 100,000 or 200,000 installs, no like, no rating, no nothing. So this is community. Yeah. Look at the bright side. This is community, and we also have to say it works. The scope is limited, but it works. And I have to say it's really, really cool, because you can create a class, and you can also use, for instance, your AI, write a unit test, run it on ATC, it works. Unit test works, and it also marks automatically which lines of code were covered. If you do the same stuff, for instance, with JavaScript, you have like you install 20 plugins. It comes out of the box and it works. Now look at the bright side. And it comes also with the ABAP MCP server with a lot of tools. And the first thing I saw was like this asterisk on the announcement, and it was like, oh shit. But then I found this site where the tools are actually explained, and guess what? On the most of there's one column, it's always written no tool license required. So we can use it with our own AI, even if you're not a tool customer, and we can use it to, get better at coding. And also here, it works. Okay, it's experimental state. You have to activate it. Could be a little bit easier, but as Thomas started, it's still in the early phase. So this is normal, and it works. I started it, and my VS Code said, hey, I found an MCP server from SAP. Should I use it? It works. And it's usable. What else do we want? And to give you a small picture about this, I said, okay, let's take a look at classic ABAP. And the bicycle was invented here in Mannheim, I believe 200 years ago, 200 and a little bit. And the first bicycle that was invented, that's like classic ABAP. You can sit down on it, you have to use your feet to push forward, but you are fast. you can go faster than on a horse. It's easier to maintain. It gets the job done. Classic ABAP, reports, for instance. Then with a modern ABAP, we get a road racing bike, like the ones they use on the Tour de France. What is our modern ABAP? Unit tests, ATC, RESTful application programming model, Fiori elements, ATT, and so on. And now with ABAP AI enhancements, what we get is like a time trial bike. So it's still the same, more or less, from the concept, but now we can go super fast. The problem is only what we get from SAP is not the whole bike, we only get the frame set. But I don't know if you're a little bit into bike racing or triathlon, or I'll give you a hint. The frame set can be super expensive. That stuff is incredible. You look at some bikes and it's like the whole bike is 5,000 euros and you think, well, that's really expensive. No. Though such a frame set can easily cost 7,000, 10,000, 20,000 and above. And the cool thing is we get this for free from SAP. We have ATT, we have other tooling, unit tests, we have now ABAP MCP. So the frame set for 20,000 euros we get for free. And now comes the task for us, customers, partners. If we have the frame set that costs so much, it makes no sense to buy a wheel, a front wheel or rear wheel for 5 euros. So we have to invest heavily. The old saying is shit in, shit out. And if we do not invest in our tooling, if we do not invest in a very good LLM, AI, if we do not invest into governance, into other tooling, it just doesn't help, because we have a frame set that is made to compete in the Tour de France, and we are equipping it with stuff from Temu, from an outlet store for 5 euros. Makes no sense. So, but if we do everything right, what we get is a really, really good bike that allows us to compete the Ironman distance and the Tour de France. But the problem here still is, if we have done everything of this, we have a really nice bike, but how far can I go with this bike like it is here? Not even an inch. It's just a tool. What I still need is someone that can drive the bike. And this is the next problem you have. If you give, for instance, to me, such an endurance time trial bike for Tour de France, for an Ironman, and set me on top, it's totally wasted. I'm not capable of riding the bike like it should be. I'm not trained. I don't know how all the position, the aero position and so works. So you need someone that is trained for this. You need a professional bike racer or an amateur that is really investing its time. Then you can ride the bike, and also then if you have your ABAP skilled people fit for this and your company is made fit for this, everything, then you ultimately can benefit from all the tooling you have. Now, the only problem here is we are now super fast on the bike. We have a person that can compete for the Tour de France. And then we take a look a little bit outside of the SAP world, how others are doing it, the next generation coding, and they have a rocket. Oh, they go to space, they can put satellites in orbit, and they can create a whole new level of communication. And here I have to now do a little bit for context break to not say it's a commercial break, because if you take a look at these two ABAP AI and next-gen coding, we have to say you need people that provide the tooling. For instance, we have software. You do not need to take too much care or time about redeveloping an e-voice solution or output management, or take the tooling. Buy from a partner what's already available instead of reinventing the wheel. You need people like the trained. Go to Søren and Jörg from Brandeis. Train them. Yeah? You need the right people to be able to benefit from all what you provide to them. And if we take a look at the next-gen coding, then we here at the platinum sponsors from Contact and Nova Intelligence, because they are providing the rocket. But you still need people that are able to control the command center. But this is what you need in the end. Not just the tooling, you also need to take away also obstacles and ensure that it works for you. Do not reinvent the wheel, use what's available, and then hopefully next year you are in the rocket and can look down at the competition. And last year, Paul, the guy who came too late from the Deutsche Bahn, he gave a presentation, a keynote, and one of the slides is we should make developers efficient. So this is a leitmotif we have. And it seems it was a little bit too abstract for our SAP colleagues, so we make it a little bit simpler today. We are writing a to-do list. Now you're going to suffer, Thomas. So first, one thing, remember this slide with the 22 ratings for the extension. One thing I have to say, partially these persons are not right, because read what was announced back then, but we also have to say announce more, communicate more, provide tutorials, do the expectation management. I think 50% of the backslash you received SAP from the IDT VS Code extension simply is because there was no management of the expectations. And if you do like an ATT extension that has a version 1.00, people can also say, hey, I already have an ATT extension for Eclipse, or 1.0 means it's equal. But it's not how it works. Also, maybe you can take a look at what others are doing at SAP. There is already an SAP extension for a connection manager for SAP systems. Maybe we can reuse that extension for managing our SAP extensions to our SAP system. Think about it. There's also an SAP CDS language support extension available, which I find very funny because it's written SAP CDS language extension, and you have to click on it, you read a little bit, and then you find out for CAP CDS. Or maybe we can merge all of those. And I really want to see this here would be nice, how we can run this extension from you, Thomas, on a VS Code dev container with a remote dev container, because there I do not have sublogon installed to create the system connection. Which brings me back to connection manager for SAP systems. Also artificial intelligence and SAP. I also can say here, dear SAP, thanks for the MCP server, but we also need to feed it. Documentation as Markdown, not as an HTML with JavaScript. Provide maybe all those best practices that are available hidden in the documentation as Markdown, as an architecture decision record. And also MCP server itself is nice, but also provide AI skills or provide a platform or some sort where we can exchange different AI skills. So there's an MCP server from AWS, works also a little bit better than the one from SAP. But the difference is from the AWS, you get a set of AI skills, like document my source code. What are the interfaces? And this really adds value to an MCP server, because the MCP server, again, is just a tool. It's just a frame set. What we need is the front wheel and the rear wheel, which are like the AI skills. Help us getting the best out of what we provide. Also, I also can just say, please embrace the competition. And it's not even a competition if we are honest. If you take a look at what's going around, what people are creating like crazy around this VS Code about the ATT APIs, please release those ATT APIs for developers so we can use them legally without any problem, because we are not your enemies. We are not your enemy. We are your users, customers, friends, and developers. If you look what was created, it's amazing. So many MCP servers, so many skills, and so on. So please go to them, talk to them, and maybe we can really make this bicycle move. Also, another to-do for security, please, SAP, I know CVA is for free on the BTP. I want to have it for free on-premise. This is a tool chain. This is about the quality. You will see also later on the talk from Wolfgang about how they are using CVA on the cloud. But please also for on-premise, full stack app scan would be nice. So etc. I have my Fiori applications also on stack on the NetWeaver server. Please scan them too. Give me an SBOM for everything. And please be advised, dear SAP, help us to solve the problems that may come in the next 2 or 3 years regarding the BSI recommendations. That is the Federal Security Agency instance here, because they're rolling out a new version and there is no ABAP or SAP specialty any longer. Now we have to fulfill the same requirements as any other software development. And also, what's in the API policy? I also can say here what's in the FAQ. Write it down into the API policy. If your API policy is like 2 pages and your FAQ is 10 times the amount or even more, something is wrong. So put everything into the API policy, give access to our data. We are not using SAP for fun. Yeah? It's our data we are writing in there. And I really think when we get these ATT APIs published officially somewhere in a document, would be perfect. And also, where's my S/4HANA Developer Edition? Where is it? Yeah, I mean, it's super great. Currently, it's like I have the frame set, I have the rear wheel, I have the front wheel, but there's no saddle on it. You know? I can sit down without hurting. Please, where's my Developer Edition? I want to try stuff out. I want to use it. Sometimes it's not just about, hey, I want to go to my department and ask for them to set up things and so on. I just want to have this. And also where from the last year, the /H, I also can reinforce this if you want to develop Fiori applications. Where's the Fiori? Where's Christoph? Yeah, this is now for you. This is, I showed it once to a developer and he was looking at me like, is this a joke? These are the transactions it's just a part of the transactions you need to know to develop Fiori applications. There are a lot about cleaning the cache, setting up the stuff, activating services, I don't know what else. Plus, we have the Fiori app library, we have the Fiori Launchpad admin applications on top. And God help me, there are new development apps I should also learn, like custom development, custom logic, CDS views, and so on. So please help us to focus on what is actually important. And when you give us an MCP server, do one for Fiori apps. I just want to say, clean the cache. The app needs to work. I have a user, ABC. He has currently the transaction I don't know what assigned. Fiori apps MCP server, fix it for me. Get me the corresponding Fiori app, activate it, create the role, create the space, pages, I don't know what else, and just make it work. Or give me a Fiori config file for Fiori app that I can point my AI to and say, hey, these are the 20 files, 20 applications, do it for me. Yeah, I don't want to care about all the nitty-gritty details. Also, roadmaps, I have to say it's getting worse and worse each time. Sometimes I'm looking at all these roadmaps informations. First, I fail to find where I have to look for. There's no roadmap explorer. There are information in SAP help. There's information in SAP notes. There's information in the SCN. There are information shared on some events. There's information on LinkedIn. There is everywhere is information, and then you have like this. Plan to release SAP S/4HANA. Which one? Which release? SAP S/4HANA. And then you see a SAP S/4HANA Cloud Private Edition 2025 Service Pack 3.
Smartphone connected.
Yeah, also, sometimes I'm wondering, this is again to ATT, when I understood the blog post correctly, most of the heavy lifting is done on the back end, right? So now there's an A missing, manage. But now I'm wondering, okay, if most of the stuff is done in the back end, it should be easy to have a certain feature parity easily. Why, for instance, cannot I create an ABAP package with ATT for VS Code, but I can do it for Eclipse? I don't understand it. Also manage ABAP packages for private edition. What happened to S4HANA? Doesn't it work in the cloud? Speaks the language of your customers. Yeah, make it easier for us. Yeah, for instance, just really fast. The last time I saw roadmaps is like we're going to release it in Q3. Great, Q3 is a long time. At least say us in which months. And better, and this is what customers are planning for, say us in which calendar week we are going to expect a certain feature. Because if you take a look at this, the quarter is just too abstract. The months is already a little bit complicated. We need it on a calendar week level, and then we have once again planning that can be done like this. We know when is for which version in which calendar week is something coming, or when we have in go live or we have in release planning, we can also simply say, okay, one source, and when I'm going live in calendar week 15, this is what I have. If I go live or plan to do something in calendar week 30, these are the features that I can have, and so on. Because currently, to get some like an overview of this is just too much work. And one of the last slides, I also can reinforce this here. We have 3 pillars we have to take care of always. It is innovation, people, and optimization. And every cent we spend on maintaining that SAP overhead, yeah, is money we are missing to actually do our job. So thanks for the frame set. Well, thanks for the frame set. Thanks to the customers and partners for selling stuff that helps us to build the bike, but still we need to get into the rocket. And this is a whole new level, and we need to really get all the obstacles out of the way. So be reminded, don't exaggerate on the licenses. Make it easier for us to find information. And if all of this is done, I'm pretty much, we have this. And that's from our side, because now we are going to switch over to the real agenda. I hope I was not taking too much time. Because now we have the real keynote, which is secure and automate ABAP Cloud full stack development process from concept to successful delivery. Wolfgang, listen. Normally there's a simple rule. Yeah. If your title beats the space you have on a postcard, it's rejected. But unfortunately, I asked you to give the keynote, so it was allowed. But this is really, I believe, one of the longest keynote titles I ever had seen in my life. And thanks to SAP for ABAP Cloud. So this is all. And yeah, the next keynote is then Karl Kessler. But first, we're now going to have our friends from Axiom with Wolfgang, Dr. Wolfgang Röcklein and Markus Bittner. They are talking about how they are using all this tooling that's available to build their time trial bike. And then we're going to have the keynote from ABAP Cloud, where the SAP colleagues, Jens Weiler and Andre Fischer, are going to explain us what SAP is doing to ensure that we have this really nice frame set to build our own bike. And with this, I hand over to you two guys, Wolfgang and Markus from Axiom.
Thank you.
Warte mal. Klapp zu, mach weg. Einmal.
Super, danke schön. So. So. Keine Pause, aber ja, alles gut.
Ja.
Warten wir ein bisschen, bis die Unruhe weg ist. Ja, macht das ja, es ist irrsinnig warm hier
Gönn dir,
drin. Ja,
ja.
ja, klar, ja. So. So. Also, wir haben eine kleine Entschuldigung für den langen Titel, wir sind nämlich zu zweit beim Vortragen, ja? Keine Sorge, ich habe nicht vor, das alles vorzulesen, aber ich denke mir, ich lege nur noch mal hin, dass wir noch Zeit haben. Zeit. Ja, vielleicht ganz kurz zu uns beiden nur. Wolfgang Röckelein, mein Name. Ich bin schon so etwas länger in der Softwareentwicklung unterwegs, habe auch mal irgendwann mal Wirtschaftsinformatik studiert tatsächlich, habe vorher schon mit der Softwareentwicklung angefangen während Schulzeiten, so in Basic damals, das war halt so das Mittel der Wahl damals, ja, also ich war schon ein paar verschiedene Programmiersprachen durch. SAP-Welt bin ich so seit Anfang der 2000er Jahre, das älteste System, auf dem ich unterwegs war in 4.5b. Und ja, heutzutage sind wir im ABAP-Environment unterwegs, also latestes und heißester Shit, ja, den wir da bekommen. Ja, Markus?
Ja, ich bin der Markus und ja, 2011 irgendwie reingestolpert in diese ganze SAP-Welt. Seitdem entwickle ich UI5-Applikationen, irgendwie schon seit 14, 15 Jahren. Seit 10 Jahren bei der NEO und ja, seit ein paar Jahren entwickeln wir das neue Schedule.
Ja, super. Dann, ja, schön, dass wir wieder da sein dürfen. Ja. Ich war selber beim ersten Mal schon dabei hier, ja, also ist nach wie vor auch abrufbar, ja, auf der Seite, ja, könnt ihr also mal reinschauen, verglichen, was ich damals erzählt habe, was wir heute erzählen, ja. Ja, so sorry, of course, that was just for the audience here, okay. So, our introduction, yeah, we will continue, of course, in English, yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, well, I think for all our streaming guys and then our English speaking here, you can read in the slides our personal introductions. So now to the company we are from, because, well, obviously, what's that company? How it is spelled? How it's spoken? Yeah. So the main company where we belong to is Vinci. Vinci is pronounced in Italian because it's named after Leonardo da Vinci, but the company is French-based. Yeah, it has its headquarters in Paris or just outside of Paris, and we have several main stuff. For example, Vinci Autoroute, so a lot of autoroutes in France, Germany, and all over the world, and also like airports, yeah, are operated by Vinci. And they're not only operated, they're also built. This is why the construction and concession. So the construction people build stuff, and the other ones operate them afterwards. And one big part where we belong to is the Vinci Energy. So there's everything related to energy creation, transmission, usage, lines to transport energy. This is an international company, of course. A number of countries was on the slides. The IT part of Vinci is called Axians. And there, Axians is pronounced French because of that French company. Axians is a worldwide brand. And under that worldwide brand, there are a lot of small business units operating. We'll come to our business unit in the next slide. You see here a lot of countries where Axians is active. And Axians IT stuff is everything from build cables down in the ground, yeah, so data transmission cables, yeah, and to a lot of IT software development, IT consulting, security, and so on. And the small business unit now that we belong to, so we are now down to about 40 people, yeah, in the Axon's Neo core team, and we have two main products. This is Neo Schedule and Neo Mobile, and that's all called the Neo Suite. And this is, well, despite being a small company, it's used worldwide. We target mainly companies who are located in the German-speaking world, but of course they are all companies operating worldwide, and this is why our software is also used worldwide. And especially with the mobile solution, there are a lot of people daily using our software. And so this was for the introduction, who we are and what are those strange names like Vinci and Axions mean. And we are now ISO 27001 certified. This was a main step because we, as I wrote here, living a secure development process since the first lines, for example, of Neo Schedule. So we're doing the stuff all the way. But having now an official certification is, of course, a much more step forward into that direction. And we try to really live this certification. So not to have it only written on paper and then a nice sign you put on your wall and your website, but we try to really live also this. And we have in the Axions taken a nice approach to the ISO 27001 certification. So we have a group certification. Yeah. So group certification means that every of these small business units has much less paperwork and much less recertifications, because not everyone is always due for recertifications. But this also means, yeah, united we stand and united we fall. Yeah. So if one company fails one of those recertifications, all those companies who are included in the group certification fail. Yeah. So that's a kind of additional incentive also, of course, to really pay attention to this, because we will not also only taking your own business unit with you if you fail, but all of other companies in there. Yeah. But yeah, well, but as we know, yeah, united we never shall fail. Yeah. And what I put here on the slide, I know it's not readable. It's not supposed to be readable. Yeah. But this is, you have to document, of course, all these processes. And this is one of our core development process here, with all those quality gates in between and all those points where we need to pay attention to secure software development and so on. As I said, we try to live this, yeah, not only put that paperwork into use, yeah, and put it somewhere on the wall, but also to really live this development process. And this is really important. Of course, that sign, having that certification is important for our customers here, is important for the management and also, but the more important point is that you really live this, yeah, you do secure development, and that's in the mind of all those individual developers. The product, as I said, which I want to take as an example for this secure development process, is Neo Schedule. We have that Neo Schedule. We are offering this in the ABAP environment as a deployment options for our customer. So as a side-by-side deployment. We have the first customers who now use this in their company. The core development part of the Neo Schedule runs in different kinds of environments. So on stack, on even some older systems, and in the ABAP environment. And the solution, I don't want to put too much of how that solution looks like. So we have one slide and we will see some of the UI. but is of course also very UI important, because this is mainly an graphical dispatching solutions for the customers. So there are a lot of Fiori apps there, and you could, as I picked out in this graphic here, those are deployed into the ABAP environment, the UI elements, but you can also federate them in WorkZone and use your SAP ERP, could be private cloud, public cloud, on-premise, or whatever. Federate this also into WorkZone, and then you have into WorkZone a unified UI view of all the apps coming from that side-by-side development and coming from your main ERP system. So you can do semantic navigations between those applications. Doesn't matter where they come from the federation. We have integration units which are deployed in the source system, and we are currently preparing to have a pure remote integration. Still waiting for some of this technological stuff to make this possible. So we want remote CDS access and remote CDS access through the cloud connector is still hopefully with the November release will come. So what is also important with that dispatching solutions, we aim at the customers who have very special processes there, because this is their unique selling point. They have several special requirements for that dispatching, who does what, when, and where. And this is why we need a lot of extensibility, which makes, of course, doing secure development a bit more challenge, to really offer then all those extensibility in a secure way. So we have, of course, all those standard wrap extensibility features, which are mainly used for field extensibility at the customers. We have our data access object classes. We have special extension points there. You can grab into that and have, for example, a pre-hook and fill some fields in the pre-hook, for example, and they will then be later on written to the database tables. We use this also ourselves, that extension points, and we have almost all classes extensible just in case, we want to extend it or our customers want to extend it. So this is a non-final classes which use the factory pattern, so you can create a derived class and configure that factory action to grab the customer-specific class. Configurations in the ABAP environment, we use that idea to have that configuration in the business configuration. And for front end, Markus will talk a bit.
Yeah, I'm the front-end guy, and yes, we are using SAP, so the selection of our UI technology was a no-brainer. So we're using UI5 as a default UI technology. It comes with a lot of extensibility features like app extensions. You can extend your app completely or write classes or write controls or whatever. It comes with UI adaptations. The user can manipulate their own UIs and restore and do whatever with them. And one of the important parts is the meta-driven approach. We use Fiori elements and building blocks to provide our apps, and it's a great feature UI5 provides here. But for us, it was not enough, so we created a custom accessibility framework. The idea was we have some code snippets. We wanted to write them and put them somewhere, and the UI should load these code snippets, execute, and the customer can do it also. We had to specify some rules for this. There have to be really stable interfaces without redeployment of the app. So the app should load these extensions at runtime and following all of your 5 MVC standards. To implement this solution, we created a new XML fragment this fragment is able to load the extensions via binding. And for the business logics, we created some ECMAScript 6 classes, base, non-base structure, where the base provides the product code, and the user can put some non-base classes and overwrite our product code in their systems. And this put the things somewhere, anywhere, is done via front-end configuration, and we put the entries or the extensions into backend business configurations as entries.
Yeah, thanks. So this was the concept that we aim for, and we will not now continue a bit to talk what we do and how we automate the delivery processes towards an secure development. So how from the lines the programmers write until the deployment into the customer systems. So we start with the front end, and then I will with Marcus, and then I will continue a bit on the back end side of that development process, what we do. Yeah.
Yes, our front end comes with a lot of Fiori element apps, in total 32. And the great thing with ABAP environment, all the configuration can be is obsolete. All the apps are not needed anymore, because here we are using custom business configurations. So we configure our product with custom business configurations. 10 data management apps. Here, for example, we can manage our resources, create new resources, add skills to the resources, and 6 integration apps. This is for mapping of your schedule data into different source systems. The main core of the application, or for the user in the end, are our freestyle apps. The decision to use freestyle apps was intentional here because of the complexity of the applications. We tried to reduce some of this complexity by using building blocks. Like we developed metadata driven, using smart tables, smart filter bar, and so on. And we use CR5 controls only to be update stable. We don't implement any custom controls to not import issues into our coding. In screenshot, you can see our applications, and they are designed to work with multiple screens. So you can drag and drop in between these screens and plan your assignments in this way. And to establish this somehow, we developed a push mechanism using WebSockets and shared worker that drag and drop and communication between the applications using shared worker, because this is limited, or the WebSockets features are limited in ABAP environment. That's why we switched to a different technology here. And the WebSocket itself are used to refresh our applications from background. So if something changes in backend, our application is refreshing parts of the UI. And this is where our custom extension framework is taking place. We can exchange any UI templates in our application, just to replace the different parts of the application itself. Well, with all these applications, we have somehow to look at the security aspect. And as we have seen last year, a lot is happening in the NPM world, or the JavaScript world. We have attacks last year, Shai Hulud, a worm attack trying to steal your GitHub keys. Trivy and Axios were breached. Some popular and bigger packages in NPM. And not long ago, in the end of April, some of SAP packages were breached. And target of all of these attacks are your API keys. They're trying to steal your AI keys, trying to gain access to GitHub, and also compromising development machines and trying to steal all your secrets on these machines. And somehow you need to work with this. And for us works automation. We're doing BOM in all development stages. So from developing a feature to creating the releases and deploying applications. All checks are automated. We're using NPM audit and to check all direct and indirect dependencies at NPM or of our packages. And if any security issue appears, we cancel all our pipelines, and we are informed that something is wrong there. In the last screen, we are under attack, and secrets might be stolen. So make sure to not save your secrets in plain text, not in .environment variables or anywhere on your file system. Use tools for this. We are using, for example, here 1Password CLI. So we conceal our passwords, and we just store path to where the secret is stored, not the secret itself. Now here's a little example. If you are doing git push, 1Password is asking you to authenticate and give your secret for this process free. To run all our automation, we are using a GitLab runner, a typical GitLab runner. This machine is using secured virtual machines and set up with minimal user rights. So don't give your user too many rights because it's not needed. And we are using automated deployment. Let's go. This automation is nice to have, but you also need a person to approve features and so on. And in our process, we are using GitLab as to save our repositories. We are saving the front-end code in there and also back-end code. And we are working with GitLab merge requests, creating new feature branches with the 4i principle. This means if a developer is done with his feature and creates a merge request, all our automation will start. So the audit has to pass, a security check will be run, tests and a linter. And once this is done, the developer can say it's ready for review. And the second colleague will start the review and check the security again, check if the developer who has developed this has added any new packages or updated packages and so on. This is always has to be checked with business logic and tests. And maybe in the future, we will add AI for this, or maybe not for the security checks, but for the business logics and tests. They're already playing with this around. The AI is really good at this, at finding out issues where we have not seen them. Yeah. So once this process is done and the reviewer says, okay, it's ready, approve, then the merge will be executed into development. And the next process is then the release flow. So this means once the merge is done into develop, the pipelines are triggered, audit has to pass. Once the audit has passed, here's an example if the audit fails. So if any severity is bigger than high or equal high, then the pipeline will be stopped and we go to the process with merge request again. But if everything works fine, our pipelines are running, we generate our documentation and publish this JavaScript documentation to ABAP Git pages. So all developers have then access to them. The release process is a bit different. So once we decide to create a release branch, tag this release with the version, and then merge this branch and back into develop and main. And once this is merged into main, all the pipelines trigger again, audit, security checks, and the deployment, if the audit passes, deployment can start. But if the deployment is running automated here, and we are using UX UI5 tooling to deploy this. And in the deployment process, there's also a mixing of translations because we implement everything in English. And once the deployment starts, we download translations from SAP BTP Translation Hub and inject all our translations to this build and publish it to our environment. Yeah, once it's released, it can be tested. And if the test fails, it goes back again. That's the process in the UI.
Mal kurz umschalten auf die.
Yep.
Ja. Wir haben noch hier irgendwo hier die Pipeline. Ja. So to show a live example here. So we have here one of those pipeline runs, and with the test and the audit step, and then the deploy part here. So now we'll continue with the backend part. So first, a few numbers on the complexity. RAP tends to have a lot of CDS views. This is why we have a high number of CDS views. They build on each other, and you have an abstract view there, and you have a draft view there, and all those. So you get a lot of CDS views, and this is why we have, compared to the behavior definition, for example, a lot of CDS views. This is why those all stack and mix into each other. We've also some function modules still, in that solution in the ABAP environment, because I said, well, we have that integration from the source systems, which is currently made like there is an integration module deployed in the on-premise or the ERP system, and they call those function modules over the connections of the cloud connector. So what we do in the back end to ensure the software quality and the security standard of all those development artifacts is first we started developing on the on-premise, because ABAP environment, because when we started development was not quite right for bringing this to our customers. There were some features missing, but what we have always done is that we bring all those core classes via ABAP Git to our ABAP environment system, and run also ATC checks there, and with that to do this transfer of the source code via ABAP Git. So we have on premise systems, we have the public source version of the ABAP Git, and in the ABAP environment, we have this ADT plugin for ABAP Git, where we pull then those into the ABAP environment. And this is where we started, that we also run ATC checks there in the ABAP environment. Also, of course, if you pull that in and we run the unit tests there, and then you see, does it work also in the ABAP environment system? If it's not the complete solutions yet at those times when we started, but we made sure that this will first work syntactically in ABAP environment, and that it's conforming all those ATC checks, and that the unit tests run. So you have actual code running, even if the whole solution is not running. For that unit tests, we use mocking and test themes for external dependencies, because we have to see what works there. Test doubles are now finally completely available in ABAP environment, so we can code more nicely unit tests in the ABAP environment. We do some coverage measurements and metering, those ADT tools where you can see how much code of your productive code is covered by unit tests. I have to honestly say, with writing unit tests is still a problem getting that into in mind of the developers. Yeah, there's a road here. Acceptance is problematic. Is first you write about 10 lines of productive code, and then you write 100 lines of unit test code. Yeah, of course it should be done. It helps a lot to ensure that those 10 lines are really completely working, and also working in the future. Because that advantage is big, it pays up in the future, yeah. Because in the future you will always ensure that those 10 lines still work, yeah. Because you have that they are called by the unit test and so on, and that you have to get in mind into the developers. Don't think about what you're doing now, but also think in 1 year, in 2 years, yeah. What will be done there into the source code, and you want your 10 lines you've written today. You want them again to work and still work in those 2 years or 3 years in the future. So this is the thing you have to get into the mind, and that's a really problematic process. Yeah, but you have to do this by example. For example, you have to lift that to the other developers, yeah, and then you slowly get into having more and more unit tests. You have it measurable, yeah, so how much code is covered by the unit tests. So yeah, and the advantage of the unit tests is that, as I said, you can easily run them in those different environments. So you have, if you move that code via ABAP Git through those various systems, and you all run automatically those unit tests, so you can very easily check that your code runs in all those different environments. What we do also a bit separation of concerns through small classes, yeah, so that we don't have those big classes. So we factor out several factors. As I said, we have several of those extension points where we have, for example, interfaces which can be implemented, and we use that also itself in the solution just to get smaller classes and to do a bit of reuse in classes. And with that translation, via Translation Hub, that we're also doing for the backend coding. So the developer is not concerned with translation. Yeah, he simply has to remember, well, yeah, there is a text in the class, for example, either use a message class or put the text in the text pool. Yeah, we have still that in the ABAP environment. Yeah, and those texts then can be automatically translated, and this is an automated process which downloads the texts from the systems to the Translation Hub, and then brings the translations to the systems. And security is not also in development security. You also have to help the customer to run secure. So we have the authorization concept, role-based and attribute-based stuff, so that the customer can also differentiate different user groups. They have different roles, they have different responsibilities for that department. For that department, you have to support that in your software development. Clean code development. What we employ is a massively reduced Hungarian notation. We have a glossary for our core terms we use, so that we have a uniform naming of those core terms. So we have, for example, and status of an assignment. Yeah, so we use assignment, and we have in the glossary also the abbreviation for assignment we use. So everywhere that we have that uniform short form of assignment used in all those identifier names used in the source code. And this makes code review much more easier when you have such a uniform naming convention, yeah? Because all of your developers know this then. And also if some customers do those utilize those extensibility, and we provide them, of course, with that glossary, and so they can easily see what does that mean, because unfortunately, you all know, some of the identifier names are still quite limited. Yeah, class name, for example. Yeah, I would easily like to use longer class names, but the length is still limited, so you have to use those short forms, and then important is to at least use those short forms uniformly. We do code reviews, of course, also in the backend, either ticket, transport, or commit based, and with that identifiers. Also in our times now, AI, it's still important that a human can understand the code and can do a code review. This is also important for code which is half generated by AI, for example. It has to be usable, it has to be readable by a human, and those naming conventions, those need to be paid attention to, because you will not immediately get a problem. It will run immediately, but you have the problem a few years later. Yeah, so you have some code which uses some different naming conventions in the middle of your whole solutions, then you get a problem. So this is really one thing you need to pay attention to. And one important thing of code reviews is open discussions. There is no black and white world. Yeah, so it's program code is neither completely wrong or completely right. Yeah, it's always in between. Yeah, there's always room for improvement, where you could write that code a little bit cleaner and a little bit better. And well, there's always something that looks a bit fishy. Perhaps you should a bit rephrase that coding. Yeah, you have to find in an open discussion between those doing the code review and the one who originally wrote the code, to get that in a good mixture in between. And also this then helps to have those who are not really security problems, but to avoid code constructs which might in the future lead to security problems. Yeah, because if you do some strange transformations, that might by itself not be a problem. But if you have code on the left or on the right of your code, and then all together, it might get a problem. And this is if you do those code reviews in a good spirit, then you can easily avoid a lot of these problems. Yeah, in first, even if they are not really secure problems by itself, by those small code you're looking at it, but if you're using sound and good coding there, you can avoid a lot of security problems in the future. Also, documentation is always an important thing. Yeah, what we do is we utilize ABAP doc, and we export regularly and on releases that ABAP doc to HTML pages, and put that HTML pages on our documentation systems, and link them to our documentation structure. And what we have on several parts, we have some parameters in the configuration which we support. And I do not want to have at one part in some HTML page manually written, have the documentation there, and in the program code, the code to utilize this documentation. This tends to drift away. So what we do is that we document in the ABAP doc of the class the parameters this class is using. That can easily be done by a code review. Yeah, you look at either at the div or at the class, and you see the class is using this and this configuration parameter, and you see in the top the documentation of that of that configuration parameter. And by that HTML export, this is then part later on in an automated way, part of the documentation. And this, as I said, with those extensibility, then you see it also there, what configuration parameters available and so on. But the code review is much more easier because you have one artifact only which do the code review. And this is where the code uses the parameter and where that parameter is documented. So this helps a lot in improving documentation. We utilize ATC at various stages during coding, during transport release, during ABAP Git commit processes. As I said, we transfer code in some parts of our solutions with ABAP Git. And also, of course, during release builds, there is an automated ATC run. And what those ATC checks can also do, they execute the unit tests. So you not only have a static code check in the ATC checks, but you have also a dynamic check. And this is, I have here one of our ATC checks is a standard ATC check variant we use, which is provided by SAP. And there is those dynamic code checks, ABAP unit checks. And here, so this ATC check runs the unit tests. And this you can not only do in the SAP provided ATC check variant, but you can also create your own check variants, which we actually also do, and automatically run the unit tests there. So that unit tests gives you one additional thing that you know not only run them manually, but you also run that as at those checkpoints in the development, automatically run the unit test, and the unit test fails. Then, for example, the one which is run during the release build in the build system, well, the build is not done. Yeah? So the build is only done when all those unit tests succeed. So we use different ATC check variants. The CVA was also mentioned in the previous talk. So the SLIN check, which we use as an absolutely security gate, of course, in our software development. You have those extension mechanism in the ATC checks where you can declare some of the errors and warnings as being allowed. We're not using this, especially not for the SLIN-SEC. No exemptions there. Yeah, fix your code. Yeah, not declare an exemption. Yeah, I think this is especially for those security check variant and very important thing. And so there's also a zero findings policy. Yeah, here on the right, I said this is how I want to look it like when I run the SLIN-SEC. Yeah, no findings. Yeah, and this is a very important thing because those checks are really good. They find a lot of hidden problems in your code. And just to jump here to the last point here, you can utilize that ABAP environment as a central check system, which we do because it saves us a lot of effort in installing SAP nodes for the ATC checks and. We have the ABAP environment is quarterly updated. So we have this quarterly update. We have also some updates in those ATC checks. So all these efforts on having current ATC checks is much less because they are automatically updated every quarter. And we use that ABAP environment as the central check. There's where this screenshot here comes from. So we have here a reference check system. This is our ABAP environment system here, and the check there. It's called we are remote RFC calls, and so we can utilize those CVA checks also in our on-premise systems. Because we have some parts, some development is done in the ABAP environment, some part is development on-premise, and even from on-premise, we can remotely run directly from ADT or from those security guards in the transport release or ABAP Git commit and so on, so we can run those central checks in the ABAP environment. We started, if you look at my talk 5 years ago, yeah, we started with an on-premise central check system, and I was the one responsible maintaining all those ATC checks there, and this is why I know we really had a huge gain, because I don't have to install so much SAP nodes for all those current ATC checks. So that really helps, having that ABAP environment as a central check system. You still have 1 or 2 nodes you need to update in your checked systems, because there are those extractors running, so which take the source code from the checked system and bring it to the central check system. Yeah, well, this is 1 node per system. You have to check quarterly. Yeah, if there are some changes in that node, then install that node. Yeah, but this really helps a lot things. You can centralize your check variants. So what is checked in those variants? As I wrote here, we use several different check variants. We have our own set default check variant, which is mainly used, and includes some security checks, includes running unit tests, and includes also some of the performance checks available in ATC. So there's some coding, which is from the performance point of view, perhaps not so nice. For example, you could do 1 SQL statement instead of doing iteration and doing this SQL statement in each of the iteration steps. This is found by those ATC checks and can help you improve your code also in terms of performance, not only in terms of security. So this is really an important part in our secure development, that we run these checks regularly, we run them mandatory, and we aim, for example, at the security 0 findings, and generally we do not use exemptions at all. What we are using is if there are some problems, some false findings also on, or some wrong negative findings. Yeah? There is an extension possibility. There is a body available in that for this ATC check. Let me, where is my mouse? So that I also at least once go into my lecture here in the ATT. So now this is a launchpad space. This is not the one I wanted to show you. Communications, sorry. That's our set default here, for example. But here's the body, and there you can declare, for example, additional vulnerable procedures you should not call, or you could declare some trusted sources which might not be declared by SAP himself, but you trust those sources. And if, for example, here, well, we use some standard CDS views, which are by default also marked as being security relevant when you access those CDS views. Well, the languages installed in the system, yeah, might deliver some outside information on the system, but I don't really touch this as security element, knowing which languages are installed on the system. And this is why, for example, here the I language, as I said, this is okay. The I user, if there's, in our case, okay, could be privacy relevant, of course, you have to think about it. And yeah, and some of this domain value. So this, you can a bit tailor this for yourself. And the advantage, if you put this body implementation in your source code, and you use this source code packages and so on for building on the build system, the source code will be taken to the build system, and it's an activated body extension, so it's active there, and it will also active during the check run there in your build system. So that's you continue to take this with you with the source code, and it will be taken also used in the build system, so that you have a uniform usage of those body extensions. So really nice feature, and helps helps you in really utilizing those ATT checks as an important point. We do an controlled build to that automatic build pipeline offered by SAP. As I said, this also has an ATC stage there and runs those ATC checks there. And if that ATC check does not succeed, the build pipeline stops. Unfortunately, also stops when the ATC check has some technical problems. Yeah, but then, yeah, okay. At least as we do not have a successful ATC run, it's okay that it checks. It's of course a bit bad because when it stops, not because of an ATC finding, but because the ATC check has a technical problem. Yeah, but these problems are now mostly solved. And then at the end here, there's those publish stage, and we then deploy the product to our test system, and we do some quick manual tests again in our test system. There's the human in the loop during the final delivery of the solution, and then we publish the solutions to our customer, who can then plan the installation of the new version into their system. So there is an app, of course, yeah, UI5-based app, Fiori app, yeah, in that portal which is used both by us for releasing the versions and by the customers installing those versions. But before we have those security gates. Success factors for doing this secure. Important is that you have to convince your colleagues. Yeah, is that you have to convince them not to command. Yeah, this is one important thing, because if you command that, it will somehow be bypassed. Yeah, so they need to be willing to use those helps in secure development to run those ATC checks by themselves, to write unit tests to help improve the stability of the code and all those things. And you have to have also that management support for this. And this is why I think that ISO certification is not only to the outside world, hey, we are ISO certified, yeah, but it also shows the management has to organize these ISO certifications. They have to pay for it, yeah. They risk, of course, that when you fail that there are problems. And as I said, with the group certification, that risk is a bit higher, yeah. But this is an important point that the development colleagues see the importance of the security also, and the attention there given by the management to this. So this is, I think, even a more important point working in your organization, not only displaying to the public that you are ISO certified. Of course, the management has to, that we really want to live that. Yeah, we not only want to have the badge, yeah, but we want to get ISO certified, and we want to live this, and then we want to really have this anchored in our development culture. Secure development is a mindset. Yeah, as I said, there are all those, well, that looks a bit strange. Let's formulate this a bit clearer, it's a bit better, then it's also more likely to not have any problems in it. But yeah, we all know old habits die hard, so this is always a process. Yeah, don't expect to flip a switch and then everything is secure. Yeah, CVA SLINSEC is enormous help. So you have the formal assurance that there are a lot of known security problems are not in your code, but always coding must be done with security in mind. It's a mindset. Yeah, you have to get that into the programmers' minds. Yeah, no, I will not use this bit problematic construct. I will use the secure construct. Yeah. Also, this is a thing we learned, especially also from the front end part. Keep your eyes open for security issues in your environment. Yeah, not everything really shows up immediately, but for example, with that MBT by the Mini Shai-Hulud compromise, yeah, you don't see it at the moment that you're really affected. Yeah, of course, those try to hide. Yeah, but you have to read some security information lists and IT news and so on, so to get a bit, learn what's going around security-wise in your environment. Could that also appear to what we are doing? Yeah, could we also be affected by it? So this is an important thing. You have to be don't only confine to yourself, but also look around. Yeah, have one who's a bit monitoring all those things to get there. And all this stuff we've shown and we use in the development would not only be possible by what we are doing, but it also a lot of things we use. Yeah, so we have open source efforts like Git, which use for code transfer and transfer the code to where we can run more checks, for example. Yeah, we use that ABAP doc things. Yeah, the ABAP Git is adopted by SAP in the ABAP environment. Also very nice move. Thank you. And we have those UI5 and OpenUI5 and Fiori style guides, yeah, to bring nice user interfaces. And also, also with that security standard, it also helps to adhere to those Fiori style guides. Yeah, you get really an uniform experience. They are really good guidance. There are intelligent people in that UX department by SAP, and perhaps first some of those things they write seem to be a bit strange, but they have to talk also take things like accessibility in mind, yeah, that the screen reader will still work and all those things that are not written there by some strange people, yeah, but they are really intelligent, nice people there who write those things and really pays to follow those style guides, yeah. So we have that BTP services we use with that automatic builds, which are based on the project Piper, started by SAP a lot of years ago. The translation hub we'll be using a lot of years ago. And yeah, we get native Boolean in ABAP now. So we really get some modern evolution in ABAP. There was a lot of years when ABAP, there was no things moving forward in ABAP, but we have now a lot of new modern constructs available in ABAP. Also, it's very nice to see. One important thing is that if you own an ABAP environment system, you can utilize the ESLIN sec there as a central check system also for your on-premise systems for free. Of course, you pay for the ABAP environment, yeah, but you can run all those checks into your on-premise development systems. And this is really one very important part in my point, and a very interesting and very welcomed move by SAP to have this opportunity. And I said, it saves you having an ABAP environment as a central check system. It saves you a lot of customization and configuration efforts and installing of SAP nodes. So it's much easier in my opinion, to run those ABAP environment as a central check system. And you have the additional benefit that you get the CVA checks for free for all of your systems. You have to utilize the ABAP environment as a central check system. So again, thank you. And of course, all of these things, they do not come from my own mind, from Marcus' own mind, from my colleagues' own mind. A very important point is all those open discussions in the SAP community. We have a very lively, you see here, if you look right and left, yeah, we have a very, very lively, interested community here. Hello to all Stammtisch sisters and brothers here and on the stream, yeah. And of course also those DSAG groups, which give very open and have very helpful discussions. Then come to our last slide. A few things, yeah, of course. At the end, someone has to pay for secure software development. So thanks to our customers, yeah, trusting our solutions, paying maintenance costs, which helps us keeping the solution secure for developing solutions. Organizing ABAPConf is then through the last years, very, very helpful community event for having a more lecture-like approach, also opposed to those Stammtisch meetings where you have open discussions. So it's all pays part of the SAP community, and ABAPConf is a very important part in the community for all those other speakers for participating here, yeah, and of course all those people who are listening here. Thanks for inviting us for the keynote. We have now Q&A sections. So anyone, especially on the stream, has some questions to us, here are our contact details here. Feel free to contact us. Also, we will be available through the whole day for the people attending here. Yeah, so come to us, talk with us. So thank you very much for listening to us, and I hope it was a bit helpful.
Thanks.
Test, 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 test. Thank you very much for the idea of having this keynote. It's like showing, hey, there was a lot of stuff shown that 10 years ago was impossible. Maybe 5 years ago was impossible. The SAP is also investing, but it's also our job to ensure that we are going to use all these tools. So this is the, like I said in the beginning, the frame set. Yeah, and it's our task to fit the bike with everything that makes sense. Hi, and I think when you entered in the morning the room, you noticed we do have an air conditioning here. The problem is there are just a little bit too much people in here, so it's heating up the room. But on the other side, in room A1, we have the colleagues from Nova Intelligence. They have a small room. I think there's space for 10 people. If some are willing to stand, 20 people. They do have a working air conditioning. And they are, this is really funny, they are watching the live stream from the track 1. So if you want, you can also assist the same session now, either here and continue to suffer a little bit, or you move over to room A1. And the next room is A2. They are our friends from Conduct. They also have seats and a television. I think they're not watching the stream, but if you really talk nicely to them, maybe they're going to share the stream also. And this also could help a little bit in keeping this wool a little bit down the temperature, because we are just too much people and we are killing currently the air conditioning. And with this, I introduce to you Andre and Jens for the next keynote. So I give you enough time to also try to get some water, some soda, whatever. We have enough beverages in the fridge. It's also helpful to cool a little bit down. My watch is going crazy basically because all the time we get messages from Allianz and Google about it's just too hot in Germany right now.
Hier, warte mal, sonst, der funktioniert auch immer ganz gut. Warte mal.
Ja, weil ein paar Leute mal rausgehen und es gibt ein bisschen Durchzug, das ist das Problem.
Ob das jetzt irgendwie was bringt?
Ja, hinten sind auch weniger Leute da hinten, weil die Klimaanlage ist ein bisschen überfordert gerade.
Also ich meine, deshalb habe ich mir echt dieses Notebook gekauft, weil das ein
Wenn noch ein paar rausgehen, ein bisschen Wind, dann geht's wieder, weil sonst sind weniger Leute. Manchmal ist das auch nicht so toll, wenn dann Leute halt komplett schwitzen. Das hat letztes Mal auch funktioniert. Was für eine Auflösung hast du? Siehst du, nächstes Mal magst du kurz weiter abstürzen? Warum denn, ja?
So hoch.
SAP-Kunden haben keine Entwickler mehr.
Gerade.
Steht das?
Also
wenn die hier eine Pumpe 1920 habe ich ein Problem in Deutschland.
920 mal 1200, das ist jetzt nicht so irrsinnig hoch.
Nee, wenn er da erblinkt, da auch komisch. Ich tue euch noch kurz die Einleitung machen, ganz kurz halt nur.
Wir haben noch gerade mit Screen-Auflösungen zu kämpfen. Ja, ich weiß. Ja. Ah, du hebst es nicht. Du habst es nicht. Oh Gott, jetzt kommen immer dickere Kabel zum Einsatz.
Wenn ich weiter weiß, stecke ich ihn ab.
Ja, oder wir können den vielleicht direkt nochmal reinstecken.
Wie steht's? Na? Kommt rein, Leute. Geht weiter.
Ach ja.
Stimmt. Interlaced. 50, 60 Hertz auch. Geh mal in die Details.
Warte.
Darf ich?
Ja, mach du.
Technische Probleme wieder?
Das mittlerweile bei Windows.
Der Klassiker.
Das kann man suchen unten. Du kannst Settings Du kannst in den Settings suchen.
Ja, geil, ich kann nur 60 Hertz auswählen.
Ja, 60 Hertz ist eigentlich okay.
Okay.
Also 120 geht halt nicht.
Nee, wir sind bei 60.
Ja, leck mich doch.
Ah, warte mal, Display intern, Display extern steht auf 60. Lassen wir mal 50 Hertz, lassen wir einfach sehen.
Das ist 60, schafft doch.
Also.
Passt.
Ah, das dürfte jetzt dann.
Wir
Da kannst du
nehmen-
gar mit Windows rechnen.
Wir nehmen das.
Deswegen bist Peter so schnell.
Um Gottes Willen. Weil der kriegt ja den Laptop immer einschalten.
Du bist online.
Ich habe ja zum Glück kein Mikro.
Ja, gut. Ich rufe mal die Leute rein. Es geht weiter! Es geht weiter! Also wer sich traut zumindest. Ja, draußen ist noch schlimmer, das ist Aquarium. So, we are ready to go? Okay? Okay. So, welcome back. Now we have our second keynote, this time from SAP, ABAP Cloud. The title is in German. The title is in German, but the keynote is in English. Can happen. And
Was? Okay, ja, das habe ich noch.
okay, but we are going to continue. A few people are still out there refreshing or have changed the room, which is really good. It gives us a chance to cool down the room a little bit here. Because congratulations, we are, I think, in the hottest week of the year. So jackpot, we made it this time. And after watching the last keynote from our colleagues here from Axion about all the cool tooling that SAP released and how you can use it to create value and deliver a product, we are now here to listen to our friends from SAP that are going to give us an overview about what's coming next on the tooling that we can use next month.
Year.
Year.
Next
Next year.
We learned
Quarter.
quarter. It's about quarter, no dates, months, as I learned just in the
It's-
previous.
So it's calendar week 30. We are going to have new features. But so now we have 1 hour. So enjoy your time. And everybody is just waiting for you to start. So here's your microphone.
So I hope that will work out. So welcome everybody to that nice and cool room. But it's getting better. At least I feel maybe if I'm getting more boring to you, maybe some people will leave and we will have it even more cooler. Try my very best. So happy to be here. I have Andre with me. We're both from the ABAP product management, and we'll talk a little bit about ABAP Cloud. What happened, what will happen, and what we're doing at the moment. And this always starts at the moment with our developer survey. So we're taking surveys very serious. Maybe you have realized that also we have 2 surveys running. We will come to that later. But looking how's ABAP evolving and what's happening in the SAP overall community, the results for 2025, you might get an idea that ABAP is still relevant in the SAP ecosystem. And if you go to the details and the full report, you will see that also luckily, and I'm very happy about it, the amount of the S4 systems and also the amount of ABAP Cloud development is continuously increasing, and not even linear, but even better, which is a very nice thing to happen. And also the adoption of our SAP BTP ABAP environment, or let's call it steampunk, is also getting a very, very good adoption, and I'm very happy to see that. And maybe at some exercise, so Who of you is working with ABAP Cloud? That's way better than I thought. You? And who's working or has worked with Steampunk already? Okay, some less. The rest is then S4 probably. So, having said that and looking at it, let's take a look what's happening in ABAP and maybe also some, as it's a keynote and not everybody is working with ABAP Cloud, some starting words about ABAP Cloud, because sometimes you also get distracted or lost because we are working so long with that topic that we're really forgetting that most or many of you are still bound to SAP GUI or working with without even CDS views, which I couldn't even imagine anymore, just to give you an example. So we also have to repeat beginnings and stuff here. So apologize for those who knows in the detail, but maybe I have some nice information also for you. So overall, ABAP is still and will be the main technology stack for the main SAP S4 parts. And as you see, we are delivering here on one innovation code line where we are very proud of. So as ABAP, we didn't do a code split like some of you might have realized that S4HANA Public Cloud and S4HANA Private Cloud on-premise did a code split. So the code bases for the business suites are diverting, while ABAP Platform is the same for every of those stacks. And we're feeding all these stacks in different timelines, months, quarterly releases, not on calendar weeks yet. But at least on some parts, where is he? He's outside. At least on some parts with the release numbers, we're at least on the month basis. So you know when this is coming. But of course, for the tooling, this is getting more complicated. So I understand the question and maybe we can improve here. Or the task. So S4HANA on-premise, S4HANA Private Cloud gets 2-year cycles updates. And also the good thing here, news is when we are looking at the numbers, the adoption rate here is also getting quite faster. So we are now seeing 2025 with a good pike, and even 2023 is at least now on the most adopted releases of the S4HANA Private Cloud releases. And the older ones are fading out on a really low percentage basis, which is a good news for us, that at least you have the chance to adopt our innovations, at least more parts of you. Of course, the S4HANA Public Cloud from the Business Suite Enterprise Technologies get the innovation as the fastest on half-a-year basis. And our power horse technology-wise is Steampunk, which gets quarterly updates. So the ABAP platform stack, all the newest things always come to the BTP ABAP environment first, and then to the other ones in other cycles. Of course, on the left side, you see SAP NetWeaver, which is slowly fading out, but still there. But here, no innovation. So we're not downporting anything down to SAP NetWeaver. So nothing will happen here, except, of course, the patches which are necessary to keep it running and secure. ABAP Cloud. What's ABAP Cloud? Basically, ABAP Cloud basics. ABAP Cloud started a long time ago, at least for me. I was one of the founding fathers together with Marcel here. Marcel did the rep mainly here, and rep was the transactional part of it. But of course, ABAP Cloud is more. And when we started to think, how can we get ABAP to the cloud overall, our technology, our platform, the operations, of course, you have to think cloudy, and ABAP, first of all, doesn't sound cloudy. So we had to do many things and think about how can we transform our old lady that it fits into a cloud environment. And We started that 2017, 2016, I think, somewhere around that. The project started where we thought about the two pillars. First of all is the infrastructure pillar, what has to be done to operate, that we are now operating an ABAP platform ourselves. Shock. We learned a lot, which most of you probably also know, difficulties, and we hope we are also evolving the ABAP in that direction, that operation gets better. That's on the infrastructure level. That's the one pillar. The second pillar was how to develop ABAP. And if you develop ABAP in the cloud, you have to have some constraints, of course. And there we introduced, in the first time, I think we called it ABAP 5, which was not a very good name, also ABAP Cloud. You can still fight about that naming because it's sometimes completely mixed up with SAP BTP ABAP environment Steampunk. It is not. ABAP Cloud is available in all the stacks. It's a development model. But first of all, we introduced it in BTP ABAP environment because there we had the need. Without ABAP Cloud development, we would not be able to operate an ABAP stack and separate the technology we deliver to the enterprise applications which you build on top of it. Though there are constraints, those of you who work with ABAP Cloud know it, you cannot use everything. SAP GUI is gone. You work with service-oriented architecture. You can only use allowed APIs, so released APIs, which we call it, where we guarantee you that these APIs stay stable most of the times. We're trying our best, else you can talk with Thomas Fiedler here around. We are also providing things which help you recognize if there are changes on those APIs soon. And the ATC checks help you a lot here, hopefully. But overall, the main APIs mainly stay stable. Or the APIs mainly stay stable. And that's important because if we couldn't update the technology stack without the need of you adopting it, an operation of a cloud environment where we nowadays have, I think at the moment in an upgrade, we have 16,000 systems which being upgraded in one weekend. You can imagine that if I had to call everybody of you that you need to do a change in your software stack, that could be a little bit complicated and time consuming. So we and I am really proud that we managed to do that nowadays, and we can upgrade so many systems in just one weekend without major disruptions. Of course, and I will be brutally honest with you, there are at least with every upgrade 2 or 3 systems which have hiccups, but normally we get that solved, or we always get that solved in 1 or 2 weeks after the upgrade, and then just upgrade that special systems just 2 weeks later. But overall, if you think about the figures, this goes very smooth. And Steampunk was basically the kick-off technology platform for the ABAP Cloud development model here. And the key concepts, as you see here, is on the left side for the development, upgrade stability, optimization for cloud, and of course, S/4HANA optimized. That brings me to the stacks again. ABAP Cloud development model, as said, is available basically to all enterprise software we offer, which is ABAP based. That means it's not only here on Steampunk, it was introduced first, but when we proved also that we are able to operate such a stack, it was obvious that we can bring that model also to the other stacks, especially here in the public cloud. Some of you may have worked with the public cloud. You know, in the beginning, there was only key user extensibility in the public cloud, which is a cool feature and really helps you already for extension fields. Even today, it's easier to do an extension field with key user extensibility than with developer extensibility, which I personally find a shame, but maybe we can change that in the future. So we still need some tasks for that. It's really irritating to see Marcel sitting here and smile. Having spent all my SAP life with him, so that's funny. Yes, where did I stop? Public edition. only key user extensibility. Now we introduce the key user extensibility and of course the infrastructure, the ABAP operational model for the public cloud, which allows you nowadays that you have a full-fledged developer extensibility also for public cloud. And then just thinking about the private cloud, it's a basically no-brainer to also offer that you, as developers mainly here, hopefully all, that you are able to apply this cloud mindset for ABAP also in a private edition or even on-premise, because it helps you at the end to have a faster innovation cycle, faster upgradability, and more stable application. At least that's the idea of it. If you have other experience with it, I'm happy to talk about it, but that's the main paradigm why we introduced it and why we started all the project and why also we are quite proud of what we have to offer here for you. And of course, not forgetting, you can still develop classical ABAP in the private edition and on-premise. We don't stop you to do that. You're still allowed to do that. And some of you might have heard it. We also have now a clean core level concept here where you can get more cloudy or can stepwise get more to a cloud way, or even have more get some advantages of that stability model already with classical APIs. So what do we support in ABAP Cloud? What are our scenarios? Of course, I already mentioned the key part and the main part is the transactional application, which is mainly built with our good old RAP, the RESTful ABAP programming model, where we have introduced the main parts like as I said, the CDS views, which are basically the essential part as for tables with CDS entities nowadays, and view building with S/4HANA, leveraging everything here what HANA can give you. Then on top, having a nice structure with business objects, transactional behavior separated, where you can define how your business application or your core models are working, to more structure your application and not have that classical spaghetti code if you just code a report, for example. And of course, then you can have your BO and decide how you want to expose it. So it's not only OData, which was the beginning of it, of course, OData v2, OData v4, but you can expose those, those models also, for example, as an RFC. So you can use the same BO and expose it on the one time as a v4 OData service, and on the other hand, as a RFC or a SOAP service. So to reuse that core BOs is an essential part of it. And of course, this model is not only adopted by you for applications, but also by the S4 colleagues. For most prominent, if you take a look at the sales order, this is one of the biggest BOs you can imagine nowadays. But they did a very nice job exactly doing that, what we expect to do with RAP and our ABAP Cloud model here. Second pillar, the analytical applications. Don't need to forget those. There you are using your CDS models. You can have analytical queries, and of course we are sticking here as a protocol also, as INA is still a way to go here. We have now recently, for example, introduced the SQL service, which is another nice possibility to expose ABAP RAP BOs or ABAP entities as masked access services or for analytical purpose. So you can just think about that the ABAP itself then behaves as an ODBC client. So server, you can connect to the ABAP like to a database with ODBC and run a SQL query directly against the ABAP, having all the transformations, exits, and business logic run through directly on the ABAP server without the need to directly connect to the tables. And last but not least, of course, everything about the integration part is, of course, a crucial part. So support for events, I've already mentioned RFC. SOAP is also still there and heavily used to use it for process integration or data integration with the SQL services, for example. And that together, on top with security part and roles for users, is the whole idea of our ABAP Cloud development model. And overall, the idea of it is that we enable you to build the best-in-class enterprise applications with our good old lady, but now in the cloud. First of all, as said, cloud-native qualities, performance, observability, scalability. That's all essential parts when we design that model that really works with ABAP Cloud. Second part, of course, we need to include new technologies. And I have to say it, of course, AI is an essential part of it. So we need it to open up, and we are opening up ABAP to be used as good as possible with AI. To give you as a developer also the possibilities here, and we will also later probably see a demo by Andre with it. And of course there are tracks down with Thomas and Alexander Ritter and Anne, who show you also the MCP server here, or Olga showing you code transformation. So we're really also heavily investing here in AI innovations. And last but not least, of course, it's all about productivity. We are all here to earn money. So as better and faster you can build those applications, as more reliant is, as better is your productivity, and as more applications you can sell or build. And that helps, of course, the productivity gains. And coming now to the first part with the business AI strategy. So AI has two pillars for us, of course. One pillar is business AI, so how you can use AI to build better business applications. Second pillar, we will come later, is developer efficiency, how you can build your applications faster with AI. But first of all, taking a look at the ABAP Cloud business AI strategy. Here we have, of course, embedded AI capabilities. So we have offered, I think that was now 1.5 years ago when we released that, the ABAP AI SDK, which is a native API set framework which helps you to connect to the AI core instances, and there you can leverage an LLM of choice in enterprise quality to directly integrate that into your business applications. And this helps you then to adopt it with what AI Core offers, which one most important part is the orchestration service in AI Core, which guarantees you enterprise grade qualities which you need normally for enterprise applications. For example, that data security, data protection rules are followed, that hate speech is filtered, etc. Personal data is filtered out. That is, everything comes within the AI SDK to leverage the orchestration service, which is directly embedded into AI Core. On the development model, of course, everything is about cost control, reasoning, monitor what happened. You have to know what when your call goes through, what happened to the call, how has AI leveraged it, and of course, not forgetting now how AI is applied today with human in the loop. You still need humans in the loop here. Sometimes some of you might have seen that funny page emerged half a year ago, where now AI MCP servers can ask humans to do tasks for money, where you can register, which is a really funny part, because now it turned around that AIs are searching for humans to do some stuff which they need to fulfill their work. Have to find out how that page was named, the website. This is really fun. And of course, on top of all that agent AI capability, we need to integrate into the overall SAP AI solutions, which is on the one side, of course, our Joule, which is your chat bot to integrate into the whole SAP AI ecosystem, but of course also the possibility for you to build your agents. And for that we are offering, of course, all the classical interfaces with OData, but now, as I said, also with SQL Service, because by AI it's also sometimes or many times about mass data or feeding in exactly the right data to it and having the possibility to join data which is maybe not foreseen already by you as a developer. So the SQL service helps you here a lot. And of course about that way, which is the go-to way at the moment, how AI agents and AI chat works with the MCP server. And that then with a, yeah, can skip that. And finally, I can hand over to Andre with the first demo about business AI and how we applied that with RAP recommendations.
Yeah. Oops. Let's look. Yes, let's switch over now to VS Code. So what I'm going to show is a RAP-based application. And this has now here this, for those that have not worked with it, yeah, little different kind of navigation. But here we open a service binding, and from this service binding, I can click here on a button and can then choose the leading entity, or that is then the trip. So it's about, and then I'm asked, okay, do we want to open it? Yes. Okay. Then I'm authenticating, and this opens up the Fiori Elements preview of our application. So it's a demo application where you can create trips. And the first part of the demo is, yeah, what kind of trip are we doing? So yeah, I'm going to ABAPConf, and then we'll see that after some kind of thinking, whether the system finds out that ABAPConf is a customer-facing event, right? Because it is, instead, I could also go for DCOM, that's an SAP internal event, and then hopefully the type would switch to I. But okay, I prefer to go to ABAPConf. Both will take place in Mannheim, by the way. And yeah, that will then switch back this to C. Okay. We then can create expenses. So, and here I'm able to upload a file. So I will upload something from my last business trip to Warsaw. So that's a tram ticket. And while this stuff is now uploaded, it's not only uploaded. The upload does not take that long. It's in the background analyzed, and that's now the integration with AI, so that you can make your applications, let's say, intelligent. So it has found out all the details here from that stuff. So we, okay, I have not opened it now. Okay, and yeah, here. That's the real ticket which is here behind that, and yeah, it found out it was from Poland, right? And quite cheap. Yeah, so I can apply this, press create, and I have to accept this. So these are the two types of integration. So the one is the recommendation. Recommendation in principle is not bound to AI. You could also write a static function that does the same job. It's now only that the function calls AI and tries to make sense of the title of the conference. But it could also be some code-based logic. Yeah, and we are able to analyze the content of some documents and can then enter here data into our application.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Andre. So basic idea is you can apply AI everywhere. And nowadays, I sometimes have the feeling that AI is applied everywhere without a reason. So I would still recommend you to think about where you can deterministically write classical code or let the AI write the classical code, which doesn't cost you money. You also have to think about that sometimes the token count can get really crazy if you now do every validation with an AI call. Just thinking about, so applying human common sense here is a really helpful thing, and thinking twice when to use AI and when not. Of course, it's helpful on many parts. So analyzing a document, unstructured data, or doing suggestions how recommendations should work, really helpful. But there are parts which really do not need to be implemented with AI. So giving examples, you do not need to call the AI to calculate 2 + 2. Maybe in the future.
Yeah, you get
Good. Let's switch to the developer AI strategy. So overall, we launched SAP Joule for developers last year. Yeah, probably last year. Now it was only on Steampunk first of all with the innovation code line. It was then available as S/4HANA Public Cloud. It was yet not available private cloud. That changed now just a month ago. We have now Joule for developer being available to all RISE customers, also starting from 2021 upwards. So feel free to use it or to buy it. And it has support for different parts. One part is, of course, the very famous code completion, that it just proposes you the next line of code or lines of code which you might want to type. It generates unit tests for you for both ABAP and CDS codes. One other part, which is another direction, is the whole ATC explain and findings, which is included. So having support there in the ATC also for some mass executions in the future is very helpful. I think Thomas or Olga will talk about that later in the track 3. And basically all that is based on also where we have now seen the business AI demo on our ABAP AI SDK, which connects to the AI core. So we are using our own stuff here too. But of course, this is only skills. Target for the future and what's just being released is that we also have agentic experience for it. The direction is clear. Nobody is doubting that agents and skills are the future here. And stay tuned what we offer here. And one cool thing here is, of course, our ABAP MCP server, where you will later see from Thomas Alexander Ritter and Anne a session where they will demonstrate more about the MCP server. Andre will also, if it works, have a short demo, we will see. So we are offering here now an ABAP MCP server in Visual Studio Code or in ABAP in Eclipse or standalone in the future, which expose not only Joule skills, but also deterministic skills. Also very important to say, those deterministic skills are available for free for all on the MCP server. But the Joule skills will cost money, of course, based on what they are using on the AI core. Good. That's what I already told you now. That's the default slide. This Joule for developers AI capabilities, also with agent, will be available for Eclipse. It is also available for the just released Visual Studio Code, of course, here, and details later, and also maybe now with Andre, who's making photos. No, the survey. God, it's too warm for me. Yeah, as I said, there's also a survey. If you tried it already out or you want to try it and want to give us feedback, we will share the slides, and here's the QR code to participate in our Joule for Developers survey. And now we're coming, not yet to Andre. Some roadmap information with no calendar week attached. At the moment, just being out 2605, which I anyway do not know calendar weeks, but was somewhere mid of May. We brought out the CDS table entities with draft persistency, so our newest way to create tables to have draft. which was also a major important step to do that you are able to use that in Visual Studio Code and with the AI agents. We are now planning for a change document API that you can access finally also the change document using the site animation, using the public API, released API in ABAP Cloud, which took us way too long, to be honest. It's a shame that we don't have that yet, but we're trying to get it out as soon as possible. And last but not least, also the RAP editable analytical table. So nowadays you can only have a read-only, but what we really want to have is that your analytical table is also editable, that you can just do changes and it will automatically adopt. And I think this is now finally the analytical table demo from Andre.
Yeah, so we can see what we have. Yeah, by the way, but this change documents can at least be accessed via normal APIs, so class-based, but what we are looking for is would this be a RAP BO that you then can incorporate into your application.
Eat your own dog food.
Yeah. Coming back here to our next demo. So that was the first one with the recommendations, but now we want to show an application which is using an analytical app. So where is my, okay, there's my service preview, right? So it's always a little bit hidden, but not still in the source code. So we are opening an application. Okay, we are showing here sales orders. You said that this is the most complicated. This is just these dummy sales orders, and I always get beaten by the product owner of the sales order that we use sales orders in demos. But here it's just read only. So, okay, we have now lots of data. And what we can do here, we could adapt the filters, or what we could do here is the grouping. So we could, and this was already always possible, we can group by the distribution channel. And now we see here that, that the data is somehow grouped, but what's missing is that the data is automatically summed up. So for this, we would have to go back to VS Code. And we have here to go for the core data services, so for the C view. And here we find some new annotations. So I can activate both here. So the first is that the aggregation is supported, and then we have to define properties where this takes place. Control L3. So now it's activated. And when I now go back to my application, I can do a refresh. So that the changed metadata gets loaded. Press again the Go button. Go here again via the grouping. And if we are now pressing OK, we see a much nicer result that the data is summed up. And I can then drill down into the details. Yep.
Finally, features which the ALV had already 20 years ago.
Yep.
But 25 years, I'm sorry, I'm not, I only have 20 years SAP experience. So features which were already there when I started at SAP. But sometimes it takes us some time, but we're getting there. Good. Feature-wise, but at the moment everything is about efficiency. And as I already said, we have now for our ABAP development tools in Visual Studio Code, which you, by the way, have just seen. Andre is already using Visual Studio Code for the development. You can now choose to use Eclipse or Visual Studio Code. And we are offering here an MCP server, which is really nice to work with. And as I think mentioned in the last session before me, it was all about that we are now adding also again some features to the ABAP language. So we're also taking care here. So we've already heard about the ABAP Boolean, or most of you, which I personally wouldn't have even imagined seeing that ever in ABAP, but yeah, things are changing. On the other hand, you are now screwed when you have created a bool and want to add more another value to it, which is, I think, a common piece for ABAP developers to do. But yeah, so times are changing. But now we're also adding some more cool stuff to the ABAP, which is also very common to other languages which are existing out there. And one part which you will see are the polymorphic structures. Which gives you a better possibility to create structural elasticity, I hate this word, for your definitions of types in tables and then calling the method directly with that fields. I think there will be a very nice blog by Kilian for it in the SCN, so stay tuned for that. And of course, also, we know your pain supporting debugging and monitoring Fiori applications which you build with RAP, and there we will offer a Fiori support tool which helps you in troubleshooting your applications on a very efficient way. I always forget that. Here's the Zoom built in, sorry for that. So Visual Studio Code you have already seen live. That's how the polymorphic structures look like. You can have now here an any structure with optional containing fields, which then you add to a table of that structure, which then can be called with a field without getting a syntax error. So that shit compiles. Sorry. And now, finally, and still in time, luckily, we have Visual Studio Code and can take a look at that MCP server in Visual Studio Code.
And there will also be another session from Christoph Golmik. So
sorry, I forgot. Christoph, sorry. Are you here?
And he will even show it end to end up to the Fiori stuff. So, okay. Oh, hold. 99999.
No survey again.
No, we don't value. We value feedback. Okay. Last thing is something. That's something you can also do in yourself. It's a RAP 130. It's a hands-on session guide that you can walk through, and that also works, by the way, on the also on the trial system. So this is something you can use there. And so what are we doing? We are we have an RAP BO, and there we want to add a new validation. So we will have a look here at this RAP behavior definition. Okay, we see already that there is one validation, but we want to have another. Okay, for this we will use this nice prompt. So we will add a validation, validate agency, and we will make use of a class which is also part here, this helper class. No, where is it? No. This has this has two methods: validate customer and validate agency. So we are now going to add something for the validate agency. So still, I go back to my behavior definition. Okay, what's mine? Okay, my skill has gone. So
your skill is gone.
Yeah.
So that's the integration. And by the way, in Visual Studio Code, here you are using then the default Copilot, Visual Studio Code Copilot, which you're chatting with, and she ever thought about that? It uses then detect the ABAP MCP server and is calling the ABAP MCP server. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, you still need, of course, the Visual Studio Copilot. Is Holger here? Oh, he's outside. Yeah, Holger.
Yeah, so that was.
And Visual Studio Code is thinking.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes an experienced developer will still be faster than that and adding some code, but it's then if it goes to the masses and okay.
Maybe.
Now preparing. Ah.
So the MCP server is now thinking about and looking what it can do.
Yeah, we can.
And he's now discovering and giving you proposals and of course sometimes asking, maybe Andre has already defaulted, of course, if he's allowed to do those changes. That's also very important where we take a look that you can define what the agent can do and is allowed to do. So maybe you do not want to do it automatically change half of your code in a production system, for example.
And you can have a look here in the code what will be added, right? So here that it will add some the implementation. So for our validate agency, right? And yeah, and that's why I
you have maybe to explain it what you're doing
so what
here,
we're doing,
because not even I can read it.
Yeah, so we have here this validate agency. So we read here all the objects that are in the UI. This it's usually with the keys that we are getting. In case of a UI, you usually get one key, but this shows that the RAP is in principle mass enabled. So if I would call this with an API, let's say with a list of objects, then this validation would be called by let's say 3 times if 3 objects are sent. And now I'm running through the, let's say, list of travels that are found, and we first already we see it's adding an empty line. And then if this helper class that has been instantiated before is showing that it is not valid, then we would append here a value to the reported travel structure, and then this would be propagated up to the UI, and we would get a meaningful error message. Right. So then that's nice. So please continue.
And please costs money.
Okay. Okay,
I think Anthropic is paying, I think each day it's about 10 million, which it costs just by everybody putting please in it.
I was not on each one. Where is it?
But on the other hand, I also tend to use please because you want to be, we learn to be polite, and I also have the feeling I get better results, but that's just my gut feeling. But on the other hand, it's really cool if you think about determinations, validations in RAPIOs, where you normally know what you want to do from the business context, that the AI can already give you maybe 80 or 90% of the coding, or even 100% if you're lucky. And you only need to tweak it and getting all that boilerplate code, which is sometimes quite complicated in RAP. This is really a cool feature.
At least we see this now. Yes. Okay. It's also nicely now activating the stuff. Okay. That's now.
And this is all done by the Visual Studio Copilot, detecting what the ABAP MCP server offers it. So the ABAP MCP server offers a set of features, activating ABAP objects, creating new classes, adding determinations, or adding a behavior definition, or creating a table. That are just the tools which the MCP server offers, and the Copilot automatically detects by your intent what you're typing, what it needs to call.
Right. Yeah.
And this is basically all deterministic. So from ABAP side, you do not need to pay that. So if you have Visual Studio Code and GitHub Copilot, this is basically no additional charge from ABAP side. Or SAP side, sorry.
Yeah, so I should have, right, we can maybe create a new travel and then use an invalid customer agency ID. And we would hopefully get error messages. Oh. Ha! Cool. Okay.
Yeah, but we have seen the code.
We'll look later on this,
Yeah.
and but you got the point.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit bumpy, but overall, it's really important that this is the direction we're going. We want to open up the ABAP development to be used by the tool which is just in trend, first of all. At the moment, it's Visual Studio Code. It can, in 10 years, 5 years somewhere, it can be something else. But Visual Studio Code is cool. I don't want to doubt that, don't get me wrong. But also on the other hand, you know that these agents also, today it's Anthropic Cloud Code, which is the coolest shit in town, while half a year ago it was, sorry, Holger, Microsoft, and and those times are changing very fast nowadays. That's what I want to say. And we need to open up on ABAP and not be just put our money on one horse, but we need to open up and enable all the different agents and all the development environments to be used. And that's exactly what we did. Also having that in an MCP server. More details of that, as I said, Thomas Alexander and Anne-Rita will show you the details and what that means and what you can build with it. Again, survey. We have at the moment our ABAP Cloud developer survey running, so feel free to participate and give us feedback. And having that I'm perfectly in time because I started late. I can only say thank you for joining here, even with that temperature. Thank you to the organizations team here. It's really cool what you did here for our ABAP community. And what would you do to keep ABAP spread to the developers? So thank you for that, and thank you for having me here.
So, thank you very much. It was a really nice session. So I hope you learned what you can do on your next project. Calendar week 30, we combined on this before your talk. Now we are over with the track one session keynote part. We are now going to start track 2. In this big room here, or for the online viewers, track 1, we will now have a German session. So if you do not speak German, this might not be your session. So you can either online switch over to track 2, or if you're on site, just go across the hallway, follow the signs to track 2 in room 3. We also are going to have now in track 3 a Meet the Expert session from Holger. He was several times mentioned, and also from Jörg Müller. And they are going to talk about AI. So if you ever wondered, what is an MCP server? What is token burning? How can I use this in my developer flow? Track 3, room A1, A2, across the hallway. And we also have now sessions in track 3. So enjoy your time. For everybody that wants to stay here for the German session about ABAP test-driven development, this is your room. In the meantime, I think it's a good idea to stand up, walk a little bit around, get some beverages, get some refreshing, because it's still hot. Even when it's cooling down a little bit, it is still incredibly hot. And yeah, see you in 2 minutes. Make me a little bit too optimistic with 2 minutes. We have some technical problems, like always. Make it 3 minutes. Es geht gleich weiter, die Pause ist gleich später. Jens?
Also keine Pause, dann fangen wir an.
Nee, wir fangen jetzt an, jetzt kommt 11:30 Uhr, jetzt kommt euer Vortrag, Tag 2. Pause ist erst in einer Dreiviertelstunde.
Genau, also ihr fangt jetzt an, fangen wir.
Wir fangen auch an, genau. Jetzt. Ich soll welchen Jens holen? Den Weiler Jens? Der hatte 50 Hertz eingestellt. Okay.
Oder haben es alle hier die Upgrades gemacht?
Oh, hat sich aber so ein bisschen eingeklärt.
So. Ja. Habt ihr die Dinger bekommen? Oder läuft ihr so Bier oder mit Gassi? Ah. Eins ist hier.
Ja, und dann kannst genau jetzt auf. Normalerweise kommt da was, duplizieren. Und dann sehen die vorne quasi rein. Genau.
Ja, das muss ich halt nur, muss ich nur ein bisschen verlaufen, das Ganze.
Ah, okay.
Ach,
Und das ist Spiegel? Hast du einen Spiegel?
Ja.
Okay, cool. Das ist eine Frage, glaube ich. Oder ich gebe dir halt mal.
Der hat das
Ja,
gebraucht.
Okay.
Mach mal kurz die Intro und dann
Also, ich bin der Erste, deswegen passt dann auch.
so, und noch ein paar Leute noch rein.
Wie meinst du? Ja, ja, ich stelle mich irgendwo hin. Wir müssen ja gucken, weil eine komische Kamera da. Wahrscheinlich hört man noch. Ja.
Fangen wir nochmal an und holen die Zeit rein. So, willkommen. Das ist jetzt unser erster deutscher Vortrag. Und ich muss auch wiederum mal sagen, Wattentitel.
Geil, oder?
Postkartenformat. Anforderungen, also ABAP kann TTD, und das ist schon die Abkürzung. Ja? Anforderungen als Gherkin, Tests mit ABAP-Unit, Qualität mit ATC, Auslieferung per Pipeline. Das ist schon tokenoptimiert. Danke euch dafür.
Gerne.
Ich freue mich auch, euch hier zu haben. Es geht eigentlich, glaube ich, in der Geschichte, wenn man seit heute Morgen vom Aktionsvortrag von Wolfgang über was die halt so haben mit dem gesamten Tooling-Zeugs, das auszurollen, dann die SAP, was sie alles so haben und dabei sind auszurollen. Und jetzt sehen wir hier mal so ein bisschen auch diese Qualitätssicht da drauf. Ich glaube, Wolfgang hat ja gesagt, keiner mag Unit-Tests schreiben. Ich glaube, das ist euer Hobby anscheinend. Ja, aber auch hier geht es darum, Qualitätsstandard also sicherzustellen und einzuführen. Und definitiv ein Thema, das sollte jeden von uns interessieren. Damit übergebe ich an euch und viel Spaß.
Genau, Tobias, vielen Dank für die Begrüßung. Wir legen auch gleich los. Wir haben ein bisschen was vor, auch die ein oder andere Live-Demo dabei, um auch was zeigen zu können. Zu Beginn, Frage, wer von euch schreibt Tests? Okay, das ist schon mal nicht schlecht. Und wer von euch schreibt Tests, bevor er die Features entwickelt? Cool, ich habe es so erwartet. Und vielleicht schaffen wir es heute, den einen oder anderen noch davon zu überzeugen, vielleicht ein paar Tests mehr zu schreiben. Ja, ich bin Stefan Seufert, bin bei FIS verantwortlich für die Produktentwicklung. Pascal Kuhnen, technischer Architekt bei uns. Viel mehr erzählen wir nicht, weil wir haben keine Zeit. Genau, vielleicht noch so ein Motto von uns. Wir sind der Überzeugung, dass ja, Code so ein Stück weit wie gutes Handwerk ist. Ich brauche gute Rohstoffe, also sprich unsere Requirements. Ich brauche gute Werkzeuge, ich brauche gute Prozesse und natürlich ganz viel Liebe. Und da kommt am Ende, wie wir in Franken sagen, auch was Gescheites dabei raus. Genau, wir beschäftigen uns mit dem technischen Großhandel. Services, Dienstleistungen und auch Produkte. Und wir sind in der Produktentwicklung. Und ich finde es ganz gut, weil das Stack der SAP hat es bei uns auf die Marketingfolien geschafft. Deswegen, ich brauche keine eigenen zu erstellen. Wir haben quasi in der Mitte unseren Wholesale Distribution Core. Nichts anderes als On-Stack-Extensions, die natürlich sehr nah an den Prozessen sind. Drumherum, genau, ich muss weiterklicken, drumherum, es geht nicht, dann nehmen wir den. Haben wir unsere By-Side-Extensions gegliedert, die wir bei FIS in CAP weitestgehend realisieren. Heute geht es aber um den ABAP-Teil, also ich will heute nichts über Fiori erzählen, auch nichts über CAP, sondern wir schauen uns jetzt vor allem Backend-Services an. Ja, wir haben auch an der einen oder anderen Stelle natürlich Humans in the Loop, aber heute geht es um die Automatisierung und wir wollen euch nicht zeigen, wie wir jetzt irgendwie unsere Code-Reviews machen und so weiter, sondern vor allem auf den automatisierten Bildprozess eingehen. Genau. Eigentlich soll da weitergehen. Genau, wo kommen wir her? Also wir haben ein Produkt, das über circa 20, 25 Jahre gebaut wurde, strategisch gewachsen ist. Das kennt ihr wahrscheinlich alle. Auf Dünnbrot basierend. An Erweiterungstechnik ist da alles drin, was die SAP die letzten 25 Jahre gebaut hat. User Exits, explizite Enhancements, implizite Enhancements, Badis, also alles, was es da so gibt. Und wir führen in diesem alten Produkt weitestgehend manuelle Tests durch. Wir releasen zweimal im Jahr, hängen da vor allem an den Veröffentlichungen der SAP, also Releasewechsel, dann deployen wir neue Software und entsprechend auch Features. Und Paketierung läuft aktuell auch weitestgehend manuell und die Auslieferung dann über Transporter oder AAKs. Und das ist natürlich problematisch, weil es sind ziemlich hohe Aufwände bei den Releasewechseln. Also Abmischerei kennt wahrscheinlich jeder von euch. Die Auslieferung an sich ist problematisch und so Geschichten wie mach mal schnell was, ein so spontanes Deployment ist immer problematisch und schwierig und letztendlich bedeutet das natürlich hohe Kosten und die mag ich einfach nicht. Wir haben uns gedacht, nachdem wir das Produkt jetzt quasi neu bauen, also wir haben wir fangen auf der grünen Wiese an oder haben vor 2 Jahren auf der grünen Wiese angefangen, stecken jetzt mittendrin, dass wir unsere Feedback-Zyklen verkürzen wollen. Das bedeutet, wir arbeiten agil, wir wollen von unseren Kunden möglichst früh Feedback haben. Und um das Feedback zu bekommen, müssen wir unsere Software natürlich auch möglichst früh zu den Kunden ausliefern. Wir wollen den Automatisierungsgrad generell erhöhen. Und natürlich auch Sicherheit schaffen. Wer hat in der Vergangenheit schon gerne refactored? Wahrscheinlich keiner, weil er hinterher nicht gewusst hat, was er kaputt gemacht hat. Und auch das wollen wir verändern. Und letztendlich geht es dann am Ende natürlich darum, unsere Entwicklung zu beschleunigen. Freiraum für Produktentwicklung, für Feature-Entwicklung zu schaffen, automatisiert zu testen und am Ende auch auszuliefern. Wo stehen wir gerade? Was bringt es uns? Also wenn wir uns die Codeline einfach mal so ein Stück weit anschauen, von der Entwicklung über den Commit, also am Rande, wir arbeiten mit GCDS, die Integration und das Delivery ist für uns so ein Stück weit der Lifecycle in der Entwicklung. Wir brauchen 2 Minuten, um zu wissen, nach dem Entwickeln, ob der Code in Ordnung ist. Das sind weitestgehend ATC-Checks und lokale Unit-Tests, das ist keine große Überraschung. Wo ein Stück weit mehr, ich nenne es mal Hirnschmalz, drinsteckt aus meiner Sicht, ist das Thema Commit to Integration. Dafür brauchen wir 5 Minuten, läuft quasi vollautomatisiert auf dem Q-System, bedeutet, der bestehende Code wird getestet und natürlich der neue integriert und auch getestet, also alle Tests. Und Integration to Delivery, also zack zum Kunden, brauchen wir circa 3 Minuten. Bedeutet, der Code ist fertig und kann 10 Minuten später im GCDS des Kunden zur Verfügung stehen. Das ist möglich, das tun wir natürlich nicht überall. Ich meine, wir wollen dem Kunden natürlich nicht mehrfach am Tag Software ausrollen. Es geht vor allem darum, dass es technisch möglich ist und uns nicht bindet. Wir haben da auch ein paar Thematiken wie Paketierung noch drumherum und auch Releases zu schnüren, aber da gehen wir heute nicht drauf ein. Und aktuell hilft es uns tatsächlich, weil wir tatsächlich uns mit 90% unserer Zeit um Produkte und Features entwickeln zu können und nur 10% für Wartung investieren. Wir haben unseren Entwicklungsprozess in 4 Phasen geclustert. Wir haben zu Beginn eine Anforderungs- und Formulierungsphase. läuft bei uns der Product Owner und der Entwickler, machen das zusammen. Danach kommt die eigentliche Codierungs- und Commit-Phase, wo dann im Endeffekt das Code-Fragment oder die Fragmente im GCDS abgeliefert werden. Danach die Integration und am Ende das automatisierte Delivery. Ich gehe jetzt noch ganz kurz auf die Phase A ein quasi. Was tun wir? Also wir formulieren unsere Anforderungen in Jira in Form von User Stories. Wir haben aber auch ein Modul namens X-Ray im Jira integriert, wo wir unsere Testfälle ablegen und aus diesen Testfällen erstellen wir automatisch am Ende auch die Unit-Tests. Das wird euch der Pascal dann später auch zeigen. Warum Test-Driven Development? Also wir wollen nicht einfach nur Unit-Tests machen, sondern wir sind tatsächlich im Bereich TDD unterwegs, einfach weil wir der Überzeugung sind, und das haben wir auch in den letzten Jahren festgestellt, der Entwickler kann zwar schon mal anfangen zu programmieren, so nach dem Motto, lest doch schon mal die Daten, die ich vielleicht später mal brauche, was ich am Ende will, das sage ich dir dann schon noch. Das funktioniert, aber eben, er kann nicht anfangen, einen Test zu schreiben. Und deswegen, er muss das Problem, wenn er test-driven arbeitet, tatsächlich verstanden haben. Und das ist immens wichtig und provoziert bei uns gute Gespräche zwischen Entwicklern und Beratern oder POs jetzt bei uns. Und die Definition of Done ist einfach klar. Also alles, was im Test formuliert wurde, ist Teil des Vertrags, sagen wir immer, zwischen Consulting und Entwicklung. Und wenn der Haken am Ende grün ist, dann ist er grün. Dann ist die Aufgabe erledigt. Also da gibt es keinen, ja, brauche ich das noch oder vielleicht muss das noch dazu. Das versuchen wir alles am Anfang letztendlich zu klären. Also dieser typische Shift-Left-Ansatz, einfach um am Ende möglichst viel zu automatisieren, müssen viele Themen natürlich am Anfang geklärt sein. Und was ich total super finde, ist, wenn ich zuerst den Test schreibe, dann habe ich diesen Play-Button in ABAP-Unit und ich muss nicht irgendwie hin navigieren, die App aufrufen im Launchpad, irgendwie dann noch 25 Screens weiter navigieren, Breakpoints setzen, um dann irgendwann in einen Code anzukommen, den ich gerade implementiere, sondern ich drücke den Play-Button, der Code läuft ab, der Test ist rot, irgendwann ist er grün und ich weiß, dass es funktioniert. Und am Rande, man kann auch dann so eine Aufgabe mal einen Azubi geben, weil wenn am Ende der Test grün ist, dann hat er es geschafft. Genau, und vielleicht so als Statement noch, wir schreiben keinen Test, um den Code zu prüfen, sondern wir schreiben vor allem den Test, damit wir wissen, was der Code überhaupt tun soll. Wir haben auch ein Problem, und zwar, wenn die POs mit unseren Entwicklern sprechen, dann sprechen die natürlich erstmal in natürlicher Sprache und die ist immer oder wird immer anders interpretiert. Das bedeutet, der Consultant kann kein ABAP. Das wissen wir auch alle und das ist vielleicht auch gut so. Aber sie schreiben Anforderungen in natürlicher Sprache. Der Entwickler interpretiert sie vielleicht anders. Und beide wollen eigentlich das Beste, aber es kommt trotzdem nichts Gescheites dabei raus. Und für uns die Lösung war Gherkin. Und Gherkin ist so eine, ich sage immer gerne Markup-Sprache dazu, wo das kann ein Berater gut lesen. Ja, es ist nicht so abgefahren technisch. Es ist zweifelsfrei, weil es ist klar definiert, given, when, then. Ich habe gleich auch ein Beispiel dabei. Und das Ganze ist am Ende auch maschinell verwertbar. Das bedeutet, auf diesen Gherkin-Tests, die unsere Entwickler mit den Beratern zusammen machen, entstehen am Ende auch die Unit-Tests, die der Entwickler ausprogrammiert. Und so kann man auch sagen, dass diese Gherkin-Szenarien, sprechen wir davon, der Vertrag bei uns sind zwischen dem PO und dem Entwickler, was er am Ende abliefern muss. Genau, ich habe noch so ein paar kleine Beispiele dabei. Also das ist so ein typisches Gherkin-Szenario mit Giffen, eine neue Schnellerfassung. Das ist ein Produkt von uns mit dem Auftraggeber Inlandskunde 1 und dem Werk Grafenrheinfeld. Und Kundenwunsch, Abholung heute im eigenen Wert, wenn eine neue Position mit dem Material Verfügbarkeit 0101 und der Menge 5 eingegeben wird, dann soll der Verfügbarkeitsindikator, das ist das eigentliche Feature, auf Positionsebene grün sein. So, das ist erstmal gar nicht super aufwendig zu definieren. Was vielleicht noch eine Frage ist, warum haben wir so komische Namen? Also zum Beispiel der Inlandskunde 1 oder die Verfügbarkeit 1010 und das ist tatsächlich unser Testdatenverzeichnis. Also wie wir mit der Entwicklung begonnen hatten, hatten wir uns auch viel um das Mocken von Daten Gedanken gemacht. Wäre natürlich ein Thema, also wir mocken alles weg und machen danach ein Rollback. Und das war für uns das also wirklich das größte Hindernis, warum die Entwickler nicht testgetrieben entwickelt haben. Weil es einfach irre aufwendig ist, zu mocken und am Ende zurückzufahren. Jetzt arbeiten wir aber mit einem Entwicklungssystem und einem Q-System. Warum legen wir den Auftrag nicht einfach an? Und jetzt sagen also wir haben im Endeffekt jetzt zum Beispiel das Materialverfügbarkeit 10.10, steht bei uns im Testdatenkatalog drin und es besagt einfach nur, dass das Material im Werk 10.10 verfügbar ist und zwar immer. Und das ist über das Customizing einfach gelöst. Und bedeutet auch, ist auch ganz witzig, wir bekommen nicht nur mit, wenn wenn ein Test im Bereich Entwicklung fehlschlägt, sondern auch wenn ein Berater mal irgendwo wieder Quatsch gecustomized hat. Auch das bekommen wir dann mit, weil dann einfach ein Test fehlschlägt. Dann geht die große Diskussion los. Ja, was habt ihr denn wieder gemacht, Entwickler? Ja, wir haben nichts gemacht. Und dann war es doch das Customizing an der Stelle. Genau. Ich bin jetzt soweit mit der Formulierungsphase durch. Wir wollen jetzt ins Coding Commit einsteigen und dazu übergebe ich an Pascal.
Genau, hallo. Danke, Stefan. Also ich versuche jetzt mal sozusagen mit euch ein bisschen Code zu schreiben, ein paar Tests, wie sich das gehört. Und der Stefan hat ja gerade schon erklärt, welche Anforderungen jetzt vor uns sind. Und ich erkläre jetzt kurz, wie man das Ganze ins Entwicklungssystem bekommt als Code und auch wie wir dann damit weiterarbeiten. Ja, also im Endeffekt ist es so, aus der Jira User Story und aus den X-Ray-Testfällen, die wir zusammen definiert haben, gibt es die Möglichkeit, ein Feature-File zu extrahieren. Das möchte ich mal kurz zeigen.
Doch ist jetzt.
Jetzt, okay. Genau, also das ist unser Jira-System. Das ist hier die User Story, die der Stefan schon mal so ein bisschen angerissen hat. Und zu dieser User Story sind jetzt hier zwei Jira-Testfälle verknüpft. Und im Jira gibt es die Möglichkeit zu sagen, okay, ich kann das hier exportieren nach Cucumber, heißt es. Das ist die Software, die solche Feature-Files normalerweise interpretieren kann. Ich kann die hier runterladen und mir die nach dem Download auch anzeigen lassen. Ich speichere das mal weg. Genau. So sieht so ein Feature-File aus, wenn das aus Jira rauskommt. Es folgt dem generellen Aufbau von einem Feature-File und hat über solche Tags noch immer die Verknüpfung zu dem jeweiligen Jira-Vorgang mit drin. Im Endeffekt, er macht aus das Feature in dem Feature-File entspricht der User-Story und die einzelnen Testfälle mit den Szenarios, was der Stefan auch schon mal gezeigt hatte, wo man jetzt hier wiederfindet, sind Teil von diesem Feature-File. Und an dieses Feature-File kommen wir ja auch per REST API ran. Genau. Ne, also was wir gebaut haben ist, wir haben versucht, dieses standardisierte Feature-File jetzt irgendwie in ABAP-Code umzusetzen. Da gab es mehrere Iterationen, auch mit den Entwicklern, weil wir es erst versucht haben, sehr standardnah von diesem Cucumber abzuschreiben. Zum Schluss kam aber jetzt ein pragmatischerer Ansatz raus und der ist folgendermaßen: Das Feature, also die User Story, wird zu einer abstrakten Klasse im ABAP mit dem Zusatz for Testing. Die einzelnen Szenarios werden abstrakte Methoden innerhalb dieser Klasse, ebenfalls for Testing. Und die eigentliche Spezifikation, also was ich als Entwickler tun soll, ist im Endeffekt dann ein ABAP-Doc-Kommentar, also der Langtext an der Methode. Ne, das sieht man hier unten, das sind jetzt Screenshots aus dem Eclipse. Und diese einzelnen Steps, so heißen die innerhalb von diesem Feature-File, dieses Given, And, When and Then, das sind alle Steps. Und das ist für uns die Spezifikation, was wir erfüllen sollen als Entwickler. Und die hat uns kein Berater oder kein PO einfach vorgegeben, sondern die haben wir vorher zusammen entwickelt. Sozusagen, okay, was darf da drin stehen, was ist sinnvoll zu testen und was nicht. Ja, das ist, damit man das nicht händisch machen muss, haben wir eben einen Generator dafür geschrieben, der diese Feature-Files ausliest und dann dieses Stückchen abstrakte Klassen in dem SAP-System direkt generiert. Das würde ich jetzt auch gerne mal zeigen, wie das dann im Eclipse aussieht. So. Kann man das gut erkennen oder ist das zu klein? Okay. Hier vorne schon, okay. Gut, ne? Also ganz normal, Eclipse View offen, oben die Klasse, die generiert wurde. Und auch wenn ich die jetzt hier schon anklicke, bekomme ich hier in der Element-Info die Dokumentation, was wieder der User Story entspricht. Also als Entwickler habe ich das immer direkt vor Augen. Ich könnte es nochmal nachlesen, ich müsste noch nicht mal ins Jira reingucken. Ne, die Jira-Nummer ist namentlich hier auch mit drin von der User Story. Macht es auch einfacher im ABAP so eine Namensüberschneidung zu verhindern. Ne, das ist, war auch eine der Challenges. Und hier sind dann die einzelnen Methoden, die den Szenarien entsprechen. Und hier sieht man jetzt schön auf der linken Seite, auch wieder in der Element-Info, ich habe sozusagen den Kurztext von diesem Szenario und ich habe die einzelnen Steps hier beschrieben. Ne, also als Entwickler, ich kann das anklicken, kann das gleich sehen und weiß vielleicht schon viel eher, okay, um was geht es denn bei dem Testfall? Auch wenn er eben mal fehlgeschlagen ist, kann ich das direkt im System nachlesen. So, kommen wir hier wieder zurück. Genau, also die abstrakte Test. Genau, jetzt haben wir hier unseren Ablauf. Was ich heute jetzt nochmal mit euch sozusagen live zeigen will, den Schritt 1, den haben wir jetzt geschafft. Ne, wir haben die abstrakte Testklasse generiert, die ist jetzt im System drin. Und jetzt ist so der normale Entwickler-Workflow bei uns, okay, wir legen einen Transport an mit Bezug zum Jira-Ticket, dass man das auch überall wiederfindet, auch in den Commits. Wir legen die konkrete Testklasse an, also über die Vererbung. Natürlich implementieren wir zuerst den Test, bevor wir irgendwelche Funktionalitäten schreiben. Ne, werden wir aber auch noch machen. Und als letzte Schritte dann die Transportfreigabe, wo die ATC-Prüfung dahinter hängt. Bei uns jetzt speziell ist es so, die ATC-Prüfungen haben wir auch als Entwicklerteam gemeinsam festgelegt, welche für uns wichtig sind und welche nicht. Und deswegen setzen wir auch nicht auf ATC-Befreiungen oder irgendwelche Pragmas. Ne, die haben wir komplett verboten. Ne? Die ATC-Prüfung muss grün sein, sonst geht es hier nicht weiter. Und entweder müssen wir den Prozess anpassen, also irgendeine ATC-Regel, oder der Code muss halt überarbeitet werden. Ne? Bei dem Schritt werden auch die Unit-Tests, die lokalen, durchlaufen und diese extra ATC-Prüfungen für Clean Core und diese Clean ABAP Guidelines haben wir auch noch mit reingenommen. Ne? Zum Schluss, wenn der Transport dann freigegeben ist, funktioniert es über GCTS, dann wird automatisch ein Commit in den Dev-Branch von unserem GitLab reingepusht. Ne? Soweit wird man das jetzt mal zusammen machen und uns das Ergebnis dann anschauen. So. Okay, also unser Tool ist, oder unsere Software ist so strukturiert, dass es mehrere Komponenten gibt. Und hier werden alle generierten Tests reingeschmissen. Und wenn ich weiß, für welche Komponente ich einen konkreten Test anlegen möchte, suche ich die Modulbezeichnung, in dem Fall jetzt QSO, und würde hier jetzt eine neue Testklasse erstellen. Die nenne ich genauso wie die abstrakte Klasse plus den Modulnamen. Nehme am besten den gleichen Kurztext. Und als übergeordnete Klasse nehme ich die abstrakte Klasse, die wir gerade generiert haben. Genau, einen neuen Transportauftrag brauche ich auch. Hier hinterlege ich jetzt auch mal die Jira-Nummer und dann ist das zum Schluss auch alles miteinander verknüpft, wenn man das mal nachvollziehen möchte. Genau, ne? Bei einer Testklasse brauchen wir noch so ein paar zusätzliche Einstellungen, dass man das überhaupt ausführen kann. Na, genau. Und wir brauchen, weil es eine globale Testklasse ist, auch einen Testbezug. Ich spitze jetzt mal kurz. Genau, damit kann man der Klasse mitgeben, was er eigentlich testet, in dem Fall eine Behavior Definition. Und hier kann mir jetzt ADT wieder helfen oder Eclipse und sagt, okay, 7 nicht implementierte Methoden hinzufügen. Das sind eben genau unsere 7 Szenarien oder unsere 7 Tests. Ne, die sind jetzt erstmal alle leer, aber das Schöne, wenn ich hier jetzt das markiere, sehe ich wieder hier über die Element-Info, okay, was soll ich eigentlich machen? Und um das ein bisschen schöner darzustellen, übernehme ich das jetzt mal hier in Eclipse rein als Kommentare. und würde das jetzt noch aufteilen in diese 3 Bereiche, einmal in das Given, einmal in das When, also was wirklich passiert, und einmal in das Then, was dann zum Schluss abgeprüft wird. Da wir sehr viele Tests schreiben, kommt man irgendwann auf den Trichter, sich so ein paar kleinere Test-Helper-Tools zu schreiben. Und in unserem Fall wäre das jetzt hier diese Order-Testklasse. Moment, ich muss mal kurz den Copilot ausschalten. Ist jetzt eher verwirrend wie hilfreich. So. QSO-Test, Order, genau. Ja. Genau, wir haben hier eine Methode Create. Und ich lese jetzt meinen Satz noch sehr häufig vor. Given eine neue Schnellerfassung. Also QSO, Testorder, Create. Jetzt müssen wir den Auftraggeber da irgendwie reinkriegen. Und dann sage ich, okay, wir haben da eine Struktur als Übergabe. Und das ist der Sold to Party. So, wo bekomme ich den jetzt her? Ne, Auftraggeber Inlandskunde 1. Den wird es so im ABAP nicht geben. Und deswegen haben wir uns dazu auch noch eine kleine Brücke gebaut. Das ist unser Testdatenkatalog, so nennen wir den. Und den würde ich hier jetzt nochmal mit rein übernehmen. So. Und hier noch. Genau, was ist unser Testdatenkatalog? Im Endeffekt kann der Entwickler jetzt genau an der Stelle sagen, okay, Testdatenkatalog, was brauche ich denn? Ich brauche einen Auftraggeber, das ist dann wahrscheinlich ein Kunde. Und wie soll der Kunde heißen? Inlandskunde 1, steht ja hier. Welche konkrete Kunde da dahinter steht, kann dem Entwickler an der Stelle egal sein, weil wir haben uns vorher abgesprochen oder darüber unterhalten, welche Testdaten genommen werden. Also gehe ich als Entwickler davon aus, dass die im System passen. Ja, und genau so mache ich dann auch weiter. Ja, als nächstes habe ich noch ein Werk. Ich nehme wieder meine Testklasse, heißt Plans. Und dann gibt es hier auch das schöne Grafenrheinfeld. Und Kundenwunsch gibt es auch noch, Customer Request. Auch wieder in meinen Testdatenkatalog reinschauen. Es gibt vorgefertigte und wir sagen hier Abholung. Genau. Jetzt habe ich schon mal meine meine Schnellerfassung erstellt mit diesen Parametern. Im Hintergrund dieser Helper, der schalt im Endeffekt nur diese EML-Statements, weil die sehr länglich sind und von vielen Entwicklern halt ständig gebraucht werden. Und das war für uns der pragmatische Ansatz zu sagen, okay, so können wir da eine Erleichterung schaffen. Ja, dann, okay, ich möchte eine neue Position hinzufügen, Add Item. Und dann sind wir hier wieder beim gleichen Spiel. Okay, was brauchst du von mir? Material. Ja, heißt jetzt Product. Genau. Testklasse, Material. Und dann heißt das hier auch Verfügbarkeit 1010. Genau. Also ich schreibe das im Endeffekt wirklich fast 1:1 ab. Ne? Also das kann, der Berater kann die Anforderung lesen und ich als Entwickler, mir ist sehr klar, was ich hier tun muss. Ja, also ich habe auch eine Requested Quantity und da schreibe ich einfach die 5 rein. Genau. Und jetzt muss ich noch schauen, dass mein Verfügbarkeitsindikator grün wird. Da muss ich dann mit so einem Assert-Statement arbeiten. Und ist jetzt ein bisschen vorzuspulen, glaube ich das jetzt hier mal raus. Genau, 1 und 2. Genau, was sagt mein Assert-Statement aus? Es sagt mir, dass ich, Entschuldigung, genau, es sagt mir, Expected Value ist die Availability Color Green, habe ich einfach als Konstante jetzt oben gerade angelegt, ne, also hat den Wert 3, aber so finde ich es schöner, weil es halt auch wieder sprechender ist. Und ich lese mir halt hier aus dem Add-Item, Quatsch, okay, Entschuldigung, Zwischenschritt vergessen. Also ich füge ein Item hinzu und danach möchte ich jetzt den Zustand von meiner Schnellerfassung auslesen und das machen wir mit so einem Read-Statement. Und da bekomme ich dann die Daten raus mit dem Zustand, das das Objekt gerade hat. Also ich habe die Kopfdaten und habe auch eine Position hinzugefügt und möchte jetzt auslesen, was im Hintergrund bei den Determinations sozusagen passiert ist. Ja, und da ich keinen Datenmüll auf dem System haben möchte, wenn es sich vermeiden lässt, sage ich discard, weil wir hier mit einem Draft arbeiten und durch das Discard verschwindet es halt vollständig wieder, auch wenn das Test-Framework zum Schluss ein Rollback machen würde. Aber das ist jetzt unser Test. Ich schaue grün, erste Position, weil ich nur eine hinzugefügt habe und vergleiche das mit dem, was hier rauskommt. Ja, und das Schöne ist jetzt, ich habe noch kein einziges Mal die Anwendung geöffnet. Ihr werdet die heute auch nicht zu sehen bekommen, aber wir müssen es auch gar nicht. Genau. Ne? Und jetzt Shortcut STRG Shift F10, ne, um die Unit-Tests jetzt hier auszuführen. Ne? Und oh. Okay, Vorführeffekt. Noch nicht aktiviert. Entschuldigung. Ist da. Okay. Ja, Moment. So. Nochmal ausführen. Genau. Ne? Also vorher, das Coding hat natürlich vorher schon existiert. Ich wollte es auskommentieren, habe es noch nicht aktiviert. Anfängerfehler. Aber okay. Wir sind jetzt hier, wir sehen, das Szenario 1 ist auf Fehler gelaufen, weil der Code dafür eben noch nicht da ist. Die anderen Szenarien sind grün, weil ich keinerlei Implementierung drin habe. Ne? Ich würde jetzt hier mal ein bisschen vorspulen und das ganze Coding verwenden, um die restlichen Tests auch noch zu implementieren. Aber die Varianz von den Tests ist relativ gering. Es tun sich ein paar Testdaten ändern, aber vom Ablauf her ist es immer sehr, sehr ähnlich. Ne? Und deswegen lassen sich die Tests auch sehr schnell schreiben, sobald man den ersten mal hat. Ne? Also sobald der erste Test da ist, sind die weiteren Tests eigentlich super schnell gemacht. Außer es gibt irgendeine Spezialkonstellation, aber da könnte es auch sein, dass man mit dem Berater nochmal reden muss, ob man das überhaupt so will oder wie soll das aus der Anwendung rauskommen, soll da eine Fehlermeldung kommen, welche. Das kann man alles im Vorfeld schon mit dem Berater abklären. Ja, jetzt werden gleich alle Tests fehlschlagen, weil wir ja noch nichts implementiert haben an der Stelle. Und jetzt wird nur mal gucken, okay, unser erstes Szenario war das, was der Stefan auch schon vorgestellt hat. Wir hätten gerne einen grünen Verfügbarkeitsindikator, ne, bei unserem ersten Testfall. Ne, jetzt gehe ich in unser Coding rein und sage, okay, wo ist der Case mit grün? Das kommentiere ich jetzt einfach mal ein. Lass die Tests nochmal laufen. Ne, und jetzt sollte ein Teil von den Tests schon grün werden. Das ist so der normale Entwickler-Workflow. Und ich muss jetzt auch nicht immer wieder in mein Testcoding zurück. Ne, ich bleibe jetzt hier in meinem eigentlichen Objekt, das ich bearbeite und kann von hier aus auch immer wieder die Tests starten. Ja, dauert jetzt ein bisschen. Genau. Ja, also jetzt sieht man, der erste Test ist grün geworden, die weiteren nicht. Ja, also ich kann die jetzt auch, er zeigt mir hier unten auch an, was nicht funktioniert. Ja, das kann ich mir dann durchlesen. Aber im Endeffekt, ich kann auch hier wieder hin navigieren. Okay, Szenario 2, ah ja, gelb. Ne, jetzt kann ich das auch wieder einkommentieren. Und so arbeite ich mich als Entwickler Stück für Stück durch die Tests vor. Und das Schöne auch an diesem Zwischenstatus ist, wenn mal wieder jemand fragt, wie weit bist du denn? Wann bist du fertig? Dann sagst du, hier, 3 Szenarios habe ich schon, 4 brauche ich noch. Ne? Ohne Zeitangabe. Weil im Endeffekt, es kann keiner wissen, wie lange es dauert, ein Feature umzusetzen. Ne, das ist so der Gedanke dahinter. Man hat schon einen gewissen Zwischenstand und der ist auch ehrlich, weil der Test mir das so vorgibt. Mhm. Okay, jetzt haben wir alles richtig gemacht. Die Tests werden jetzt alle auf grün gehen. Und jetzt würde ich den Transportauftrag schon mal freigeben, dass die ATC-Prüfungen durchlaufen und in der Zeit dann zurückwechseln in die Präsentation. Ne, also wir sind als Entwickler jetzt fertig. Wir haben den Code abgeliefert, so gut, wie es vorher in dem Test besprochen war. Also alles, was da drin steht, wird auch von uns dann so umgesetzt. Genau. Hier, einen Moment noch. Genau, also die ATC-Prüfungen sind relativ umfangreich. Ich hoffe, er schafft es jetzt noch. Wenn nicht, wechsle ich erstmal in die Präsentation. Na komm. Okay, wechseln wir erstmal zurück in die Präsentation. Genau, also die Schritte haben jetzt fast alle gemacht. Schritt 6 fehlt gerade noch, aber ist gerade in der Mache. Jetzt wird es sozusagen automatisch bei GCTS in die Dev-Branch aufs GitLab gepusht. Und das ist jetzt auch der dritte Teil, den ich euch zeigen will. Das ist diese Integration und ab hier ist jetzt auch alles automatisiert. Also der Entwickler ist fertig. Falls bei dem Rest irgendwas schief geht, wird er per Teams informiert und kann dann nochmal nachbessern. Ja, und das ist jetzt hier unsere Integrationspipeline, die im GitLab aufgesetzt ist. Und ganz links sieht man, okay, unser Q-System zeigt gerade auf den Main Branch. Das ist der letzte stabile, getestete Stand, der all diese Quality Gates durchlaufen hat. Im ersten Schritt machen wir einen Switch zum Dev Branch. Dabei kann schon was schiefgehen, wenn zum Beispiel eine Überholerkonstellation da wäre. Also das ist so Syntax-Aktivierungsebene, sage ich mal. Wenn da schon was schief geht, nehmen wir unten den Ausgang, gehen zurück zur Main Branch und unser Q-System ist wieder auf dem letzten stabilen Stand, wo wir wissen, dass es funktioniert hat. Wenn das funktioniert hat, ist unser Q-System aber auf der Dev Branch. Also wir haben jetzt das alte Main Coding nicht mehr da drauf, sondern nur noch den aktuellen Dev Branch und der beinhaltet eben die Entwicklung, die ich da gerade reingebracht habe. Dann werden die Akzeptanztests ausgeführt, aber nicht nur die 7, die wir jetzt gemacht haben, sondern alle, die jemals schon mal da waren. In unserem Fall sind es jetzt gerade 120, die werden jetzt durchlaufen. Und dabei wird auch ein Testreport erstellt, der dann auch wieder in X-Ray zurückgemeldet wird. Den kann man sich dann anschauen. Falls das alles funktioniert hat, machen wir einen Merge-Request auch automatisch von Dev nach Main. Und zum Schluss wird unser Q-System auch wieder auf den Main Branch umgestellt, der ja jetzt schon unsere Codeänderung beinhaltet. Also in jedem Fall ist das Q-System, nachdem die Pipeline gelaufen ist, auf einem stabilen Stand. Im Optimalfall mit dem neuen Coding, im nicht optimalen Fall wenigstens der Stand von vorher, der funktioniert. Wenn auch nur ein Test fehlschlägt oder eben dieser Switch nicht klappt, wechseln wir sofort zurück. Und das können wir uns dann auch im System jetzt gleich mal anschauen. Okay, Freigabe hat geklappt von der Aufgabe. Jetzt gibt mir das hier noch frei. Und in der Zeit würde ich jetzt einfach mal in unser GitLab wechseln. Und da müsste jetzt auch dann gleich die Pipeline loslaufen. Genau, also wir haben bei uns in der Firma ein lokales GitLab. Das ist unser Repository, das per GCTS angebunden ist. Und wir arbeiten eben mit diesen 2 Branches, einmal Main und einmal Dev. Und man sieht auch anhand von der History, wann was gelaufen ist. Man sieht auch jetzt hier wieder schön die Verknüpfung zu den einzelnen Tickets und wann was passiert. Es geht auch immer mal was schief. Ja, ist so gewollt, dass wir es dann eben wieder fixen können. Und jetzt müsste hier gleich unsere Pipeline auftauchen. Genau, hier ist es schon. Also das GCTS braucht immer ein bisschen, bis es den Commit wirklich durchführt auf das Remote-System. Da läuft so ein Job im Hintergrund und im schlimmsten Fall sind es halt diese 2 Minuten. Und jetzt fängt halt an, diese Pipeline zu laufen. Die kann man sich auch dann live anschauen und Daumen drücken. Das haben wir am Anfang auch viel gemacht, aber mittlerweile nicht mehr, weil wir werden jetzt aktiv sozusagen benachrichtigt, wenn irgendwas nicht funktioniert. Genau, also der Switch hat funktioniert. Jetzt laufen gerade die ganzen Acceptance-Tests und die sind natürlich, also das Testergebnis davon ist dann eben über das Jira-Ticket, wo wir vorhin gestartet haben, über die Testfälle, also erstens im Jira-Ticket sehe ich hier irgendwo ganz unten so das letzte Testergebnis, das ist schon ganz nützlich. Und wenn ich dann in so einen einzelnen Testfall reingehe, dann zeigt mir dieses X-Ray und das Jira noch viel mehr. Da kann ich mir hier nämlich die Testläufe anzeigen lassen. Und jedes Mal, wenn wir den Code freigeben, kommt danach ein Testlauf. Und der wird hier dann auch verknüpft. Und in unserem Fall, momentan haben wir wohl 114 Szenarien, die getestet werden. im letzten Lauf 0 Fehler und das Ganze hat 64 Sekunden gedauert. Ne? Und das haben wir hier als durchgehende Liste über alles, was halt die ganze Zeit hier passiert. Ne? Jetzt schauen wir nochmal in die Pipeline, wie weit die ist. Also die Tests laufen noch. Und dann würde dieser neue Testbericht ebenfalls hier auch wieder auftauchen. Ne? Das ist so der normale Workflow. Und wenn eben ein Fehler auftaucht, würde ich den hier dann auch sehen. Ich muss mal schauen, ob ich jetzt einen finde. Nee. Na, da ist ein Fehler gewesen. Jetzt habe ich es. Ja, wenn die im Nachhinein berichtigt werden, schlägt das wieder auf Passed um. Aber ich würde eben benachrichtigt werden bei einem Fehler. Und hier zeigt er mir dann eben alles an, was da gelaufen ist. Ja, also unsere Pipeline ist jetzt sozusagen durch. Ja, wir haben jetzt alle Schritte durchlaufen, die Tests waren alle okay. Und jetzt kommen wir noch zu unserem letzten Punkt und das ist die automatische Auslieferung. Weil momentan spricht jetzt nichts mehr dagegen, der Code ist getestet, wir haben vorher definiert, alles ist grün. Warum sollen wir jetzt damit warten, den rauszuschieben? Ne? Also wir versuchen alles wirklich vorne in die Anforderungsphase zu bekommen, dass hinten, sobald der Code fertig ist, dass der direkt zum Kunden kann. Ja, und hier haben wir jetzt so ein bisschen einen Spezialfall. Also unsere Wholesale Distribution Suite ist in mehrere Komponenten aufgeteilt und nicht jeder Kunde hat alle Komponenten lizenziert. Also müssen wir jetzt schauen, okay, welche Komponente geht zu welchem Kunden, wie kriegen wir das hin? Wir haben das so gemacht, im GitLab tun wir für jeden unserer Kunden ein eigenes Repository anlegen. In diesem Repository befindet sich dann eine Delivery Configuration, also ein File, wo drin steht, welche Komponenten er gekauft hat. Und pro Repository, pro Kunde wird diese Pipeline einmal durchlaufen. Also jedes Mal, wenn neuer Code committed wird dieses File gelesen, die relevanten SAP-Objekte dazu werden ermittelt und die dann auch wieder per GCTS-Commit in das jeweilige Kundenrepo reingeschoben. Und ab diesem Zeitpunkt hat der Kunde dann, wenn er sein Entwicklungssystem per GCTS an uns angebunden hat, die Möglichkeit, per Knopfdruck sich das einfach zu ziehen. Also wir pushen das nicht bei ihm jetzt ins Entwicklungssystem, sondern wir stellen es ihm zur Verfügung und er hat dann die Wahl, wann er sich das ziehen kann. Genau, das war es jetzt soweit.
Genau, noch ein paar abschließende Worte. Also was wir gemerkt haben einfach, dass TDD erstmal Invest bedeutet. Das habt ihr jetzt an der einen oder anderen Stelle auch gesehen. Das macht es jetzt natürlich einfacher. Wir haben diesen Testdatenkatalog, wir haben ein Framework außenrum gebaut, aber das ja, es zahlt sich jetzt schon zurück. Am Anfang war Invest, ja, aber wir merken es jetzt schon in der Entwicklung und wir sind natürlich der Überzeugung, dass es viel später, wenn dann die Features auch dann 20 Jahre alt sind, uns die Tests natürlich massiv helfen, auch bei Releasewechseln SAP, wenn sich dann vielleicht so eine freigegebene Schnittstelle doch mal ändert, um da möglichst schnell ja auch wieder in den grünen Bereich zu kommen. Was für uns auch ein Thema ist, Qualität ist für uns nicht nur Testen, sondern da gehört vieles dazu. Das sind Testen, das sind Regeln und es ist natürlich auch ein schnelles Delivery Richtung Kunden. Ja, und für uns das Thema, wir wollen einfach schnell raus zum Kunden, um möglichst schnell Feedback zu bekommen, weil nur so können wir Software schnell und effizient verbessern auch. Vielen Dank an euch, dass ihr das organisiert. Ich finde das extrem cool, das Format. Vielen Dank an euch, dass ihr Interesse an unserem Vortrag hattet. Und wenn ihr Fragen habt, ja, ein bisschen Zeit ist noch. Ansonsten ist ja hinterher auch die Pause. Wir freuen uns über jeden, der uns anspricht. Kommt einfach auf uns zu. Vielen Dank.
Klar. Vielen Dank. So. Kurzversion ist jetzt erst einmal Danke. Sehr interessant. Ich finde es sehr cool eigentlich zu sehen, weil das darf man nicht vergessen. Durch das Jira-Integration hat man natürlich auch dann die Transparenz und weiß auch dann, warum hat es denn nicht geklappt, was ist eigentlich drin, welches Feature macht noch Probleme. Und recht cool ist natürlich auch bei diesem TTD, Gherkin-Ansatz und so weiter, wie Sie auch gesagt haben, vieles davon ist halt wirklich so, dass man es halt als Fachberater schreiben kann. Und da stellt man manchmal auch schon fest, liebe Fachberater, ja, ein bisschen Logik würde schon mal helfen. Ja. Und damit, aber auch hier, dass das Ziel von dem Ganzen ist ja jetzt nicht irgendwie einfach mal etwas zu tun. Man hat vielleicht gemerkt, es wird wirklich auch verwendet, um halt sicherzustellen, dass Software mit der recht guten Akzeptanz und Qualität ausgeliefert wird. Und wie gesagt, manche Dinge hätte man vor 10 Jahren nicht machen können oder auch vor 5. Und das ist eigentlich auch so etwas, wo man auch sagen muss, wir werden besser. Wir müssen es halt auch nur verwenden. Ja, und auch da, danke. Und wenn ihr nach Hause geht, später mal am nächsten Tag drüber nachdenken. Das Recording ist ja weiterhin verfügbar, könnt ihr euch anschauen. Und jetzt die Kurzversion ist Essen. Ist fertig, es gibt Selbstbedienung, Buffet, es gibt vegetarisch, es gibt mit Fleisch, es gibt ohne Fleisch. Haut rein, lasst es euch schmecken, ist einmal komplett bezahlt. Ansonsten, wenn ihr noch irgendwie zum Beispiel euch sagt, coole Aktion mit dem Spenden für Kampf gegen Krebs und so. Es gibt noch ein paar Flyer. Ich habe eigentlich nur gesagt, ich hätte gerne 25. Ich habe, glaube ich, irgendwie 80 bekommen. Ihr könnt auch mitnehmen, bei euch daheim, bei euch daheim nicht, bei euch im Office hinlegen an der Kaffeeecke, am besten bei der Kaffeemaschine. Jemand kann es ja auch mitnehmen, ist vielleicht selbst davon betroffen oder ein anderer braucht Hilfe oder möchte auch mal was spenden, könnt ihr tun. Und wer sich auch sagt, ich habe keinen Bock auf das hier direkt zu spenden, auf die Deutsche Krebshilfe, ihr könnt auch spenden zum Beispiel oder engagieren bei der Deutschen Krebsforschungszentrum, das ist in Heidelberg um die Ecke. Und die habe ich aber nicht ausgewählt, aus dem einfachen Grund, die kriegen eigentlich Geld durch den Staat, da ist der Bund drin und das Land Baden-Württemberg. Bei denen hier nicht, das ist ein eigener Verein, also eingetragener Verein. Oder geht zu eurer lokalen Feuerwehr und schmeißt da 5 Euro in die Kaffeekasse rein. Denkt dran, wenn das Haus brennt, die rennen rein. Ja, also dann würde ich sagen, man zieht sich bitte in einer Stunde. 13:15 Uhr, also in 50 Minuten. Wir müssen mit der Zeit reinholen. Essen ist da. Haut rein. Geht auf die Leute zu, redet mit ihnen, kommt in Kontakt. Das ist der Vorteil, dass wir ja auch vor Ort sind. Und für alle, die online gerade zuschauen, wir sind wieder zurück in 50 Minuten, 13:15 Uhr. Ja. Habe ich mit einem englischen Vortrag von RKU IT über Nice Template, wenn ich mich recht entsinne. Und ja, ihr könnt auch essen gehen online. Jakob, kommt rein. So, Vortrag ist auf Englisch, oder?
Mhm.
Gut. Wusste ich doch, da war was.
So, sag mal was.
Test, Test, Lorem Ipsum. Klappt's? Gut.
Warte noch auf den Chat.
Test, 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 Test. Also es wird bestimmt funktionieren, wird schon klappen. Augen zu und durch. Ich fange einfach mal an, mache die kurze Intro und dann ist ja, danach wissen wir Bescheid.
Mhm.
So, we are back from lunch. I hope everybody enjoyed this lunch, especially in these hot temperatures, a good hot chili, nothing better you can eat. And all your beverages, and I hope you're refreshed. Now we are back also for the people joining us online on track 1. This is now the session V2 title. Nice template, can we buy it? The reality of turning a software as a solution for German utilities into a product. Speaker is Christopher Gore, and if you are closely following us, you might have noticed it's already his 4th ABAPConf appearance as a speaker. And I think he is one of the few that actually made it to more than 3 times so far. So really, really happy to also have him here, because it only shows once he likes to present, and all of these talks he submits are always really interesting from the topic. It also fits at this time really perfectly in the overall context of this conference of track 1. So not only quality and developing and delivering stuff, but also how can you do it? How can we also deliver a template? And I'm really happy to now listen to your talk, Christoph. And the stage is yours, online and offline.
Yeah, thank you very much. So as said, I am Christopher. I am ABAP developer and solution architect at RKU IT in Herne in Germany. I will talk a bit more about the organization soon. One note beforehand, I already held this talk last week at the SAP Inside Track NRW in Dortmund. So if you've been there, this is the same talk, just so you know. And I will start with the very short story of how this title came to be. The very short story is when SAP announced the end of life for ECC and also the industry solution for utilities, the ISU, we at RKU IT had to make up our mind, how are we going to go about this? What are we going to do? And the decision was to create a template solution for all our customers and also to gain new customers along the way. And we started the product setup for the S/4HANA utilities in 2022 and had our first transformation project in 2024. And during this project, someone approached us and posed this exact question. And when I saw the call for speakers, I thought, well, this is a good story. I'm going to tell this. So here we are today. And then when I prepared the talk, I thought, well, maybe it's wise to also take one step further back and also elaborate on how we get to have a template in the first place. So those are going to be the 2 main topics today. First of all, evolution of next-gen. So next-gen is the name of our product/template. And the first part, yeah, just shows the journey, how we got to have it in the first place. Then the second part is about selling the template. And here we use the slightly strange term venditio. And the reason for this is that the Italian venditio was the official title of the internal project that prepared the selling of the template. So I stuck with it for this talk. And if we have enough time in the end, I also give a little demonstration of some of the technical details that I'm going to present in the slides. Okay, so yeah, I'm starting at the very beginning. RKU IT, we exist since 1961. We started out as a punch card company, later turned into a data center, basically for German utilities, public transport and public sector. And since the early 2000s, we also added application management, consulting and development to our portfolio, and making several steps to become a kind of full service provider as we are nowadays. And then I'll go very briefly, what is NextGen, our product. This slide will reoccur, and then I will go into a little bit more detail about it. So briefly, it is consists of 3 main product lines. The one highlighted below is the NextGen Utilities, which consists basically of utilities billing and market communication. That is the one that I will focus on today. And the other 2 parts are the NextGen Core, which is our ERP solution, and NextGen Integration, which is our integration solution based on cloud integration and process orchestration. Yeah, and I know it's end of life in 2027, but right now we still have a lot of PO scenarios, and we are planning the migration now. So then now we're going to the complete timeline. And then, as I said, I will start a little bit earlier. And the reason is, so I said in the early 2000s, we added application management to our portfolio. And in the beginning, this meant that we hosted several separate systems for separate customers. And we managed each of them individually. And yeah, over time we realized, well, there are many things that are similar, but not quite the same. And we wanted to get to a point where we could develop features, processes for them all at once, which we called harmonized development. And eventually this led to the creation of a central development system, which was the part of the beginning of the journey towards standardization that follows this timeline. Building onto this, we have there's one intermediate step that I'm going to tell, but effectively, when the end of life of ECC and ISU was announced, we thought, well, we wanted to build on this. We wanted to take this concept of central development and central customizing and develop it into a platform solution for our customers. And that's, well, as you see, that is the rest of the timeline, and I'm talking about each of these steps now in some more detail. Also, along the way, I will explain the technical methods we use to actually make these things possible, the central development, while still allowing individual customer solutions. So starting at the very beginning, the harmonized development. As I said, this project started with the introduction of the central development system in 2013, and central maintenance of customizing was added in 2017. And the first major success of this approach was the simultaneous introduction of IDX-GC for all our utilities customers in 2015. If you never heard this before, this stands for Intercompany Data Exchange for German Utilities Common Layer, or in short, common layer, which is the term that is usually used. The nice thing about this common layer was actually it gave us a very standardized framework to model a lot of business processes. And it came to be because we are working in the utility sector where we have a lot of regulations from the German government, in particularly the Bundesnetzagentur. So a lot of the things we have to do in market communication are regulated and have to be the same for our customers anyway. So there we also had a great starting point of going towards even more standardization. Yeah, so here we see the actual system landscape using the central development system. Yeah, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We have the central development system, also called harmonization system, and then each customer had their own 3-tier system landscape. And yeah, as said, the central development covers mostly things underlying regulatory requirements, most notably market communication and objects that are more closely linked to customers' individual corporate identity, like products or forms, are usually exempt from this harmonization system and were still developed in their own development systems. So now we have standardized processes, but at some points we still had requirements to allow the customers some kind of individuality, some kind of variance. And the way we implemented this was to use what SAP gave us, which was bodies. In this case, bodies with the client filter, and in some cases also a company code filter if even more variance was needed. And then we just integrated these bodies into our standard coding and called the customer-specific implementations at these points. And of course, they can be used for several customers if they want to, or a customer can use none at all, then it's just the standard coding. Yeah. So this approach has some pros and cons. One thing that I haven't noted here, because it's very specific to our situation, is one good thing about bodies is it is completely workbench. We are not relying on any customizing to create bodies and filters. And as the central customizing was started 4 years later than the central development, it was important that we have a solution in the beginning that relied only on workbench. Of course, other process, we're just using 100% ACP standard technology. Additional filters can be added. But it also had quite a bit of downsides. For example, decentralized maintenance of implementation. Each body has its own interface, its own enhancement spot, its own enhancement implementations, and we had to manage all of that. And generally, working with bodies is pretty cumbersome. I think everyone who ever did this knows what I'm talking about. And another important point is that this approach focuses mainly on singular extension points. You can switch some logic or add additional logic at certain points throughout the process, but you can't really replace a function entirely or process entirely by a different implementation. So bear this in mind for the later approaches. So as I said, we had one little intermediate step that I want to talk about. So before we offered a software as a service solution for our customers, one of our big customers actually already did that. And they offered, they basically rented out clients on their system to smaller companies. And so they ended up with a very large ISU system with many clients and many company codes. And at some point, they approached us and said, we need a solution to actually keep an overview over all the stuff that's happening in our system. There are so many points where we need some kind of implementation that is almost the same or basically the same, but there's still some little differences. And so we sat down with them and designed a solution especially for this context. And the idea that we came up with was to just introduce a view cluster where we define so-called actions. And these actions can be activated for each client or each company code respectively. And we could also set some parameters in this customizing. And if this looks familiar to you, this is basically a simplified version of SAP's own switch framework tailored to our specific use case. And here again, so comparing this with the body solution, so this is a lot more lightweight, and we actually have centralized maintenance of extensions. Everything is in this one view cluster. We see at a glance which specific functions are there, which is active for which customer, which parameters and variations are used, and we're still pretty close to SAP standard, which is basically using a custom table with a generated maintenance view, and that's it. And the downside that still persists is that we are still at the point where we only focus on singular extensions. You can just check whether a certain action or function is active or not, but it's pretty hard to just exchange implementations of functions or processes really on a large scale. And that was the one thing that we needed to fix for our next big step. So the next big step, as I've already alluded to, was the actual conception of NextGen as a platform solution. And this happened around the time when SAP announced the end of life for our free ECC and the ISU, which was around 2018, if I remember correctly. And we decided to actually develop it as a platform solution. And the initial concept for this was written in 2019 and presented in the beginning of 2020. And shortly after, the implementation for the core and integration product lines began. And so I used this opportunity to show this again. So now we have a little bit more context. So the basic idea was to take our best practices for the core and utility solutions to have a stable template, a stable core for the whole platform, and then use integration as the differentiating factor where every customer can have their own specific implementations, their own individual system landscape, their own third-party systems, and it can still be connected nicely to our SAP systems. In a nutshell, we want a stable core in a flexible environment. And as you can imagine, this can be quite a stretch. So we needed some really good ideas how to actually tackle this and to make this happen. And actually, in the past, I held a talk precisely about how we manage that here at ABAPConf in 2023. So I will refer to that talk. This is a very detailed discussion of this specific topic, and I will refer to that. And unfortunately, I won't have the time to go into much detail on that today. But this is a very brief display of what we did is we separated everything into 4 layers, starting with a technical or SAP basis layer. And then we have a dev layer, which has a lot of standardized and best practice solutions that we designed specifically to keep this platform running. And then we have, on top, we have the business layer with all the business processes and the integration layer on top. And of course, in the bottom 2 levels, everything is very standardized. And on the upper 2 levels, you have a lot more client individual implementations. Okay, so now the next step is to get this running, we also needed a larger system landscape, or we realized we needed a larger system landscape. And actually, we had 2 different approaches to create this larger system landscape. We decided that we definitely wanted to have a 5-tier system landscape, but there were 2 different philosophies how this could work. And both of these philosophies still coexist in our company today. So I will present both of them. And the first of those 2 is what I call template customer model, where the first 2 systems are only used to develop and test the template. And then once a new function or new process in the template is finished, it is then shipped to the customer landscape. And on the customer landscape, we have, this is the usual 3-tier system landscape. And the idea is that we're using one big multi-client system for all our customers here. It turned out that, well, that may not be the case forever, but this was how it was planned. Yeah. And then one important point is, and this will keep coming up, all features and changes are tested in the customer QA system and then deployed to production by means of regular releases. All of these ideas of a 5-tier system landscape always have the idea that you have release schedules where the long-term development comes from the beginning of the system landscape, and then you have the middle development system for a short-term development like hotfixes and the like. And in this first model expands on this in the sense that every customer-specific implementation is also done in the customer development system and not in the template system. So in contrast, this is the other possible model that we considered, and which also has a lot of advocates in our organization. This is the feature maintenance landscape, and the idea here is everything even the customer-specific functions are developed on the feature system, but we use the feature system for long-term development like projects and releases, and the maintenance landscape for short-term developments like hotfixes, very short-term change requests and the like. Yeah. And in reality, to be honest, it's like a little bit in between, because both of these philosophies have strong advocates in our organization, and there's some kind of compromise, I guess. So this is, and now the next thing I'd like to talk about is the technical solution that we actually came up with to make all this working. And we started with the two solutions that I've already shown before, and we added one important step on that, and that is to link these service or action definitions with the ABAP package structure. So every entry in this so-called service catalog now corresponds to one ABAP package and its sub-packages. And so this allows us to activate the functionality of a whole package in this way. And in this way, we finally reach the goal that we had to be able to exchange whole implementations on a large scale. Now, some more important bits: a service can have several implementations. There can be basis implementations that are always available for all customers, and they can be so-called premium implementations that the customer has to pay for extra. That's basically that. Yeah. And one other neat thing about this is that you can actually check dependencies between the services by using the ABAP package interfaces and the package check. This is also one thing that really helps to organize these things and keep them clean. So here are the list of pros and cons for this approach. So as you see, in our point of view, this is actually the best. It has most pros and manageable drawbacks. We are finally able to organize the entirety of our custom code base in an efficient way. We have centralized maintenance, and we can analyze and check the dependencies between services. And the notion of a service is directly linked to version control by, of course, the correspondence between the topmost package and the GCTS repository. This is also a very, very helpful thing. The main drawback is that by creating this service catalog, we of course created a very critical single point of failure for the whole system, and we need to be very careful in keeping this running because of the impact that an error in there can have. But when the concept was written, the colleagues decided that this is actually worth all the upsets that we get, and I agree in that part. So now we have all the basics covered, all the things that were needed to actually create this template. And as said, this was we started with the product lines core and integration in 2020 and utilities in 2022. And the first transformation projects afterwards happened in 2021 for the core product line, in 2024 for the utilities product line. And where we are today is the transformations projects in Next-Gen Core are mostly complete. I think there's just 1 or 2 still running. But on the other side, we have around 10 transformation projects in Next-Gen Utilities that are yet scheduled to complete until the end of 2027. So as you can imagine, this is a very large part of our business at the moment. And we are very busy with that. And now to bridge to the second topic, as I said, during the first transformation project in 2024, someone approached us and asked if we were willing to sell our template to them because they wanted to host it themselves and create their own solutions on top of it. And so we sat down to think. And basically, there were 2 main questions that we have to answer. The first one is, do we actually want to do it? So this is a strategic management decision. I don't know, but what they decided that yes, we want to do it. So the second question is, can we do it? And that's what I'm actually competent to talk about, because here we're talking about technical, organizational, and legal questions. And yeah, let's see. So here we come to the second part, the actual product rendition or selling of the template. And before we can sell a template, we need to answer the question, well, what exactly is our template? And there isn't an absolutely clear-cut definition for that. This is the best that I could come up with. And I define it as a partially pre-configured S/4HANA utility system, including customizing, custom code, and documentation. This is used as the basis for building our customer systems. So, and starting from that, we can come to the next question. So, what do we deliver? First of all, no SAP code. We are strictly not allowed to, and we're not going to do that. If someone actually wants to buy our template, they need to have a freshly installed S/4HANA utility system to begin with. And then things get a little bit more interesting. All custom code that belongs to the template implementation. I say it right now, this does not mean all custom code. This is actually a bit tricky. Then all customizing from the golden client. This is the one we use that actually ships customizing to all other clients. So this definitely belongs in there. And then we also add customizing from a sample implementation on demo client. This is not really production ready, but it helps the customer get started a lot quicker. Then a standard set of Fiori catalogs and associated roles. And yeah, I can tell you it was, so our customer said, oh, please give us a list of all the Fiori tiles and associated roles that you have in your standard implementation. And I can tell you it was quite a pain to get that out of the system in some kind of, yeah, usable form. And also some additional content, UP products. This is something very utility specific, so I gloss over that. And documentation. And installation instructions, I will go about that 2 slides from now. I will release those user manuals, the usual stuff. So the next question is, how do we deliver? And yeah, here we consider 2 approaches, and we actually settled for the more old school approach in a sense. We did an initial shipment by means of a large external transport of Workbench and a client export for customizing to hand over everything by means of transports. Regular exports, updates are also provided by external transports according to release schedule. and the transport files and supplementary files like documentation are provided on a secure file server hosted by us. So there is a whole pipeline that actually assembles all those files in this one folder, and then it is available by SFTP for the customer. And we considered an alternative approach to actually make it available as a large GCTS monorepository. This is, I think, pretty similar to the approach from the last talk before the break. So I imagine they probably did very similar things. Yeah, so the next thing, prerequisites. To understand this a little bit better, think about it this way. We were in 2024. We decided, yes, we want to do it. We did an initial check. Can we do it? And we felt confident about that. Then we sat together with the client. We went through all the documentation, everything we had. And then the next step was prepare the system. So they set up a completely new system. And now we needed to make sure that we could actually deliver our large transport requests to them. And well, better to do this without causing thousands or millions of errors. And to actually get us to work, we had to compare the systems. And this was also rather painstaking work. We had to compare all SAP standard modules and add-ons and their product or component versions to check that the installations are as similar as possible. Then all installed SAP nodes and their respective correction instructions. Yeah, we compared lists of every single one that was installed. And then the next thing was active business functions to make sure that, yeah, the same set of business functions that is active in our system was activated in their system as well. And that was quite a lot of work. And then we also had to check third-party solutions and their product versions if applicable. But then we still only had the bare bones system without anything. Well, it's already a full SAP system, but at this point there was no custom code in it. And now, so the next thing is we hand over transports. And now, as I said, well, what belongs in those transports may not be so clear-cut. So both for Workbench and for customizing, we needed to think, well, we have quite a lot of stuff in our system. Does everything belong in there? And for Workbench, the solution was to have, thank God, we had the service catalog. We had separate package hierarchies and software components. And for each package hierarchy and software component, we could decide whether it was now part of a template content or a customer-specific extension or a third-party extension. And what also greatly helped us is that actually for developing our template, we used our own SAP namespace /RKU/. This is of course not necessary, but yeah, I wouldn't want to try without it. And the next thing was customizing, and also this was very much busy work, to be honest. We needed a classification on the level of individual IMG activities, view clusters, views, and tables, whether the corresponding contents were template contents, customer contents, or yeah, shared with separate naming conventions. Yeah, as I said, busy work. And as we had all those nice technical solutions, here is our technical solutions to how to actually work with third-party extensions, because this is actually not trivial. As you can imagine, if we have coding in our system that uses third-party add-ons or extensions that are installed in our system, but not in the customer's system, and we ship them a transport, then of course there will be syntax errors. And as we cannot force every customer to install the same add-ons as we do, well, we needed to make sure that these syntax errors don't occur in the first place. And the solution was to separate our template code from third-party code by some kind of middle layer, and we called these extension packages or proxy packages. And every time third-party coding is called, this needs to be via one such extension or proxy object. And our own services only call the extension or proxy objects by indirect means, like using a customizing table or the service catalog, or using a body implementation. One of those things, so that we are actually able to include the packages on the left in our transport, but not the other two, and still have, and in this way have a transport that is free of errors. And if this looks familiar to you, that is because it is very similar to SAP's free-tier extensibility for the clean core that they've propagated 1 or 2 years ago. And of course, this is no coincidence, because it addresses a very similar problem. So, yeah. And as I said, if I have time, I will show an example later on in the demo. Sorry. Okay, so what else do we need? Now we have transports, and in addition to those, we need documentation, as is the installation instructions, technical design documents, user manuals, and yeah, all that stuff. And we also had to consider certain legal matters. Of course, we may only ship coding where we actually hold the right to redistribute it. So we needed to check this for every piece of coding in our system. And if we don't have the right to redistribute it, then we need to exclude it. And for that, we actually use certain filters in the assembly of the large transports. And also, if the template relies on third-party solutions to functions, at some point, we worked with partners. So some of our template does actually rely on that. And then we inform the buyers that they need, what kinds of products and licenses they may need to acquire as well. So yeah, now I'm going a step back. I've told that how we assemble the transports. Now how do we actually, this goes into a bit more detail. How do we need to enhance the system landscape to actually prepare this? And as before, it actually makes a large difference which of the two philosophies for the 5-tier system landscape we assume. In both cases, an additional system X is added that is a bit separate from the usual everyday business line system landscape, and it's used especially to prepare these transports. It's a bit like using separate GCTS repositories, as the colleagues in the talk before had it. But yeah, as I said, this is the old school way. And here in the template customer model, this additional system actually belongs to the template systems. It will receive all the finished releases from the development system, and probably hotfixes that are retrofitted from the customer systems if any hotfix on template code is performed there. Yeah, and if we are working with GCTS, then there is a possibility to have the main branch and feature branches to ship some features beforehand if the client is interested in that. Okay, so here we have the feature maintenance landscape, the second possibility, the second variation. And here actually we have the external system in the maintenance landscape where it is very close to the productive system. and it, of course, it gets all the releases and it gets all the hotfixes. And here, as most of the action is taking place in the first two systems, this in this model, this is actually the right position to get the system as stable as possible. And again, if you're working with GCTS, there is the option to expose the main branch as well as hotfix branches if the customer wants to have experimental features or test a hotfix for themselves. Yeah, so that's it for the all the details. Then what we did with the customer, the systems we set up, the all the what we needed to actually create, define the template, put together all those transports. And now I want to end by mentioning some important organizational requirements that are needed to get this to work properly. You could also, well, just call this governance. So you need a stable release management. You need a product office. You need ownership for the core and the template. Service management is with ownership for processes and documentation, and a lot of quality assurance. I'm running a bit low on time, so I'm not going to go into detail about these, but instead I will use these last 5 minutes to give a very brief demo, so the whole thing is maybe a little bit more tangible. The demo scenario very shortly is one of the services we use is the GCTS body that is provided by SAP. It's provided as an open source solution, and it is what it does is if you release a task or a transport request in the system, and the objects in this task or transport request are registered in GCTS, then the system creates a transport of copies to push these objects to GitLab in our case. And we also use an external transport system, which is the one by RefTrack, who are kindly sponsoring this event. And so this RefTrack manages transports on the whole system landscape, and it has an override and overtake check. And this override and overtake check would identify these transport of copies if I were to do the regular transport along the system landscape. So I need to tell RefTrack to ignore these transports of copies. And so this is, and for that reason, give me just a minute. For that reason, here we are. So for that reason, we modified this part in the coding after the commit to the GCTS is issued, and we introduced this body of ours, which in our system is supposed to call RefTrack to tell it after the commit that it can ignore the transport of copies. And if the customer uses a different transport management system or none at all, they may use a different implementation or no implementation. And as you see here on the left, the actual call to RefTrack is in a separate package. And then when I actually assemble the transports, I can tell it to ignore this package because it's a proxy for a third-party solution. So this is basically the way we do it. Can I have 1 or 2 more minutes? No? And what and the next step is we created a little tool for ourselves to create these transport requests. Here we can import transport from a previous system, or we can adjust the transport that we already have or create a new one. And what the usual way to go about this is we know when the last release was, and then we say, please take everything from the import history since the last release. And so for example, you would get everything from the whole last year, effectively in this case. And then you can do a bit of other things. You can replace sub-objects, so you don't have those limo objects in the transport request anymore. You can filter the object lists. For example, I can use the filter to exclude packages that I've mentioned, or I can define other filters, everything that we identified that just needs to be filtered automatically. I can check whether there are any SAP standard objects in the transport and some other things. Yeah. And here, the last option, execute post-processing, funnily enough, this also tells our external transport management system to ignore the delivery transport, which, as the TOCs for the GCTS, they also need to be ignored in the overtake and override checks. So, yeah, thank you all for your kind attention. I hope this was a little bit insightful. If there are questions, feel free to come to me afterwards, or my contact will also be in the slides. So, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as always, thank you, Christopher, for being here. And next year, no, it's already rejected. You need to give space to some other people also. But thank you. It's always very, very nice to see your presentation. It's also nice to see that it's really used also in production and for real projects, and not just for some proof of concepts. And if you have questions afterwards, and you are not capable of catching up with Christoph, it's not a problem. Just write to abapconf@gmail.com, and we can also forward any questions about any topic, any sessions that was presented today to the speakers. This is valid for on-site and for the online participants. So next is now here, I have to look it up, the MCP Fiori, it's a longer title. IA-powered full-stack development with SAP's MCP servers for ABAP and SAP Fiori. So here, Christoph Golmick will combine the MCP servers from ABAP and for Fiori to create applications, the Fiori applications. In parallel, we have in track 2 a German session, visual filters in Fiori elements, die Macht des CDS backends. They try really hard. And in parallel, also in track 3 in room A1, on-site only exclusive, we have the ABAP 2025 features on-prem overview and highlights from Karin and Olga. And in parallel, in room A2, we have Meet the Experts, the Rapportege from Marcel Hermans. So that's your time to ask all those nitty-gritty detailed questions about the RESTful application programming models and why it works like it works. So with this, we are now getting ready for the talk for Christoph. And we will start in, I have to check again the time, now. It's just building up a little bit here, will take maybe more than 2 minutes, and we are ready. And do you need the help from Sebastian, or is it a one-man show? It's a one-man show. Then here.
Funktioniert mal sogar ausnahmsweise. Guter Mann. Ja, bei allen anderen muss ich vielleicht noch umstellen. Bei dir war schon ein paar Mal hier. So, was mache ich damit? So,
Einfach hier reinstecken, da so klippen. Genau.
So, oder? Ah, hier.
Flip. Genau.
Die du benutzt hast letzte Woche in
Don't touch it.
Dortmund. Die von Dortmund. Ich hoffe.
So.
Das ist eh zu schwer.
We can improvise. Oh, works. Einmal mit Profis.
Der war gut.
Gib ihm Welt mit der Heiligen.
Der Marc Schreier mit dem Mikrofon raus. Ich gehe voll aus, dass nach dem
Will be filtered.
Okay. No. People are coming in. Ja. Also. So.
Ja, kaum steht wieder was mit irgendwas mit KI drin, ne?
Weg. So, public, external SAP. So, slide is correctly classified.
Yes. It was our Templify tool. So hopefully, this is true for all the slides.
So, we can start. I'm happy to have one more time here Christoph Gomming from SAP talking about the SAP's MCP servers for full stack development for Fiori and for the RAP backend. And if I remember correctly, we had something similar last year.
I will mention it, yes.
Yeah, and this was already like the introduction last year. Now we can see how it evolved. The stage is yours, and enjoy your audience. Wow, the room is full.
Thanks, Tobias.
Yeah, it should work.
It's still blue. It's okay. Test. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thanks, and thanks for having me here for this talk about full stack development. And as Tobias rightfully said, I was here a year ago already, and last year we showed the integration from Visual Studio Code and ADT tool, so Eclipse tool, and we also showed the first version of an generator, the project accelerator for RAP last time, but now we are finally basically there where we wanted to go. So we have now the ADT extensions in Visual Studio Code, and now everything can be done in Visual Studio Code, and I will show it today as a live demo at the end. So full stack means, of course, this is not only backend ABAP. So we talked a lot about ABAP today, but we also need to talk about the front-end part. And before I start, the usual disclaimer. So everything what I'm talking about is potentially subject to change. So yeah, you know this disclaimer. So let's look a bit at the front-end part. So SAP Fiori, what is SAP Fiori? So SAP Fiori basically has different meanings. So on the one side is a design system for desktop apps, for mobile and for web apps, but it also a bunch of technologies like the SAP Fiori tools for the developer and the runtime SAP Fiori 5 and SAP Fiori Elements, and furthermore to actually build applications. And of course, it means that is the look and feel and the behavior of all the SAP portfolio of applications. So we will look at this middle part today, specifically about SAP Fiori 5, SAP Fiori Elements, and SAP Fiori tools, so the technology for you as developers. And before I go into more basics and more information, have a bit of a look at some statistics from this year. and it also shows the usage. And the first two tiles show that we at SAP, when we are delivering quarter for quarter new applications in S4, then more than 90% consistently over the time of applications are done with SAP Fiori Elements, the metadata-driven framework. And so far in 2026, with Fiori tools, generated applications, we have about 200,000 of those. So this is also a good sign that the tools and the products we are shipping as a tools department are used. So, and if you look at what type of applications the people are generating and creating, then you still see that the majority is RAP. So RAP-based is 73% and 27 CAP. This is something which we regularly check every quarter, and it's almost constant over the time. And this is a ratio we are observing with our telemetry with which applications the people are working using our tools. So, and the not so new kid on the block anymore because the MCP server is out there for a while. Our MCP server for SAP Fiori, we have now 750K downloads, which is good, but it's also a bit inflated because recently, I think two or 3 weeks ago, the MCP servers are now automatically installed in all Business Application Studio instances. So that's why everybody who uses Business Application Studio gets the MCP servers pre-installed, and that's why you see that download number a bit inflated. Okay. So let's talk a bit about the basics of the framework, SAP Fiori Elements, and the tools, SAP Fiori tools. So first, you need to know what is the basis of all of this. If you not know it already, so the basis are on the one side, the Fiori Elements building blocks. These are the meta-driven entities which you can use to build your applications. And those are all based on SAP UI5 controls. So this is the foundation of all of this. Then the next is the question, how would you start developing? So you have multiple choices, but I come to it that this is not the final choice. So you can use the classic floor plans, list report, object page, which are actually pre-assembled building blocks in a certain format, in a certain style. And then you also can use custom pages and arrange the building blocks on your own, how you want it, and create your custom layout. And of course, you can also create freestyle pages where you can mix and match. You can use building blocks, or you can just use freestyle controls or your own controls on those pages. So, and the good thing is you do not finally need to decide that once. You can mix and match. Yeah, you can in your application now put everything together. You can use floor plan-based pages. You can use custom pages with building blocks, or you can use custom pages with a mixture of building blocks and freestyle controls, or only freestyle controls. So it's up to you how you want to develop your application. So you have the full flexibility. And yeah, but the full flexibility is good, but on the other hand, if you want to have consistency and business-ready applications for scale, then SAP Fiori Elements provides you a lot of features out of the box. So on the floor plan, for example, you get a filter bar building block and a table building block automatically arranged, and those have all the features you want to have, so search, filtering, personalization, integration in the launchpad, navigations, draft handling, accessibility, responsiveness, mobile ready, all these things. And this is not only true for the floor plans, but it's also true for each and every building block. So if you use the building blocks in your custom page, to some degree, you get the same qualities. Of course, not necessarily for the glue code if you have freestyle around it, but for everything which is based on SAP Fiori Elements technology. Okay, so yeah, you will ask how you can try that out. You can try that out with our also not yet so new anymore SAP Fiori development portal, which we restructured a while back. And I can quickly show it how this works. So this is a Fiori developer portal, and it is structured in a way that it starts with the basics. So you can explore all the existing building blocks and can learn how you can use them in your own custom apps, but also how they are used within the Fiori Elements floor plans. Then you can learn about the global patterns, draft handling, for example, or edits, or how side effects work and things like that. And yeah, okay. And then you see here the documentation for this. And also you see code snippet and code examples for CAP and RAP. and XML. So this was something which we now filled for almost all the features. So we have examples for all the 3 worlds. So you can pick them right here to learn and test things out. But what you can also do, and I'm showing that as a different example, you can also test drive that directly. Because if you click on the features, you always get a sample app embedded directly in the web page. So here we have a sample app which showing us the tree table. So you can fully operate that and can basically navigate and see and test it. But you can not only test it and look up the coding examples, you can actually activate the coding pane. And in the coding pane, you can modify it. Yeah, you can see the source of what is seen on the left side, and you can play around. You can change things here, and then you can run it, and then you see how it behaves here. So this is a really nice tool for all kinds of roles. So PMs can check what the framework as such provides for the development. Developers can look up details, how things work, and try out. And designers can also have an idea what is possible with a framework. Okay, so this one, and yeah, we have also a new section now with all our runtime AI features, which you can embed into your applications. You can also try them out, the same like all the other features. We have, of course, also a description of the standard floor plans. We offer list support, overview page, work list, and so on, and talk about custom pages. And finally, we have a link to our Fiori tools, which are the design time tooling in Visual Studio Code or Business Application Studio, which you can use to build your applications. Okay, good. If you want to know more about that, then here is the code. If I let it linger for a couple seconds, so you can follow it and try it out. So feedback to the SAP Developer Portal are welcome. So this is something where we hear the commands of the community and try to improve it, because this is your window to the SAP Fiori Elements development. Okay, good. Now we come to AI. So, and first of all, the question is, why do we need AI tools to help at all? LLMs are trained with what the internet knows about things, but why do we actually need something to support them? Yeah, this is true. The LLMs get better and get better trained in public sources, but they not always have the latest information. So maybe the training data has a cutoff a couple months ago or even a year ago. So there is certain lack of expertise about very recent things. So the other thing is, sometimes LLMs are going with activities very inefficient. So, for example, if you ask them to create an application from scratch, then they would basically invent each and every file of this application from scratch, which is a bit of waste, because actually all application scaffolding looks the same and should follow a template. So it's better to just procedural generate that, so not let the LLM invent each and every file and content about this. The other one is that the LLMs usually don't have access to all resources. So they can really good work with files in your workspace, or with what they can see, but things they can't see, access to APIs or systems, we need to provide. So this is something LLMs cannot do out of the box, so they need help. So, and yeah, in conjunction with the outdated information, some specific domain practices may be not documented in a way that LLMs can perfectly understand that. So this comes back also to one wish from Tobias at the beginning, that we are making our documentation AI ready. And this is a long way to go, but in the meantime, we can help them with specialized information, which we provide to the LLMs for certain jobs and tasks. So, okay, and of course, finally, sometimes the LLMs do generate code which doesn't work, which needs some iterations. And if we can help them to do that better the next time from the beginning, then why not? Good. So that's the motivation why we do all of this. So there are two kinds of tools, actually, or two kinds of things how we can help them. The first one is an MCP server. So we have talked about a lot today about MCP servers. MCP is the name for the protocol the servers are talking, the Model Context Protocol. And the community, I think 1.5 years ago, this was emerging in the AI community and was then agreed on this. This is a protocol where each and every AI client is able to talk to a server which provides tools and resources and APIs and things. So, and that's why we have those MCP servers. So what does an MCP server do? They help with creating things, with modifying things, and provide access to special resources and provide tools, procedural tools. Do something like generate an app or a tool to activate an ABAP object, something like that. So they can also provide context and special context. Like, for example, if you do not want the LLM to scan the whole workspace for your files and for your project, because it is a known thing, like an Fiori Elements application, then you can provide a tool or a context to the LLM with a condensed format of that application, so that the LLM gets all the necessary information without needing to waste tokens on reading the whole dev space. So, and finally, and finally, up-to-date documentation. So we can put in the MCP server resources, which can be then retrieved by the LLM to get assistance for further tasks. Okay, and clear the goal is reduce errors and number of iterations and token usage. Okay, so this is a zoo of MCP servers from SAP, and I'm super happy that we have now completed the backend part. So a long time, or the first MCP server was from CAP. So this was the CAP guys had the first MCP server available. Then came UI5, the SAP Fiori, and the mobile kit. And now finally we also have the ADT MCP server, where we already heard about. And the CAP UI5, the SAP Fiori and MDK are available as open source and node modules. npm.js and UI5 and SAP Fiori are also available as a Cloud plugin. And as I mentioned before, are now pre-installed in SAP Business Application Studio. So the ADT MCP server, as we learned from Anna and Thomas, is part of the Visual Studio Code extension, which I will show in a couple minutes. Good. Okay. So here are the two fact sheets about the two main protagonists today. So we will use in our demo, we will use the ADT tools for Visual Studio Code with the MCP server, and we will use the MCP server for SAP Fiori. You can download it from the marketplace, install it on Visual Studio Code. It supports all the backends up from NetWeaver 7.3, EHP1, SP04. And first, it focuses on all the utility functions around RAP UIs, and will also, as we learned in the last presentation, will be enhanced with further features to also read and modify files. So, and there's an announcement block in the roadmap. Okay, so the second one is the MCP server for SAP Fiori. This one is there to enable you, or not you, but enable the LLM to properly work with SAP Fiori projects and have the agentic enablement, and provides to the MCP structured information, some procedural function we do not want the LLM to do on its own, and some special resources with guidance for tasks. As I said, it's open source and cloud plugin. And here you can then also click for the announcement block. Okay, this was the one tool set, but there's another one, and we also heard about this today multiple times. But last time I had the presentation, I was asked about what's the difference between MCP servers and skills. So I was researching a bit and said, okay, let me put one slide for this into here. So what are skills? So technically skills are actually just a bunch of files, usually MD files, just text descriptions, and they encapsulate descriptions for prompts you reuse. Logic also referred to optional tools like MCP servers or provides their own scripts like Python scripts or something. And they are focused on solving a particular task, yeah, for the LLM. In previous times, you would have then put this all in the prompt, but of course, this would bloat the context. So you put it in specialized files, which are then now skills. And they are reusable, of course, for different tasks of the same kind. So I'm usually refer to them as job descriptions. Yeah. And they are good for structuring how the AI works. So, for example, I use it in my demo to structure the steps which have to be done. So to basically record what the LLM has to do in which order to reach the result. And this is then captured in a skill because you do not want that the LLM finds it out every time again, or you have a monster prompt which tells it. So you can put this into a skill for the next time. And yeah, of course, this helps with reusability and with the speed and token usage. So in a nutshell, skills are how to do a task, yeah, logic plus orchestration, and MCP servers provide what you can do. They provide tools, access, and things like that. And they are working together. So demo time. So let me go to my Visual Studio Code environment. And before I start with the live demo, let me explain a bit what you see here on the screen. So Visual Studio Code. On the left side, I have created for my full stack project. I would want to do the development from the backend to the front end. I have constructed a workspace one side on the from the RAP system. So I have here the virtual file system, which is provided by the Visual Studio Code extension, ADT extension, and my normal file system, where then the actual front end or the application is residing. So I've combined those to have one common view to my end-to-end project from the LLM perspective. So as said, we need the ABAP development tools, and I have a pre-version, but I'm not showing anything which is not available in the delivered version, and have installed it from the marketplace. And there's one thing, if you want the MCP server, you have to enable it in the settings. So this is important. So if you go here, yeah, and our development, and here's an experimental section, enable the ADT MCP server. And if you do that, it will be exposed as a local hosted remote MCP server on a certain port, and is then available for the tools. So the next thing what you need, of course, also you need the Fiori MCP server, and the Fiori MCP server is already here. So I have it, yeah, you see it. I have it twice here, so there's a reason for this. So if you have installed the SAP Fiori tools, then you get a version of the MCP server for free. So basically, when you install the tools, then it also registers for GitHub Copilot registers a Fiori MCP server. But you are free to also install it from with a different version or with some different configurations from the GitHub registry. Good. I'm using a special one because I need some special configurations. That's why I have disabled the automatically installed one and use my own. Okay, so these are the two things. So on the right side, I'm using GitHub Copilot. And I have chosen Claude 4.5 Sonnet as a model. This has shown to me, so it is fast. It is reasonably good. It's also relatively cheap. And I have tailored all my demos to this. So this doesn't mean there are other models which also can be used. So basically everything what we are doing here works also with other recent models, Gemini, with GPT codecs, or even with Opus models, no problem. But I have to say, for this demo, this was tailored for Claude 4.5 Sonnet. Okay, good. Then let's go. First one, I asked the LLM to give me more details about the MCP servers, to give you an overview about what are their capabilities. Basically, list the description and put them in a nice table. And here you can see what the MCP servers provide. So the ABAP MCP server has different categories of functions, so object management, like activate, RAP BO generation, testing, can expose different business services, create business services, transport management, and some system tools for listing destinations. And then we have the SAP Fiori MCP server tools. And the one thing is, this is what I mentioned before, this is a tool which we offer so that the LLM can efficiently scan the dev system, so the file system, to see what eligible apps are actually there, where the MCP server can provide tools for. And then we have all our function behind this three-step process, so that you first have to call, or the LM has to call the list functionality, then pick what functionality it's required for the task, then ask for the details, and it gets a JSON format, fills the JSON format, then execution. This sounds complex, but this was something which was a best practice when the MCP concept was introduced, to avoid a bloating of tools. So because if you, for example, have 100 functions or something you want to offer or more for an application, then it's not wise to put this all on the top level as a tool level, because then it would bloat the context. That's why we put them behind the three-step process, so that we can scale that as we wish. And finally, we have a doc search. And this doc search is filled with our help, the dev portal you have seen before, our samples, and some specialized docs like for OPA 5, and provide knowledge to the LLM. Okay, good. This is how the MCP servers work. So, and now to my, oh sorry, closed it. So this was the first one, and the next one was that I created an application end-to-end with this prompt. So this takes about 12 to 15 minutes. That's why I did it before, and I will walk you through what actually the LLM did for this. So, and I based it on a simple spec. So I fed in the spec. I need to be careful here. I want to close it. No. Good. Sorry. I closed the wrong one. So, okay. So basically, I fed it a sketch which we used, I think, also last year for the first version of our RAP-based project accelerator, and accompanied with some description about what to be created. And finally, what I wish to have a travel application with 2 pages, with a list report, with a detail page, and some notes attached. And this time, it should do it completely from scratch, basically create a RAP BO and the necessary tables and dictionary objects and everything, and then on top create a Fiori elements application. So, and I fed it in, and then, oops, okay, I need to do it with a finger. I think it's better. So, and it reviewed basically files. So I have to check what it did. So it used 2 skills, and this is what I mentioned before. This is not some cheating, but actually during the demo, I figured out sometimes it did not do the right sequence and didn't know perfectly what to do. That's why I used the create skill feature of Copilot to materialize all those mistakes and all this sequence in 2 skills. for the demo. Yeah, so that's why it reads it. So I lost my context. Good. It reads it. So, and the first thing is it gave me an implementation plan. And this is something which is also important. If you're not 100% sure what the outcome is, don't task the LLM with just doing something. Yeah, let it create an implementation plan first, so that you can review and look at it. So it figured out it is a travel application, and it figured out what the data model should look like according to the picture, and how the relations between the entities are, and then decided about some fields, and knows what to do now. It queried the RAP MCP server and know what to do to create the RAP PO, and everything was good. So there's one step in between. It knows, because I told it, it knows that the publication of the service is actually a manual step, so there's nothing what the MCP server can today. I hope this will be introduced soon, that you also can do that, but at the moment, publication is a manual step. That's why it asked me to do that. And okay, so then everything was fine for me, and I said, let's go. I changed two things. I said, skip the mock data, because we do use real data at the end, and it should use another UI5 version. So, okay, so it was going, and the first thing is it basically asked the IDT MCP server to do the things, to write the RAP POs and all the steps. This was all smooth. So there was one step in between. So the RAP BO has a lot of UIDs. This is fine, it's good, but they're also exposed on the UI. That's why I tasked it to hide the UUIDs from the screen. So there's an intermediate step to actually put an UI hidden on the UUID, so that they're not showing on the screen. So, and finally, it looks all okay. There was one hiccup, that it did format my the path wrong, but it figured it out immediately. So then came the manual action. So, and I quickly show it how it would work. So you navigate here in the virtual file system like you would in any other file system. You go to the service binding, and if you go to the service binding, then you see here publish. Now you see unpublished, because I've already done that. And you also see the other functions. So you can here see the Fiori Elements preview, or what you also can do, and this is one of the integrations we have, you can directly from here create a Fiori Elements application with the Fiori generator. But we're not doing it now here, because the LLM should do it. So, okay, so this was done. So I tasked it, said, okay, all is good, yeah, done. So, and then it went over to the MCP server SAP Fiori, and then figured out what it can do with the list functionality, fetch the metadata, so the OData metadata, which is important for the app generation, and then fed that in the generator tool of the MCP server. So, and then we were done. All good. So I show you the result. This was the app. Yeah, still empty. So we have a filter bar, we have a list report. Let maybe add something to show you that it's actually a real app and actually a real persistency. So ABAPConf and status approved, of course, because I'm here. So we started our trip today, and I will also end the trip today, and this is me. Okay, good. Let's create one entry. Good, does work. So, and we have an object page, which is also according to the picture. Can believe me, so I've checked that. Good. Okay, so this was the first thing which was utilized by using both MCP server in conjunction in an orchestration. So, so now we do some modifications. There's a lot of things what we can do now, and if you look at the app closely, then you see a lot of things which are not right and where we now need corrections. I'm picking some of those and we'll do it now live. So the first thing what I noticed here, that there's no destination. So I was not able to enter that I'm in Mannheim actually. So this is a bit bad. So that's why we need to tell it to add a destination. And this is something it has to do in the backend. So, and let's see, where's my prompt? Add a new field. I have to tell it for which package so that it sees that here. So I've used, I've basically edit my package here in the virtual file system and then system. So, and to do that, I'm forking that conversation so that I do not disturb my original conversation and put it in here. So, and now we can watch it, how it does it live. So, and it analyzes it, and let's see, sometimes it has question to me, so it wants to know some more, and sometimes it just goes with reasonable selections. So, and now something important. The changes which are now done are not done with the MCP server right now, because the MCP server only, the TMCP server at the moment only supports those administrative and creation and BO creation. But if you task the LLM to actually modify something, add something, it goes directly to the files. And this is a benefit of having the tight integration of GitHub Copilot with Visual Studio Code. So this is a bit of a thing which have to be solved for the future, so that this can also be made available for other clients. At the moment, the benefit is that GitHub Copilot can directly access the virtual file system, which is not possible for other AI client extension Visual Studio Code right now. So this is basically using now the knowledge of the LLM directly. So I haven't put in any more additional expertise. So it wasn't using an MCP server, and it wasn't using any of the skills. So it just knew how to look up files and work with files. Okay, so we have 5 files changed. Okay, let's see whether this actually worked. So for this, I have to refresh. Okay. Let's refresh hard to be sure that we get the latest metadata from the backend. Oh, the activation failed. Okay. Okay, so there was one mistake, so it actually forgot to activate. So, okay, maybe I didn't use the agent. Yeah, this was my problem, because there is actually an agent which comes together with the ADT server, which I didn't activate. So the ABAP development agent was not activated. So this is probably a mistake. Good. Okay, so let me do the following. Let me activate it manually now. This, you also can see now how this works when you use it as a human tool. So you have this activate button here, activate all. So let's just go with that. Okay. One problem found. Okay, but this is okay. So there was one thing wrong with the nodes, but this is okay. So we can ignore that. This should still work. So I think I have to still do the hard reload to be sure we get the new metadata. Yes, now we have the destination, and I now can change it to Mannheim if I want. Quickly do that. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Good. So next one. Yeah. So a couple of options now. The one thing I want to show is I want to show you, this was something only with backend. So basically, this were all annotations and all the changes had to be done in the backend. But of course, full stack means what happens if you want something in both worlds. And for this, I would like to add a chart to this list report. So that means I have to enable the backend service for analytics, and I have to modify the application to include the chart. But before we do that, we create a bit more data. So this one line would not be enough to actually do a chart demo. And what I did is I tasked the LLM in the preparation to create me 2 reports, because you can also tell it create me reports for something. I told it to create 2 reports, one to delete travel data and one to populate data with some basic input. So, and let me use those reports. So unfortunately, you cannot yet execute ABAP reports in Visual Studio Code. That's why I have to do this from ADT. Okay, so and populate it with my demo data. Okay, good. So then we can refresh. Good. So we have now demo data. Okay, now let's go for the task with the chart. So, and what you see here, okay, did we accept it? All was accepted, good, okay. So, and what you see here is that I explicitly use a skill. So this is how you use skills in Copilot / name of the skill. And you see this has an official name, SAP Fiori analytic chart. And this is actually a skill which we have published. So this is something which I will show you afterwards how you can get it. This is a skill which is has instructions how to create end-to-end RAP and CAP backend and Fiori applications analytical chart. If you try that naked, basically task the LLM to do that, I can guarantee you 80% it will somehow fail. It will do some mistakes or something will missing. That's why this was one of the pieces of jobs or a more complex task where we said this makes sense to create a skill. And this is also what we would like to expand in the future. More skills of this kind for specialized tasks, development tasks in SAP Fiori applications. Okay, good. I should have started it and then talk. Okay. Okay, so the skill seems to be happy. The skill actually is also made in a way, while it's doing, I can quickly show it. I have all locally here, so this is a analytical skill. And let me go to the preview. Yeah, this the second version actually only. And it also has a starting paragraph. So if not all information is necessary, all necessary information is there, then it asks the user. So in this particular case, it knew everything. This was good. And here's a CAP implementation examples. And then we have the RAP application as well. So CAP here, common for CAP and RAP. And yeah, we have both. Yeah, how CAP projects work, how RAP projects work, and implementation order for RAP and troubleshooting. You see basically what I said before, what skills are. They give you an order of things you have to ask to check, or you, as I say you, but the LLM, and examples and do's and don'ts. So this is basically what skills are made of. And usually you don't create skills on your own by typing. You task the LLM to write the skills. Then you are sure that the wording and the information is like it would be probably understood by an LLM. Okay, so it changed three files is already good because we know we have to do 2 changes in the backend and we have to do 1 change in the front end. And the question is, did it activate it? I would assume so. Can I see that somewhere? Did it tell that it activated it?
Activate all and see what happens.
Ah, okay. This may be good. Oh, well, the table. Okay. You have to check. Maybe we should put in the skill and points that it should summary and also say whether it's activated everything in the ABAP so that you do not guess. Okay. Sorry. Good. Okay, but what you are keen of looking for is how it looks like. And I need to refresh. Let's pick the latest metadata. Okay. Yo, we have a chart. So the LLM did it flawlessly, something which not all developers will probably get right in the first try, and also LLMs usually can't do. So, and I promised I wanted to tell you quickly how you can get those skills. So there is a tool, skills at SH. Skills SH. And here, basically, the skills SH guys, what they are doing, they're scanning all the repos for skills. Yeah, and we have published our skills in our OpenUX tools repo, and that's why you will find them there as well. So you have to put in here tools, pick it, and yeah. So it picks everything up. And what we didn't figure out yet is how we can remove things from it. So there was a very first version submitted which didn't have the prefix SAP Fiori, but it's still there. Actually, this thing doesn't exist anymore. So these are the two skills which we have currently available in OpenUX tools. And you can use that skills SH to install it. And here you get the command. It basically will not do magic, it will just clone the repo and extract the skills and put it into your folder. This is just a helper. You can also do that manually. It's up to you. Okay, good. So with that, I think I'm at the end of my demo. Let me go quickly back to the slides once more, to give you a bit of an outlook where this is heading. So this full stack from the perspective of SAP Fiori and in collaboration with our ABAP colleagues, we want to have more integration. So now that we have both in one picture, so basically in one tooling, we can do much more than before, and also developers would expect more. More integration with the SAP Fiori tools and the ADT extensions, for example, cross navigations and all the places where you would expect it. And we will also integrate the connection manager and the connection handling between the two a bit more. So we have it already integrated in a way that you, if you click on the preview and there is a connection defined in the ADT world, then it is translated into a connection with a connection manager. The connection manager is part of the SAP Fiori tools. So you can easily create one. But at the moment, it's two separate repositories. This was for timing reasons, so we were not able to combine that in the first release. So speed was more important than to have that everything perfectly aligned. But this is something we will go. And this to address one point of Tobias' list. Good. And as said, we will expand our list of skills. We will publish then part of our OpenUX tools repo. And the first two which we have now is the Fiori Analytics chart and the artificial filters. Please try them out, give feedback. It's open source. You can also contribute. You can also propose things and look at it. So, and there's one thing, already a bit of a heads up. We will restructure the interface of the MCP server. So we will put some of the tools which we have now behind that three-step flow to the top level to make a room for the next edition. So the next edition will be that MCP server Fiori, where we are collaborating with UI5, that will support adaptation projects. So this is the next big thing. And if I got it right, then this will be shown probably first time on UI5Con. Good. And yeah, so one thing what we also can do with MCP, so we can add additional expertise, which is not available as documentation in a special format. And we did it recently with OPA 5. So the MCP server doc search is capable of teaching the LLM how to program custom UI5, custom OPA 5 test. So this should help. And we will also expand it further here with validations and more things to come. Okay, with that, last advertising. So if you want to learn more about what's going on with Fiori Elements, Fiori tools, and all the collaboration projects with ABAP, with UI5, and with AI and all these things, then you can sign up for a roundtable. So the roundtable, there is a version which is for Europe and USA, and there's also an Indian version. And you can show up and learn things, or you can also present, or can bring up questions. Okay. Thank you.
Hello? So, thank you very much, Christoph, for this very nice session, for the nice update. Compared to last year, it's getting really better and more impressive. How the tooling works. Just like VS Code and ATT, the tooling works. It does what it meant to do. And I can't wait to see the next iteration, the next evolution of the stuff in the months or years to come. Because this is really something I have to say, this will get us into the rocket. Yeah, because this is really nice tooling and it is for free. Just a reminder, it's for free, right? It stays for free.
The tools are for free, but you have to pay for the models, of course.
Okay, but that's like I said, the front wheel, rear wheel, that's on me.
Yeah.
If I do not spend the right money and I economize on the wrong side, it's my fault. But the tooling, everything, the frame set is there. With this, thank you very much. And we now have here the next session, which is the German one, right?
Implementing modern integration patterns in ABAP.
Exactly.
Habe ich gerade irgendwo gelesen.
Just let me check the agenda. We are now here. Deutscher Vortrag, Implementierung moderner Integrationspatterns in ABAP von der NetzeBW. Bin ich mir ziemlich sicher, nicht NBW, NetzeBW. Und parallel dazu haben wir Track 2, Building Custom CTS Views with Unmanaged Queries in ABAP RAP, leveraging IF RAP Query Provider for full data control. And in parallel to this, we have in track 3, let me check it. In track 3, 4055, it is news from custom code migration with SAP and room A1. And we have the demo pod from Conduct. So if you ever wanted to see how you can really use AI tooling for your SAP projects, it's in room A2, just across the hallway. And it's also a smaller room, but with air conditioning working. So, which means for us now, we have here our colleagues from NetzeBW with Implementierung moderner Integrationspatterns in ABAP. We have to talk about the title lengths, specifically on track 2. Oh. Building custom CTS views with unmanaged queries in ABAP RAP, leveraging interface RAP query provider for full data control. So for our online viewers, we will be back shortly. You just have to switch computers, equipment, and so on. Everybody here is almost dying because of the heat wave. So people are just now leaving, getting something to drink, and going back. So we need a small hydration break for 2 to 3 minutes. Ja. Habt ihr was zu trinken?
Jetzt.
Test. Lorem Ipsum. Hello. Passt?
Ja.
Feedback auch? Ausschlag?
Keine Ahnung, wenn man dann sieht.
Okay. Okay. Also, jetzt geht's weiter. Nächster Vortrag, freut mich ganz toll sogar. Ein Kunde ist hier, Netze BW. Für die durfte ich auch mal ein bisschen was arbeiten. Interessant ist das Themengebiet diesmal, Modellintegration mit ABAP und RAP und so weiter. Denn wir haben jetzt schon relativ viel gesehen über das ganze neue fancy Zeugs mit AI, MCP-Servern, was alles kommt und RAP hier und RAP dort. Aber wenn man mal so richtig dann ein Projekt hat und da stellt man halt dann mal fest, man fängt ja nicht immer auf der grünen Wiese an. Auch sowas wie, mein Klassiker ist ja, wir haben Schnittstellen und dann stellt man fest, ja, Dateischnittstelle. Und damit durften sich auch die zwei Kollegen hier mal so ein bisschen rumärgern und erzählen mal, was passiert eigentlich, wenn man dann mal wirklich anfängt, damit zu arbeiten und was man da so alles lösen muss und wie man es eigentlich lösen kann. Also ich freue mich drauf.
Dankeschön. Ja, herzlich willkommen. Wir stellen uns heute das Thema moderne Integration mit ABAP vor. Genau, wir kommen von der Netze BW. Der Inhalt ist, wir erklären euch mal, also wir sind auch in einem größeren Projekt gerade, S4HANA-Transformation, auch Utilities setzen wir ein. Vorhin hatten wir auch schon den Vortrag, wo es ISU auf eine Utilities-Plattform überführt wurde. Ähnliches machen wir auch in unserem Unternehmen. Genau, wir gehen mal darauf ein, wie so der Ist-Zustand ist, was haben wir vorgefunden in unserem Altsystem, welche Integrationspatterns gibt es denn so ein bisschen die reine Lehre und dann aber auch, wie haben wir es denn jetzt dann sozusagen aus der Lehre in die Praxis geschafft und wie haben wir auch mit RAP dann eben also als Backbone sozusagen die Integration gebaut oder wie werden wir sie auch bauen, welche Guidelines haben wir uns selbst gesetzt und auch so das Thema Governance, ne, also Berechtigungszugriffe von Umsystemen, wer darf welches Event konsumieren, wie gehen wir da vor und genau, wie steuern wir das. Aber gleichzeitig auch, wie halten wir bestehende Integrationen stabil und können aber trotzdem Erweiterungen dann auch reinbauen. Genau, und am Ende zeigt euch dann Thomas noch Deployment und Dokumentation, wie wir es geschafft haben oder wie wir es schaffen, dass aus dem, was wir im ABAP entwickeln, daraus am Ende auch Prozessflüsse werden, ohne dass wir dass wir eine Dokumentation erstellen, ohne dass wir viel irgendwie selber Markdown-Files schreiben müssen oder viel dokumentieren müssen. Also wo sich das System oder auch die AI viel Informationen da holen kann und selbst bei uns eine Dokumentation anlegt. Genau. Zu mir, ich bin Marc Heinz, bin S4HANA Solution Architect, bin eigentlich meistens im Workmanagement, also alles rund um Auftragssteuerung unterwegs. Ne? Also irgendein Monteur muss mal raus zum Kunden und einen Zähler einbauen, ausbauen, genau. Das ist so mein Themengebiet.
Genau, ich bin Thomas Kaltbeitzel, Senior Solution Architect, hauptsächlich in den Bereichen S4HANA bei uns und Integration. Genau, da ganz kurz auch zu dem, was machen wir bei uns mit der Netze BW. Dafür, wo man uns hauptsächlich kennt, sind die Strommasten hier in Baden-Württemberg, die nicht ganz so groß sind von uns. Ansonsten auch, was bei euch im Keller hängt, die Stromzähler und Gaszähler. Ansonsten auch noch so ein bisschen Dienstleistungsbereich für Kommunen zum Beispiel. Und in Stuttgart kommt auch das Trinkwasser von uns. Genau. Bei uns muss man immer ein bisschen mit Masse arbeiten. Ihr seht es da unten. Wir haben so ungefähr 2,5 Millionen Stromzähler, die wir verwalten. Das heißt, wenn da zum Beispiel von smarten Zählern regelmäßig Daten kommen, dann muss das auch eben entsprechend performant verarbeitet werden können. Genau. Aber gar nicht viel weiter dazu, sondern direkt zum, was haben wir vorgefunden?
Genau. Und wenn wir uns mal unsere alte Plattform, wir haben mal ein Symbolbild generieren lassen, so sieht, ne, dann hat man gemerkt, oh ja, man hat sehr viele direkte Verbindungen, viel RFCs, viel HTTP-APIs, ne, Custom-Build, immer oft ne, für konkrete Herausforderungen, gar nicht wirklich für ein Umsystem, sondern wirklich, wir haben das Problem heute und da brauchen wir jetzt mal schnell eine Integration. Ne? Ich möchte ein paar Daten rauskriegen, ja okay, gibt es mal einen File-Upload oder so. Ne? Also das haben wir oft vorgefunden, ja, asynchrone Verbindungen, die Integrationsplattform, PIPO, da wird eigentlich gefühlt alles drüber gemacht. Und aber dann auch so Sachen noch wie eine Datendrehscheibe, Custom-Entwicklung, ne, SFTP, also Dateiaustauschformate, also ja, keine richtige Zielarchitektur. Ne? Und Genau, generell auch eine hohe Anzahl eben an angebundener Umsysteme. Man sieht es ja so ein bisschen, ne? Work Management, Marktkommunikation, also Marktnachrichten von allen anderen Marktteilnehmern, GIS-Systeme für die Feldsteuerung, ne? Wo ist denn der Zähler verbaut, wo muss der Monteur hin, ja, und so weiter, genau. Und wir haben auch so einen ähnlichen Aufbau. Wir links, also Thomas und ich, arbeiten im Gebiet, im ISU, also S4 Utilities, SAP, und die Kollegen, also unsere Kollegen, ja, die betreiben noch ein S4HANA Core ERP, benutzen wir auch als Hauptbuch, genau. Das ist mal so der Ist-Zustand. Und was haben wir so an Konsequenzen daraus ja, gezogen oder was haben wir da so erkannt? Die Schnittstellen wurden halt immer für einen konkreten Verwender gebaut. Es gab keine gute Wiederverwendbarkeit ohne irgendwie Fehlerpotenzial. Wenn dann jemand anderes was Ähnliches brauchte, dann hat man ja oft einfach was da dran geflanscht oder ein bisschen Sachen abgeändert. Und am Ende hat man eigentlich viele Sachen gehabt, die ungefähr das Gleiche tun, aber halt sehr viel Duplikat. Ja, hoher Abstimmungsbedarf bei Änderungen, genau. Und ja, man hat eine unklare Zielarchitektur. Man geht oft ja dann in so Themen, weil viele Leute mit im Boot sein müssen oft, ne, den Weg des geringsten Widerstands. Man hat eine fehlende Governance. Und ja, die Technologien, Ownerships und Patterns waren auch nie so richtig strukturiert. Ja, und was wir auch gemerkt haben, durch die langsame Umsetzung, weil Integrationen ja passieren ja nicht immer von heute auf morgen, gab es dann gibt es auch ziemlich große Schattenintegration, die man jetzt so feststellt, dass dann Daten irgendwie in Data Lakes da jetzt drin sind, ne, in BI-Plattformen, und dann auch Umsysteme gar nicht an das Core, also an unser System sich angebunden haben, sondern eben an die Data Lakes und auch da die Aktualität der Daten etc. gar nicht sichergestellt werden kann. Das waren so genau was wir so vorgefunden haben. Und dann in unserer neuen Plattform haben wir uns da Gedanken gemacht, wie könnte man das jetzt vielleicht, ja, ich sag mal, ein bisschen gezielter, ein bisschen strukturierter angehen. Genau, und wenn man uns mal die Plattformarchitektur einfach mal anguckt, dann sieht man auf der linken Seite das S4HANA Utilities. Ich habe es jetzt, genau, wir haben ein Development-Mandant, ähnliches Prinzip, ein Entwicklungsmaster. Hier entwickeln wir auch alles, was wir jetzt neu an Integration auch entwickeln, auf Basis von RAP, APIs und Events. Klar, wenn es mal einen Soap-Service gibt, den man noch braucht, das ist im Utilities öfter mal der Fall, dann ist es natürlich auch kein Problem. Aber wenn neue Integrationen gebaut werden, werden sie eben mit den neuen Bordmitteln von SAP gebaut. Genau, wir sehen oben links Netze BW. Das ist sozusagen was wir für uns selber sozusagen bauen, für unsere Firma, aber und auch die Drittmarktfähigkeit, damit andere Firmen auch auf die Plattform kommen. Sie werden alle aus dem gleichen Entwicklungssystem gespeist, von daher, ja, alle haben den gleichen Coding-Stand. Genau. Und so, wo sich bei uns eigentlich die Integration drum dreht, ist, wir haben Azure API Management im Einsatz, wo wir unsere APIs hindeployen, also unsere OData APIs. Wir haben uns da auch bewusst gegen SAP entschieden, also API Management, ja, so Sachen wie Content-Validierung etc. war da noch nicht möglich. Genau, deswegen haben wir das Azure API Management. Genau, wir benutzen den Advanced Event Mesh und die SAP Integration Suite für unsere Integrationsprobleme, genau. Und rechts mal angedeutet, so was es so für Umsysteme gibt, so Output Factory Cloud, da zeigt Thomas nachher mal ein Beispiel, wie wir das integriert haben, aber auch eben unser S4HANA Core, ne, wo wir dann viele Sachen auch machen. Genau, das ist mal einfach so die Grundidee von unserer Architektur, ja. Und wenn wir uns dann einfach mal ein paar, genau, wenn wir es dann schauen wir uns einfach mal ein paar Integrationspatterns an. Was gibt es denn so, wie vorhin erwähnt, in der Lehre? Dann ja, kann man erstmal die Architekturprinzipien Clean Core, lose Kopplung und die eventgetriebene Integration und API First, das sind so unsere Leitplanken, die wir uns gegeben haben. Und wenn man jetzt sich dann die Frage stellt, ja, welches Integrationspattern ist das jetzt das Richtige, dann würde ich auch sagen, da gibt es kein richtig und kein falsch. Ne? Da muss man sich eigentlich so diese Leitfragen stellen. Wie soll die Kopplung aussehen? Wie sieht es aus mit Payload und Governance? Ist die Aktualität der Daten wichtig? Wie will der Konsument mit der Schnittstelle arbeiten? Und kann ich synchron oder asynchrones Verhalten haben? Genau, das sind so die Leitfragen, die man sich stellen muss. Und am Ende findet man oft ja, das Pattern, das eigentlich passt. Und so das Klassische ist dieses Sync Request Reply Pattern, rechte Seite, ein Konsument, der möchte Daten aus einem System und hat halt nur Data-Aufruf, ne, und fragt das System an. Ja, meistens ist es bei uns OData oder RESTful, genau, und kriegt eine Nachricht zurück. In der Mitte, man sieht es hier, kann noch immer noch eine CPI drin hängen, also eine Cloud-Plattform-Integration für Transformation, Mappings, genau, damit man da, sage ich mal, noch oder Transformation, genau. Hier auch noch ein Shoutout an, da gibt es einen coolen SAP Community Blog, Integration Guardrails, Modern Integration Patterns of the Composable Business von Steph Ang. Der hat da eine super Reihe geschrieben, also muss man sagen, haben wir auch gerne gelesen, immer. Und ja. Dann auch das Async Request Reply Pattern. Da geht es ja darum, dass mir ist es nicht wichtig, sozusagen, wann es passiert, Hauptsache irgendwann passiert es. Also ich bin nicht dran gebunden, sozusagen, dass ich synchrone Antwort brauche. Ne? Also ein Konsument schickt irgendwo hin einen Auftrag zum Beispiel, aber ihm ist es gar nicht wichtig, dass der on the fly verarbeitet wird, sondern er ist nur daran interessiert, dass er irgendwann eine Nachricht kriegt, dass er vielleicht verarbeitet wurde. Genau. Dann auch dieses Pub-Sub, dieses Publish-Subscribing. Das ist jetzt dann was auch event-driven, dann so, was wir da jetzt genau tun, des Öfteren. Also ein Anbieter wirft ein Event, legt es auf ein Topic oder macht ein Topic und legt es dann auf eine Queue und am Ende ein Konsument subscribt sich drauf und kriegt dann sozusagen die Benachrichtigung. Genau. Und dann eben noch Extract, Transform, Load, ETL, klassisch auch, ne? Man hat Extraktoren-Tools und möchte irgendwie größere Datenmengen von A nach B schicken. Ich sag mal, das ist mehr so dieses, wenn wir auch weitergehen, DB Data Replication ist eigentlich sowas ähnliches, ne? CDC, also Change Data, Change Data Capture. Irgendwo so ein klassisches Beispiel. Man hat ein Stammdatensystem zum Beispiel, oder ein S4HANA-System, der ist verantwortlich für einen Businesspartner. Es gibt einen neuen Businesspartner und man tut dann sozusagen andere Umsysteme mit dem den Rekord pushen, ne? Also aktives Pushen aus dem Stammdatenführer, aus dem führenden System. Genau. Und was wir so machen, ist eigentlich so eine Mischung aus diesem Event-Driven und API-First-Ansatz. Bedeutet, eigentlich ist oft unser Utilities immer das führende System. Wir kriegen irgendwie aus der Marktkommunikation irgendwelche Nachrichten, neuer Kunde in eurem Netzgebiet, Zähler muss eingebaut werden, sowas in die Richtung. Und dann können wir immer das Event feuern und sagen, hey, wir haben einen neuen Kunden, neuer Auftrag. Dann legen wir es auf ein Event-Mesh. Genau, darauf ist dann unsere Integrationsschicht drauf subscribed und die liest dann Daten meistens nach über das Azure API Management aus unserem System, also OData APIs, und macht dann die Integration in die X-Umsysteme. Genau, so das ist eigentlich so unser klassisches Bild. Genau, aber ja, jetzt Thomas erklärt euch, wie man jetzt die Umsetzung dann auch in ABAP macht.
Genau. Dies ist natürlich jetzt viele Prinzipien, die alle so für sich gestanden erstmal gut klingen. Aber jetzt kommt natürlich die ganz große Frage, wie bringe ich das einerseits in kundeneigene Entwicklungen mit ein, aber natürlich auch, wie nutze ich Standardobjekte aus dem SAP dafür, um sowas dann umzusetzen. Genau, um jetzt unsere Integration durchzuführen. Wir hatten ja gerade schon auch von Marc gehört, wir haben auch so ein Drittmarktgeschäft, beziehungsweise unsere Muttergesellschaft hat das, wo wir auch andere Netzbetreiber auf die Plattform lassen. Und am Ende hat jeder Plattformbetreiber ein Kundenportal, wo irgendwelche Zählerstände eingegeben werden können oder sonst irgendwas. Aber sie sind halt alle ein bisschen unterschiedlich gebaut und wir wollen natürlich jetzt nicht 5-mal eine Variante bauen, wie man Zählerstände bei uns ins System bekommt, sondern möglichst eine. Genau, das heißt also, wir brauchen irgendeine Integrationsarchitektur, die stabile Vorgaben macht, möglichst Entitäten statt Umsysteme betrachtet. Heißt also, das Konzept von Zählerständen muss halt irgendwie mit APIs und Schnittstellen versorgt sein, nicht das Kundenportal an sich. Das Kundenportal nutzt nachher halt verschiedene Entitäten, auf denen es dann die Aktionen ausführen kann. Wie auch gerade schon gesagt, es soll immer darum gehen, dass mehrere Umsysteme diese Schnittstellen nutzen können. Und dadurch, dass wir eben nicht nur einen Mandanten bei uns im SAP-System haben, muss auch immer alles mandantenfähig abgebildet werden. Gleichzeitig dadurch, dass wir uns in einer Greenfield S4-Transformation bewegen, wollen wir natürlich auch möglichst sauber arbeiten, heißt also auch Clean Core mit allem, was dazugehört, Softwarekomponenten etc. Ist für uns gesetzt. Und wir wollen natürlich auch nicht dort auf der grünen Wiese völlig frei von allem, was wir eigentlich so tun wollen, basieren, sondern am Ende ist der Fachbereich der führende. Ne? Das heißt also, der Prozess, der abgebildet werden muss, nennt sich bei uns Prozessgeschichten, der muss am Ende abgedeckt sein von dem, was wir umsetzen. Heißt also, Integration wird ja häufig aus einem separaten Team irgendwie betrachtet und dann werden irgendwelche Tickets geschrieben für die ABAP-Entwickler, aber wir werden gleich sehen, das führt durchaus zu Problemen. Eigentlich muss die Integration schon als fester Bestandteil in der Ursprungsentwicklung mit dabei sein, weil was hilft es uns, wenn der Fachbereich gesagt hat, ich brauche hier noch eine zusätzliche Operation auf meiner SAP-GUI und dann kommt 5 Wochen später das Umsystem und hätte eigentlich genau gerne die gleiche Funktionalität, aber wir haben sie leider so eingebaut, dass sie außerhalb der GUI überhaupt nicht nutzbar war. Genau, hier hat SAP natürlich mit RAP ein sehr gutes Framework geschaffen, wo wir dann eben darauf aufsetzen können und sowohl Anwendungen für die Nutzer bereitstellen können, als auch natürlich APIs und Events für Umsysteme. Genau, und für uns haben wir uns einfach mal so einen Entscheidungsbaum aufgemalt, an dem wir uns entlanghangeln können, wenn wir jetzt irgendwas Neues umsetzen müssen. Wir hatten ja schon das Thema, wir denken immer in Entitäten bzw. Geschäftsobjekten. Und die erste Frage, die man da natürlich hat, ist das eine Entität, die im SAP-Standard schon vorhanden ist, ein Businesspartner, ein technischer Platz oder sowas? Oder ist das was ich sowieso komplett im Z-Namensraum entwickeln würde? Jetzt gehen wir mal davon aus, dass es SAP-Standard ist. Gucken wir mal nach, gibt es denn da schon was von SAP im Standard? Bei Nicht-Utilities-Sachen ist das häufiger mal der Fall. Für einen Businesspartner gibt es ja schon ein RAP-Objekt, auf dem man zum Beispiel aufsetzen könnte. Bei uns im Utilities-Umfeld eher seltener. Wenn wir einen RAP-BO im Standard haben, dann müssen wir natürlich einmal gucken, sind die Anforderungen, die wir daran haben, vollständig abgedeckt oder müssen wir da noch Erweiterungen durchführen? Wenn alles vollständig abgedeckt ist, sagen wir, gut, nutzen wir den Standard, machen vielleicht noch kleine Veränderungen, zum Beispiel mit den Key-User-Extensibilities. Wenn ein zusätzliches Feld gefordert ist, geht das damit ja super easy und kann gemacht werden, wenn eben das RAP-BO dafür freigegeben ist. Wenn wir jetzt das nicht haben, das heißt also, wir müssen doch mehr machen, zum Beispiel eine eigene Operation irgendwie hinzufügen zu dem Standard RAP-BO, dann müssen wir uns halt überlegen, reicht uns eine eigene Projektion auf dem RAP-Objekt, um da zum Beispiel eine eigene Aktion hinzuzufügen, wo ich dann eben in ABAP lande und programmieren kann, was ich möchte? Oder brauche ich wirklich was Tiefgehenderes, was erst in den tieferen Schichten von RAP umsetzbar wäre? Genau. Dann muss man gucken, wenn ich was im tieferen RAP brauche, zum Beispiel eine weitere Entität hinzufügen möchte, ein neues Event werfen möchte, irgendwie sowas in die Richtung, dann muss ich halt schauen, ist das Standard-RAP-Objekt von SAP erweiterbar oder nicht? Sind wir mal ehrlich, auch auf einem 25er System, wo wir gerade sind, ist doch relativ wenig an RAP erweiterbar. Das heißt, auch hier müssen wir meistens dann einen eigenen Weg gehen. Genau, wenn wir nochmal oben anfangen und jetzt hier zu F6 wandern, dann ist so ein bisschen immer die Frage, wenn ich jetzt rausgefunden habe, ich kann etwas nicht im Standard umsetzen oder es gibt auch keinen Standard-RAP-BO, wie kann ich das Ganze denn jetzt auch Clean Core-konform umsetzen? Da muss man sich natürlich immer die Frage stellen, gehört das Ganze eigentlich wirklich ins S4-System, weil es nah gekoppelt ist an die Standardobjekte zum Beispiel oder es ein Standardobjekt ist? Oder ist es eigentlich eine Lösung, die auch völlig außerhalb vom S4 leben könnte? Und dann kommt es natürlich darauf an, wie ist die Firmenpolitik. Möchte ich mir auch Wissen für Side-by-Side-Extensibility mit einem BTP ABAP-Environment, mit CAP oder sowas aufbauen? Oder sage ich, ich kapsel mir sauber getrennt in Softwarekomponenten die Lösung trotzdem in mein S4-System, aber sorge zumindest dafür, dass sie nicht wild verdrahtet in alles ist, sondern schon gekapselt. Genau. Und am Ende steht dann leider bei uns häufig der orangene Kasten mit kundeneigenen Entwicklungen, weil wir dann doch auch für viele Standardobjekte im S4, im Utilities-Bereich, da gar nichts Fertiges haben. Genau. Dann haben wir ein kleines Anwendungsbeispiel mitgebracht. Wir haben verschiedene Output-Management-Systeme bei uns im Konzern, die wir angebunden haben. Das heißt, wir drucken nicht über normale Formulare im SAP, sondern haben da was Eigenes. Und da gibt es halt natürlich dann auch mehrere Integrationen, weil wir natürlich nicht nur ein Output-Management-System haben, sondern eins macht E-Mails und interaktive Formulare, das nächste macht irgendwie die PDF-Drucks und Briefe verschicken mit eigenem Druckcenter und so weiter. Das heißt, auch hier wollten wir wieder ein neues Geschäftsobjekt sozusagen schaffen, was aber gleichzeitig bei der Integration in mehrere Systeme helfen kann. Genau. Hier eine ganz kurze Demo, einfach nur, damit ihr euch grob vorstellen könnt, worum es geht. Klassischerweise hatte man ja oft so eine Word-Integration, wenn man so ein freies Anschreiben hatte, wo aber mehr Details noch mit reingegeben werden sollen. Und das ist jetzt hier bei uns eben so eine Integration, wo dann eine zweite Webseite aufgeht aus Fiori heraus, wo dann eben die Mitarbeiter die Briefe schreiben können und dann nachher über diesen Preview-Button da links das dann auch absenden können oder sich anschauen und dann absenden können. Genau. Wie sieht die Integration dahinter aus? Die ist jetzt etwas komplexer, weil da natürlich am Ende des Tages nicht nur das reine Drucken dazu gehört, sondern auch sowas wie die Archivierung etc. Das heißt also, wir starten bei uns im Utilities ERP, wir versenden ein Event, das wird von der Integration Suite gefangen, die fragt wiederum die zusätzlichen Daten ab. Das ist etwas schnell, ich wechsle mal auf die Webseite, dann kann man es besser steuern. So. Wir starten bei unserem ERP-System. Das wirft eben bei einem neuen Druckauftrag ein RAP-Event. Dieses RAP-Event geht ins Advanced Event Mesh. Dort wird ein Filter vorgenommen, weil wir eben nur spezielle Auftragstypen dort verarbeiten wollen in der Cloud Integration. Was wäre so ein Anwendungsfall? Wenn der Nutzer ein direktes Preview sehen möchte, das, was wir gerade zum Beispiel hatten, dann ist so eine indirekte Integration natürlich irgendwie wenig hilfreich, weil der Nutzer eine direkte Ausgabe braucht. Da möchten wir dann auch gar nicht die Integration Suite laufen lassen. Wenn wir aber massenhaft Tausende von Briefen verschicken wollen, dann ist uns ja egal, wann der Brief genau rausgeht, sondern wir müssen halt nur sicherstellen, dass der Brief rausgeht. Da sitzt ja dann kein Nutzer davor und wartet darauf. Deswegen eben die Filterung. Das geht in den iFlow. Der iFlow muss dann wiederum noch weitere Daten nachladen. Das macht er über eine API aus dem Core-System. Dann schickt er die Daten an unser Output-Management-System. Und hier sehen wir jetzt, wir haben hier 3 verschiedene Flows, nämlich je nachdem, möchten wir eine E-Mail versenden, ein PDF generieren oder eine SMS schicken. Gucken wir uns mal E-Mail an. Wir schicken an den richtigen Endpunkt unsere API-Anfrage. Das System nimmt das entgegen und im Erfolgsfall, dass es passend entgegengenommen wurde, kommen wir zurück zur Integration Suite und die schickt uns wiederum ein Event, dass wir auch im S4-System nachvollziehen können, okay, das Output-Management-System hat den Auftrag erfolgreich entgegengenommen, macht damit jetzt irgendwas und irgendwann kommt dann vielleicht der Archiveintrag eben auch entsprechend zurück. Aus Zeitgründen skippe ich jetzt mal die Archivierung, damit wir auch noch etwas mehr von den ABAP-Part sehen. So. Genau, was brauchen wir natürlich erstmal als Konsistenz, damit wir auch saubere Integration bzw. saubere RAP-Objekte bauen können? Wir müssen unsere RAP-Objekte halt auch sinnvoll strukturieren. Wir starten immer unten bei der Datenbanktabelle. Und das Erste, was wir dann machen, ist immer eine reinlesende CDS Basic Interface View darauf legen, die schon mal sowas macht wie die Felder fachlich sinnvoll benennen, Assoziationen herstellen, zum Beispiel auch zu Domänenfestwerten etc. Und die wird dann auch C1 freigegeben, also für die interne Verwendung von anderen Softwarekomponenten. Das heißt also, wenn ich außerhalb meiner eigenen Softwarekomponente auf die Daten zugreifen möchte, läuft das eben hier über diese CDS-View. Darauf legen wir dann eben unseren transaktionalen Layer mit RAP, meistens dann geprefixed mit ZR und TP am Ende. Da passiert dann alles, was man halt in RAP so macht. Da wird eben alles zusammengesteckt, wie wir es brauchen. In der CDS-Seite natürlich die Komposition, welche Entitäten gehören wie zusammen. Auf der Behavior Definition dann natürlich die Operationen, die darauf erlaubt sein sollen, welche Berechtigungsprüfungen und so weiter. Das würde ja erstmal ausreichen, wenn ich in normalem ABAP unterwegs bin. Wenn ich dann aber, und könnte darauf ja dann auch zum Beispiel eine ganz normale Fiori-App legen, alles kein Problem. Wenn ich allerdings jetzt wieder in den gekapselten Softwarekomponenten denke, möchte ich ja vielleicht einzelne Operationen, die mein RAP-Objekt anbietet, oder einzelne Events auch im restlichen System intern verfügbar machen. Und um das eben zu unternehmen, haben wir dann die Interface-Views bzw. die Interface-RAP-Objekte, die dann eben auch wieder eine C1-Freigabe bekommen. Das könnte dann zum Beispiel sowas sein, ein Work-Prozess von Marc möchte einfach wissen, ich möchte nochmal informiert werden, wenn der Brief rausgegangen ist, weil dann muss ich nochmal irgendwas tun. Da kommt dann natürlich die Frage, wie machen wir das? Wir haben es jetzt bei uns so gelöst, wenn aus der Integration das Event zurückkommt, dass alles funktioniert hat, dass das Dokument archiviert wurde, dann lösen wir eben auch mal ein internes Event aus und wir haben hier diesen freigegebenen Layer, den wir dann eben auch außerhalb unserer Drucksoftwarekomponente sozusagen nutzen können, damit dann eben Marc sich intern auch auf dieses Event subscriben kann und dann Custom Code ausführen kann. Gleichzeitig liegt dann auch entweder darauf oder auf der R-Seite schon dann die Projektion für die API. Heißt also, dort wird dann auch eine C2-Freigabe genutzt, damit das auch als stabil markiert ist nach außen. Wir kommen ja gleich noch zu dem Governance-Thema, wo dann noch mehr erklärt wird, was wir dann da alles drauf machen. Genau. Vieles davon hatten wir schon angesprochen. Was sind unsere Guidelines? Immer ein BO pro Entität. Wir wollen nachher nicht den Businesspartner auf 5 RAP-BOs verteilt haben, sondern alles soll in einem BO enthalten sein. Und wenn dann spezifische Operationen notwendig sind, können die eben häufig auf der Projektionsebene hinzugefügt werden. Was halt auch heißen kann, es kann 2 verschiedene APIs auf dem Businesspartner geben, wenn die so unterschiedlich sind, die Anwendungsfälle. Aber was darunter liegt, sollte immer das Gleiche sein. Draft-Modus sollte bei unseren Sachen auch immer mit an sein, weil da ja einfach inzwischen sehr, sehr viele Features in Fiori Elements V4 zum Beispiel oder auch die relativ neuen Cross-BOs drauf basieren. Deswegen sagen wir einfach immer direkt, baut, wenn ihr neue RAP-BOs baut, bitte immer Draft-Modus mit ein. Und dann haben wir so ein bisschen den einzigen großen Schwachpunkt, wie ich finde, von RAP, dass die Behavior Pools manchmal doch sehr zu Spaghetti-Code einladen, weil man dann sehr lange Methoden hat und man wenig Struktur vorgegeben bekommt, wie man die Methoden aufzuteilen hat, insbesondere bei größeren Objekten. Da kann man dann mit Behavior Pools arbeiten. Oder aber, wenn man mehr in das klassische objektorientierte vorgehen möchte, ohne dass man von den Standardklassen erben muss, kann man auch mit Auxiliary Classes zum Beispiel arbeiten, um dort dann Events zu werfen, die auch aus einer GUI zum Beispiel aufgerufen werden müssten. Genau. Wie sieht dann dieses Event auslösen, von dem wir jetzt ja schon viel gesprochen haben, entsprechend aus? Wir sagen, wir wollen so die 3 Standard-Events immer haben an jedem RAP-Objekt. Das heißt also created, updated und deleted. Deleted natürlich immer nur dann, wenn das fachlich auch Sinn ergibt, dass ein Objekt überhaupt gelöscht werden kann. Das heißt, standardmäßig kann man bei uns bei jedem Objekt, was wir so im System haben, könnte sich jemand in der Integration drauf subscriben und mithören, wenn wir zum Beispiel einen neuen Zähler verbaut haben und der angelegt wurde zum Beispiel. Wir können in Events eine Payload mitgeben. Da muss man immer ein bisschen vorsichtig sein. Da baut man dann schnell doch wieder sehr direkte Integration und hat auch schnell Datenschutzprobleme, aber da kommen wir später noch zu. Und dann haben wir die Topic-Struktur, so nennt sich das. Das ist einfach quasi eine Adresse, wie ein Event veröffentlicht wird und wo man es dann nachher findet. Die ersten 3 Zeichen, die ersten 3 Segmente, die hier jetzt auch gar nicht drauf sind, die sind pro System und Mandant immer fix vorgegeben. Und danach kommt dann pro Event ebenso ein Topic-String, wo SAP uns vorgibt, die ersten 2 oder das erste Segment ist sozusagen der Namespace. Dann nutzen wir bei uns den Unternehmensbereich. Dann kommt das RAP-BO. Unterstriche werden hier durch X ersetzt, standardmäßig, deswegen diese etwas merkwürdige Darstellung dort. Dann das Event und auch hier haben wir eine Versionierung mit drin, wenn wir mehrere Event-Versionen werfen wollen. Dann gibt es auch noch die Möglichkeit, dynamische Topics mit reinzugeben. Das benutzen wir, so haben wir eben schon zum Beispiel gesehen, dass wir nur asynchrone Ausgabeaufträge auch in der Integration Suite verarbeiten wollen. Und jetzt könnten wir natürlich in der Integration Suite alle Events fangen, die API anfragen und dann feststellen, ich hätte gar nicht laufen müssen und habe am Ende nur unnötig Kosten und Last produziert. Das heißt, sowas möchte ich eigentlich vorher wissen, damit ich das eben schon rausfiltern kann. Und da helfen uns dann die dynamischen Topics bei. Da kann ich dann einfach schon Inhalte direkt mit nach außen geben. Genau. Dafür brauche ich dann eben in meinem Event einerseits eine Custom Payload. Das heißt also, ich kann hier oben in meinem RAP-BO mit dem Parameter mitgeben, welche abstrakte Entität soll denn noch zusätzlich mit ausgegeben werden in dem Event. Und hier habe ich jetzt mal so ein Beispiel für so eine Custom Entity, Abstract Entity. Und eigentlich würden die Felder jetzt nur im Bauch landen, aber ich kann eben mit diesem Add-Event-Kontext mitgeben, dass die als dynamisches Topic mit ausgegeben werden sollen. Genau. So, aus Zeitgründen skippe ich jetzt mal so ein bisschen was. Wir brauchen dann noch ein Event-Binding, wo wir dann noch definieren, welches Event soll in welcher Version ausgegeben werden. Und wir müssen das Ganze dann auch noch exportieren oder sozusagen bekannt machen, dass das System auch weiß, dieses Event soll nicht nur im System verarbeitet werden, sondern soll auch an den Advanced Event Mesh weitergegeben werden. Genau. Hier können wir dann auch nochmal zuordnen, zu welcher Entität dieses Event gehört. Vielleicht hat der eine oder andere schon mal was von den SAP Object Types gehört. Das ist ein eigenes Entwicklungsobjekt im SAP. Und dort können wir dann nachher eben, werden wir gleich bei der Dokumentation nochmal sehen, dann auch verschiedenste Dinge mit tun. Genau so. Es gibt noch mal ein bisschen was. Das ist eigentlich auch nicht so relevant. Genau. Wo haben wir so ein bisschen die Pain Points? Insbesondere, wenn wir natürlich SAP Standard Fubas nutzen müssen, weil es einfach zum Beispiel kein SAP Standard Objekt gibt und da entweder irgendwie ein interner Commit drin ist oder sowas, dann steht man ja doch meistens etwas ratlos dort und häufig liest man dann so Sachen mit, nimm einfach irgendwie einen Background RFC und Hauptsache, das kommt irgendwann im System an. Da hat man aber natürlich das Problem, wenn man sich jetzt zum Beispiel vorstellt, der Funktionsbaustein macht die Nummernvergabe oder sowas, mag sowas für die Verarbeitung innerhalb des Systems irgendwie noch in Ordnung sein. oder macht irgendwelche Ermittlungen von irgendwelchen anderen Werten, die nachher das Umsystem aber bräuchte. Und jetzt hat das Umsystem die in der Antwort, die vom SAP-System zurückkommt, nicht, weil die Felder einfach noch leer sind, weil wir haben ja den RFC-Baustein oder den Baustein halt per RFC aufgerufen. Und hier muss man sich dann immer schon überlegen, wenn ich nachher ein RAP-BO haben möchte, was sowohl für Fiori-Apps als auch für Integration nutzbar sein soll, braucht man eventuell eher so ein Pattern, was so Accept statt Create abbildet. Das heißt, unser Server sagt erstmal, ja, ich habe es bekommen, passt erstmal so und ich sage dir nachher mit einem Event Bescheid, wenn das Ganze auch wirklich angelegt wurde und gebe dir dann nochmal die Daten, die du eigentlich haben wolltest. Da muss man immer so ein bisschen umbauen. Gleich ist natürlich auch, je nachdem, was man so an Strict Mode einstellt, also wie streng SAP auch prüfen soll, ob wir uns an die ganzen Transaktionsverträge halten. Da hatten wir jetzt zum Beispiel das Beispiel mit einem Archive Connection Insert Baustein. Das heißt also, wenn ich die Verknüpfung mit Archivobjekten machen möchte, der macht leider zwei Sachen, die nie funktionieren zusammen. Nämlich einerseits möchte er was in die Datenbank einfügen und andererseits macht er einen HTTP-Call. HTTP ist nur in der Modify-Phase erlaubt von RAP, Datenbank-Insert nur in der Save-Phase. Das heißt, da mussten wir dann auch so ein bisschen basteln mit einer Parallelisierung. Genau. Gut, dann kommen wir zu dir.
Genau, dann gehen wir noch ein bisschen aufs Thema Governance ein, was wir uns darunter vorstellen oder wie wir das so jetzt ein bisschen, wir das leben. Und sag mal, so ein Leitspruch, also stabile und sichere Integration setzt Governance voraus. Also bei uns geht es auch nicht nur um, ja, du darfst die API lesen oder nicht, also nicht nur um Berechtigungsvergabe, sondern eher nochmal so ein bisschen so einen Schritt drüber hinaus. Und ein ganz wichtiges Thema ist halt eben dann die Versionierung. Wir im ABAP kennen das ja eher nicht so. Wenn man jetzt rausgeht in UI5 oder so, NPM-Packages, da sieht man ja immer die Version, Breaking Changes, Minor Changes etc. So, das kam ja erst relativ spät zu uns ins SAP. Genau, aber es ist auch da für APIs. Und hier sieht man mal so ein Bild, ne, so ohne Versionierung. Ich gehe immer an die Bestandsklasse oder an den Bestandsservice und mache da, also tu da Änderungen vornehmen. Bin dann aber nie sicher eigentlich, wer hat mich denn, also das ist ja das, was wir auch gemerkt haben, wir wussten oft gar nicht, für bestehende Integration, wer nutzt uns denn alles, ne? Das heißt, du hast auch immer Änderungen reingebaut, ohne zu wissen, wer benutzt dich denn wie und deswegen eben sollte man halt, ja, haben wir Versionierung, also ziehen wir jetzt, sage ich mal, durch in OData-APIs und auch in Events. Wir gucken uns gleich an, wie es in Eclipse funktioniert. Erstmal nochmal kurz, ne, was ist eigentlich ein kompatibler Change? Ist einfach ein optionales Feld hinzufügen, optionales Filterfeld, eine zusätzliche Entität und eine Action. Das heißt, auf einer Projektion, ne, im RAP kann ich eine neue Action implementieren. Das würde keine bestehende Integration brechen und daher auch hinten nur den Miner oder den Fix halt hochgezählt. Aber ein Breaking Change, ja, ich meine, Feld entfernen, Feld umbenennen, ganz viel ist ja mittlerweile semantisch, Datentyp oder auch ein Pflichtfeld ändern, genau, oder die Action-Signatur, also die Methode des Function-Imports zum Beispiel, genau. Das wären dann Breaking Changes und da muss man dann aktiv werden, genau, und unsere Guidelines hier nichts überschreiben, immer eine neue Version ergänzen und ganz wichtig, den Parallelbetrieb, also V1 und V2 muss gemeinsam betrieben werden. Ich schalte nichts mehr ab und da lösche nichts mehr raus. Genau. Und die alte Version muss dann eben geordnet abgelöst werden, wenn man dann auch versteht, wer einen konsumiert. Das ist ja oft ein längeres Prinzip. Genau. Und wenn man jetzt mal API-Versionierung sich einfach anschaut im System, kennt ihr ja wahrscheinlich alle die Service-Bindings. Links so ein kleines Bild aus unserer RAP-Layer-Architektur und dann sieht man, ne, das Service-Binding, das bleibt stabil, das kann das gleiche sein. Es gibt aber hier mit gelb dargestellt den Output-Job 2 und dann auch den Output-Job TP2. Das heißt, es gibt eine neue Service-Definition und einen neuen Projektionslayer mit dann auch wahrscheinlich einem eigenen BDEF, also einer eigenen Verhaltensimplementierung. Bedeutet, man zieht halt einfach nochmal neue Layer hoch. Das heißt, wenn ihr schon mal gesehen habt im SAP oder in Eclipse, ja, warum gibt es denn einen Business Partner 3, 4, 5 ne, von SAP mittlerweile? Dann liegt es einfach nur an der Versionierung. Genau, und was passiert dann, wenn man den dann einsetzt, ne? Add Service, man hat ja die Release Dates, dann kann man den alten auf Deprecated setzen sieht man jetzt links unten. Und der neue, der hat jetzt einen Breaking Change gekriegt bei uns, also ist der jetzt released worden. Da sieht man auch die neue Service-Definition mit dem Output Job 2 hinten dran. Und dann ändert sich auch die URL, ne, die aufgerufen werden kann. Ich habe es mein Geld markiert, 0001 und 002. Genau, 9.999 Versuche hätte man. Von daher, genau, ist das so das, wo wir jetzt halt viel Wert drauf legen. Genau. Event-Versionierung ungefähr gleich, also gleiches Prinzip. Auch wieder Minor Version, Patch Version, Major Version. Genau, man sieht auch, die Entität hat sich geändert. Hier, weil Events sind ja immer nur auf unserem Restricted Layer, also in unserer ZR-Schicht drin. Ne? Genau, ist es nur die sich ändert. Ja, am Ende, ich habe es links, Event-Type, also der Event-Type, der ändert sich dann hinten, ne? Setzt SAP, das was oben Type steht, da wo jetzt das V-Stern ist, genau, wird dann einfach aus der V1 eine V2 oder eine V3 etc. Genau, und ja, das ist so die Idee. Und so veröffentlichen wir auch die APIs. Wir benutzen das Azure API Management und im Azure API Management, also dann ist sozusagen die URL ändert sich einfach und das Umsystem würde einfach die V2 aufrufen, also der Parameter. Aber trotzdem bleibt die V1 stabil und die bleibt auch bestehen. Genau. Dann noch beispielhafte Event-Payloads für vielleicht Leute, die noch gar nie was von Events gehört haben. Es gibt zwei Arten. Es gibt die Notification-Events und die Data-Events. Links eigentlich wird immer nur der Schlüssel mitgegeben im Notification-Event. Also um den Datensatz eindeutig zu identifizieren, braucht dann immer noch einen API-Call, ne, von außen, um die ganzen Daten zu bekommen. Und ein Payload-Event hat dann eben mehr Daten. Jetzt kommen aber auch gleich mal so die Gegenüberstellung. So, weil wir waren auch oft, ja, wann nehmen wir denn was, wann Notification, wann Data. Wir haben jetzt für uns gesagt, das Notification-Event ist der Standard. Das Data-Event setzen wir nur ganz gezielt ein, weil wenn wir Data-Events haben, dann bauen wir oft natürlich wieder eine Integration für einen bestimmten Fall, aber nicht, also wieder gegen ein bestimmtes Umsystem, aber nicht gegen eine Entität. Also hätten wir wieder eine engere Kopplung. Ne? Das sagt man auch hier, man hat eine engere Kopplung, weil es ist ja wie so ein Vertrag auf den Payload, der mitgegeben wird. Genau. Aber ich meine, ihr seht, was so die Vor- und Nachteile sind. Genau. Eins noch, wenn man Notification hat, dann liest ja der Konsument oft die Daten nach. Das heißt, die sind immer aktuell, die Daten. Das müsste mit einem Data-Event, kann das ja auch mal sein, dass so ein Event nicht direkt konsumiert wird und dann mal lange in der Queue liegt oder gar nicht verarbeitet wird. Genau. Und da muss man sich halt auch eben Gedanken machen über ein Retry-Konzept, Dead Letter Queue. Das sind ja so die Stichwörter. Genau. Und deswegen auch nochmal dann so die Herausforderung von Data-Events, Datenschutzrisiko, ne? Sensible Daten können veröffentlicht werden, Gehaltsdaten etc. Ich denke, das ist selbsterklärend, dass man da besonders drauf zugucken muss. Die Governance wird strenger und man hat auch eben eine stärkere Kopplung, wenn man Data-Events einsetzt. Genau. Auch das als Merksatz. Je mehr Daten einfach in einem Event stecken, desto stärker wirken eben diese drei Bereiche. Deswegen gezielt einsetzen. Machen wir tatsächlich auch ja nicht so häufig, eher Notification-Events. Was wir auch gesagt haben, Thema Governance, vielleicht habt ihr es gesehen, man kann ja auch in SAP Allo Data APIs mit OAuth versehen, also dass auch OAuth-Tokens generiert werden. Genau. Das ist so, was wir noch tun. Das heißt, ohne OAuth, also mit Basic Out, kann keiner mehr eine OData API lesen in unserem System. Genau. Und ich glaube, das System, das kann man, glaube ich, skippen. Wir haben uns nur noch überlegt, dass jeder technische User bekommt einen Businesspartner, wird als Businesspartner auch angelegt. Wir haben jetzt schon öfter gemerkt, dass auch ein technischer User führt dann über APIs viele Geschäftsprozesse aus. Da fragt SAP auch in so neuen Releases schon oft, ja, aber für diesen User gibt es gar keinen Businesspartner. Ist ein bisschen schlecht. Von daher haben wir uns dann auch gesagt, ja, jeder technische User kriegt einen Businesspartner auch. Oder wird als Businesspartner angelegt und mit dem verknüpft, genau. Ich glaube, im Anbetracht der Zeit springen wir einfach noch durch.
Genau. Als letztes noch das Thema Dokumentation und Deployment. Wir haben ja schon gesagt, wir nutzen das Azure API Management und wir haben relativ viele Kunden, die auch wissen wollen, was für Schnittstellen wir anbieten und auch jetzt schon wissen wollen, was werden wir denn anbieten, damit sie auch schon mal gucken können, was sie haben wollen. Und hier war für uns einfach die Voraussetzung, so eine Dokumentation, vor allem bei Schnittstellen, die veraltet ja sofort immer, wenn man das irgendwie händisch macht. Das heißt, wir wollten also eine möglichst weitreichende Automatisierung einerseits, um das Git-Repo zu befüllen, wo als Infrastructure as Code, also als Terraform-Dateien, die APIs im API-Management drin liegen und auch die Schnittstellendokumentation soll möglichst direkt befüllt werden können. Wir brauchen verschiedene Stages, damit man auch immer weiß, was liegt gerade auf Test, was ist schon produktiv zum Beispiel. Wir müssen uns irgendwie überlegen mit diesen Stages, wie kriegen wir denn auch die Transporter abgebildet? Also woher wissen wir eigentlich, was auf welcher Stage gerade wirklich verfügbar ist? Wir möchten, wenn jetzt die ABAP-Entwickler so eine API entwickelt haben oder ein Event, dass sie es möglichst einfach dokumentieren können. Das heißt also, wir wollen möglichst wenig, ja, jetzt geh nochmal bitte in VS Code rein und überleg dir mal, wie du einen Git-Workflow oder sowas hast. Daran scheitert es ja dann meistens bei ABAP-Entwicklern häufiger mal, dass man das einfach nicht gewohnt ist. Deswegen wollten wir da möglichst alles im S4 lassen, genau, um dann einfach den Umsystemen eine eigenständige Integration zu ermöglichen. Und was wir da gefunden haben nach ein bisschen Suche, war Open Resource Discovery. Da hat SAP auch mit dran gearbeitet. Das ist auch das, was hinter api.sap.com steht. Und darüber können wir einfach Schnittstellen bekannt machen aus dem SAP heraus. Das ist auch ein offenes Protokoll bei der Linux Foundation inzwischen. Also könnte auch jemand anderes unterstützen. Im Moment ist es halt hauptsächlich SAP mit ihren verschiedenen Produkten. Gibt auch ein CAP-Plugin zum Beispiel. Aber der größte Vorteil ist, es ist auch im S4 direkt eingebaut. Und das Einzige, was wir dafür brauchen, sind 2 Objekttypen, nämlich einmal das API-Package und das API-Package Assignment. Wir legen zuerst das API-Package an, geben dem Ganzen einen Namespace und sagen, hier, das sind einfach alle Schnittstellen, die wir jetzt aus unserem System bereitstellen. Das Gleiche könnte auch unser Core-ERP machen, die dann eben auch ihre Schnittstellen darüber bereitstellen. Und zu jedem API-Package können dann beliebig viele Schnittstellen assigned werden über ein API-Package Assignment. Und wir sehen schon in dem Screenshot ganz links von euch aus gesehen, dass SAP hier auch viele Typen unterstützt out of the box. Das heißt, ich kann für SOAP-APIs, für OData, RAP und SEGW basiert und so weiter alles schon hier mit bekannt machen. Und am Ende gibt es dann eine API, über die ich die bekannt gemachten Schnittstellen auslesen kann. Gibt es verschiedene Dateien, die nachher da, oder Endpunkte, die aufgerufen werden können. Und hier haben wir ganz, ganz viele Details zu der Schnittstelle. Wir sehen zum Beispiel auch, wann wurde hier das letzte Mal versioniert. Wir sehen, worüber kann ich sie aufrufen. Und hier kommt auch wieder unsere Entität wieder mit dazu. Das war das, was wir zum Beispiel eben beim Event als Leading Entity mit angegeben haben. Und so haben wir nachher auch eine Verknüpfung, was kann ich denn hier überhaupt über diese API abrufen. Genau, und was haben wir uns dann gebaut? Wenn ein neuer Transportauftrag bei uns im System importiert wird, wird ein Event ausgelöst. In der BTP läuft ein Service mit 3 kleineren Services. Als erstes geht über den Cloud-Connector werden diese Open Resource Discovery APIs abgefragt und die Daten heruntergeladen. Und dann wird im zweiten Schritt geguckt, ist das, was ich da gerade runtergeladen habe, noch dasselbe, was ich auch fürs Azure API Management schon bereitgestellt habe, oder hat sich da was geändert? Gibt es eine neue Version der API? Oder ist vielleicht auch ohne eine neue Version, hat sich da irgendwas geändert? Weil am Ende ist das ja so verdrahtet im SAP, dass man vielleicht gar nicht bemerkt, dass man gerade eine API verändert hat. Sei es bis runter auf, ich habe das Datenelement, den Beschreibungstext davon geändert. Das ändert ja auch teilweise die API-Spec direkt schon mit. Und als drittes dann auch das Dokumentationsthema. Dafür benutzen wir den Event-Katalog. Das war auch das, was ich eben gezeigt hatte, wo ich so durchgesteppt bin. Da publizieren wir einfach alle unsere Spezifikationen und haben da dann auch automatisiert unsere Doku. Und hier sieht man dann zum Beispiel, ich kann mir für ein System angucken, was für Schnittstellen habe ich denn da drauf, welche Entitäten sind da abgebildet, was geht rein, was geht raus. Und kann dem Umsystem dann einfach sagen, jo, guck doch einfach mal hier, liest dir da schon mal die Dokumentation durch und dann können wir da weitermachen. Genau, da gibt es verschiedenste Ansichten. Man kann auch Beispiele hinterlegen, wie man eine API aufzurufen hat oder wie ein Event aussehen könnte. Und das relevante Feature Vielleicht hat der eine oder die andere schon mal was von den Knowledge Transfer Documents im SAP gehört, was am Ende auch nur Markdown-Dateien sind. Und wenn man die an den richtigen Stellen pflegt, kommen die eben auch in Open Resource Discovery direkt wieder mit raus, worüber wir die dann auch direkt im Event-Katalog nutzen können. Das heißt, ihr seht hier zum Beispiel Ausgabeauftrag erstellt, ich bin der Text aus dem und so weiter. Und das ist genau der Text, den wir oben im Knowledge Transfer Document gepflegt haben. Gut, das war einmal der Schnelldurchlauf durch die Integrationspatterns bei uns. Vielen Dank. Und super, vielen Dank an euch. Das war echt mal wieder ein spannender Vortrag. Mir hat ganz gut gefallen eigentlich. Man hat vielleicht gemerkt, es langt nicht nur, dass man RAP kann im Endeffekt. Es ist nicht immer nur so ganz einfach in der SAP-Welt. Da hat man Unternehmen, das hat schon Geschäftsprozesse, Anforderungen, rechtlich, das ganze Gedöns drumherum. Und dann muss man nicht nur wissen, wie es technisch geht, sondern man muss auch noch wissen, wie es fachlich geht. Und dann muss man denken. Und dann braucht man Governance auch noch dazu, um das Ganze einzufangen. Und dann fand ich gut gemacht von euch. Auch hier nochmal also dieses eine Slide zurück mit den KTDs. Das ist auch so ein ganz nettes Feature, weil im Endeffekt Markdown, die KI liebt es. Ja, also wenn ihr damit dokumentiert oder auch, wenn wir ehrlich sind, auch ABAP Doc ist auch Text, die KI liebt so etwas. Immer noch besser als ein Word-Dokument abzufotografieren, als Screenshot in eine PowerPoint reinzusetzen und die in PDF zu konvertieren. Ja, da steigt jede KI aus. Und das sieht auch relativ sexy aus, muss ich sagen. Was ist denn das? Achso, ist der Eventkatalog. Genau. Also das, was du gemacht hast, haben auch wir gemacht. Dieser Eventkatalog stellt das Ganze auch für LLMs bereit und wir haben einfach tatsächlich eine Anfrage aus unserem Ticketsystem reingepackt. Brauche ich eine neue API, brauche ich keine. Musst halt irgendwas gruppieren und einmal am Tag soll irgendwas kommen. Ergebnis, er hat sich alles angeguckt und hat gesagt, nö, dieser OData-Aufruf würde auch funktionieren. Brauchst keine neue Entwicklung. Was will man mehr? Schon mit der Zeit gespart. Ja. Dann Futter. Ja. Wir haben jetzt nochmal Kaffee und Kuchen, glaube ich zumindest.
So, jetzt sieht man dich im Internet.
Tada!
Oh, man hört dich.
Perfekt.
Mich auch nämlich. Ups. Wieso willst du?
Wir sind alles so beschäftigt. Du musst machen.
So, du bist alles so beschäftigt, das ist das Beste zu tun.
Ja, super.
Ja, pünktlich sein.
Hm?
Ja, pünktlich sein.
Ach so.
Haben noch eine halbe Minute. Ja, ich habe es auch mal gemacht. So, hello back everybody, on-site and online, 4:15, right in time, not like the Deutsche Bahn. So, our next talk, presented by Microsoft, Holger Bruchelt, he is talking about his experience with the wipe coding world after some years of abstinence from doing hands-on stuff on the system. So hopefully the AI helps him to do his code again.
Let's see if it works.
And thank you very much.
Thanks, Søren. Yeah, welcome. Only one more before we finally have the keynote from Karl at the end. So I hope you stay with me for the next 45 minutes so that at least you can enjoy. So very often I'm working with products that are not yet released, where we have some issues. But I think even if something fails, it's often much more meaningful to see it real and not in some PowerPoints or Figmas. Everything works in PowerPoints, but I'm trying to do this live today. So what I then thought, well, when I do these presentations from home, it's very easy because I have my two monitors. I can adjust Alt-Tab between the first monitor, the second monitor, and everything is fine. But here, obviously, the second monitor is behind me. So I thought, well, instead of using a PowerPoint, I'm doing everything in a browser. So I basically built a website that will guide me through the presentation. And obviously, I didn't do this. I asked AI. There's a really cool open source Deck.io project, and you just interact with Copilot and with this project, and then it creates, I mean, with a lot of back and forth, obviously, but then it creates these slides for me. So this is what I want to do, and hopefully it works. This was the very first time. But for me, this is already the first thing that where I can see that the way how I work has really completely changed over the last 6 months. I mean, obviously AI has been there before. We had ChatGPT, and I use this, and I'll talk about this as well. But really, for me, the way how I work, the last 6 months is a complete game changer for me. So what I want to talk about is how I got back to ABAP coding. I'll talk about the history in a second, but before we start, since there is still a lot of customers are asking me about the SAP API policy, I'm just saying I started this before the API policy was released. My understanding is that what I'm doing here is all okay. So I just want to put this out as a disclaimer. If not, then come to me afterwards, or and then we'll clarify it. Good. About myself, I've been at SAP for over 10 years. I've been now at Microsoft for almost 10 years.
but I also have a nice hobby. I'm also a tour guide in a very beautiful city, very close by, Speyer. So if ever you want to come to Speyer, let me know, and I'm happy to give you a small tour there. If you don't want to talk about Speyer, then I have been working in the SAP and Microsoft integration space for a very, very long time. So I talk SAP, I talk Microsoft, obviously a lot of AI recently, but also M365. So whenever it's about integration, chances are that I have my fingers there somewhere involved. Good, but how did it all start? So as mentioned, I started my career at SAP. I was in SAP consulting, technology consulting. I did a lot of cool projects there, and I also did development. I also did ABAP development. I also did, not sure if any one of you remember, obviously we had the enterprise portal at that time, or the SAP portal, but we also had a cool project called Duet for Microsoft Office and SAP. That was the first joint product between SAP and Microsoft. Obviously at that time I was at SAP. So I was going to customers, I was implementing Duet, and it was really cool. Then I joined the RIC, the Regional Implementation Group at SAP. Again, this was absolutely amazing. Then I switched to product management. We had the SAP Cloud platform, the HANA Cloud platform, we had BTP. So I was in product management. In the end, I was in the product management of SAP API management and the SAP Business Hub, or the SAP Business Accelerator Hub, as it's now called. So some really, really cool projects. But you can already see I got more and more away from coding and from ABAP. That got even worse when I joined Microsoft. At Microsoft, I've been a product manager at Microsoft, and I didn't do anything in ABAP anymore. So all my skills were fading, nothing. I still knew how to call in a data service or to call the S-Flight, but I didn't do a lot. And then the whole vibe coding started. My colleague Alice, and I'll talk about her in a second, or her projects, she released something called vibe coding steampunk. And that for me really completely changed how I started to interact with SAP again, how I really started to leverage this integration to generate, to develop ABAP code. Also in my role as a product manager, and really in my role as a product manager, I've probably created more ABAP code in the last few months than I had in my whole period before that. So when I joined Microsoft, it was all about the Power Platform. Power Platform is Microsoft's low-code platform. And the way how a lot of customers did it, or are still doing it today, is calling BAPIs. Oh, this is a bright contrast from the black screen now to this very bright white screen. But the idea is in Power Platform, in a low-code way, you just connect to your SAP system. And then just to show you here, I'm calling the BAPI flight get list. And it was actually pretty cool. The Power Platform has full access to all the RFCs, to all the BAPIs that you have. And then a business user, I mean, what we definitely learned, you need to have some SAP understanding, obviously, to work with this. But then they could work with RFCs and BAPIs. So this was actually pretty cool. Then, since I had been working very much with OData on the SAP side, that was one of the things that I really tried also to push on the Microsoft side. Obviously, SAP and Microsoft, both of us are still in the board of the OData service, but I've always been absolutely fascinated by OData and the SAP gateway that we had developed. That was really, oops, sorry, this was one wrong click. This was actually really, really cool because now you could call an OData service. So again, here this flight collection, obviously, this got me access to all the information on the SAP side. I had the benefit that even, for example, in Excel, I can very easily connect OData to Excel, and this obviously also was something that resonated extremely well with customers. Now, I had prepared this. Oh, here we go. So, and you get the live data from your SAP system in Excel. It got even better, obviously. We have the Power Platform. The Power Platform is something, or the Power Apps, where you can easily then visualize this OData. And this is really a prompt away. And you have here an app that allows you to fetch the information from the SAP system. Now, for me, the challenge was, the challenge was that I always used S-Flight. I always used the GW sample OData service, which are amazing. There's a lot of content there, and you can really do a lot of demos with products, with sales orders, with this is something really, really cool. But the problem is it was always the same. And then if I go to an oil and gas company, or if I go to a pharmaceutical and try to do a demo there, it was always the same. So that then changed when we had ChatGPT. Or in my case here, I'm using Copilot here, but ChatGPT allowed me to call this OData service. So for example here, the products, and then I could just say here, I'm doing a demo for an oil and gas company. Please create sample product data based on this. And zack, a few seconds later, so here, Copilot creates now sample data for me for oil and gas, or for whatever industry. I could really put in customer names, and I got very specific informations. And then all of a sudden, it was not just this sample data, but now I had data that is really specific for the company. So this really helped me a lot to create new demos and to pitch and talk about our products in a very different way now. So this was already a great start, but obviously this really didn't help me with creating very unique scenarios. With Copilot, with Chat, we then had the age of the agents basically, and again, Microsoft very early had something that is called Power Virtual Agent, and just to show you here, I have an older demo here, where you then had this chat experience, and I could ask here, what was it here? I think I'm asking, give me some details about products, and you could just go through this flow. Again, the feedback actually was pretty cool, and we were connecting to OData service, to the GW sample backend service there. The thing is, this was extremely limited. I mean, this is, and you can see it here, this is the fetch product information from SAP agent. So that was the only task. It was good. It helped in a lot of customer discussions, but that was the only thing that was actually possible. So there were then two big challenges basically. The first one was how can we really get data and services that fit my specific purpose, and how do we get the relevant data to actually show something meaningful to customers. And that's then when GPT 3.5 and, for me, even more importantly, this vibing steampunk came along. So vibing steampunk, I hope every one of you knows it. If not, check out this repo. It's all open source. It's all public. You can get started within minutes. These are the things that you need to go through. And then you have vibing steampunk installed. You can then configure it in your tool of choice, basically, in Copilot, in Claude, in whatever. And that's what I want to show you now. So I'm here in GitHub Copilot. I'm using, in the meantime, the GitHub Copilot CLI is my tool of choice. So basically from here, the cool thing is I have access to all the different models, basically. This is or not all, but the relevant models for me. As you can see, I'm currently using Claude Opus, but let's say OpenAI releases next year or next month a new model, GPT, I don't know, 5.6, then I can also select it here. Or maybe I want to use something from Google, I'll use Gemini. Or here, Microsoft, we've now also started to enter this game with MAI. There we also have a model, so I could really select and choose one of these models. And actually, I'll talk about this later. It's really cool if you have access to these models. You can also ask them different questions, and you can really say, look, this is now developed in Opus 4.8 or with 4.8. Let's use Gemini to validate the code, to analyze, and to challenge each other. So now with GitHub Copilot, I have access to the models. The other thing that I have is I have a list of MCP servers. So PM6, PM4, PM7, we have an ABAP trial running. I have configured these MCP servers to connect to my SAP system using this vibe coding steampunk. So using this project from my colleague Alice. This black and white thingy, this is annoying, but check this out. So now what I can do is I can just say here, show me, or what can you tell me about PM4? So PM4 is my main ABAP development system. So hopefully what will happen in a second, you can see it's working. And that's what I said. Oh, here we go. So okay, I did a test run before, but anyways, so it is able to detect some information. You can actually see that the system ID is HE4. I have no idea why that is. There's some misconfiguration in the system, but I have now access from Copilot to my SAP system. I can see, I can ask it, check the latest dumps and let me know what's going on. So again, I'm just using Copilot CLI. I have the MCP server with vibe coding steampunk from Alice, which is using ADT to connect to the SAP system. And now it's it's searching for the relevant tools. It's looking here, you can already see ST22. I never said that there is something like ST22. Now it's connecting to the SAP system. It's looking through the dumps, and hopefully in a second, we'll get some information. Yep. Okay, you see, I'm not using you only live once. I have this, I have to approve it here every time, but hopefully will not require too many approvals. So it runs through this, and as you'll see in a second, hopefully, I get the information on the SAP system. You can see here, look, there is, I recently created a demo for the Power Platform. So it saw there's a dump, and now it provides me even information like what has happened with this system. So it really has full access to my SAP system, and it can take a look and really understand what's going on. Obviously, I can also then say, let's say I have some custom development already there. And just to show, I've installed ABAP Git here. So I can ask here, what can you tell me about ABAP Git and the overall project structure? Or I don't know. But again, I adjust, and maybe this takes too long, so we'll just kick it off basically. But now, if you have ABAP code that was developed by someone else, and now you don't want to read the documentation, but you just want to get started, and then just ask vibe coding steampunk, connect it from Copilot to your SAP system, and now it finds hopefully the package, it sees what's there. Here, let me examine the ABAP Git configuration and the various project folders. So now it's really going in the SAP system and really trying to get an idea of what this project is all about. Let me see if we, this is a little annoying, but let's see. So I ran this before. So this is basically the same question that I asked you before. So here's the full picture of ABAP Git on PM4. It really provides me what it is. It shows what repos are currently installed in the SAP system, and then it also provides me how to get started, how to take a look at this. So it really helps me. Let's see if this is okay. This is all going on the whole time, but it's really, it has an understanding of my SAP system and can really see what's going on there. So this really enabled me, or here we go. So now it's it does find additional information. This really enabled me to start coding again, basically. And with this start coding, I really mean that I could now create with a simple prompt very specific OData services. So for example, if I ask now here in Copilot on PM4, so I tell it, you saw I have a list of different SAP systems. I'm just saying on PM4, create a new Fiori Elements app using RAP-based OData services. The new OData service should expose sales order header information in a list and allow me to drill down to the line items. So this is obviously something that is not done in 5 seconds. This takes a little longer, but you'll hopefully see that Copilot now starts to check the connection to the PM4 system, get an understanding of what is actually required and so on. And it really gets going, basically. after some time, and I do want to quickly highlight, I didn't show this while this is running. I, for example, also have the Marian Zeiss. He was mentioned also a few times before. He has an MCP server collection, basically, with a lot of SAP information, with a lot of information that is exposed via this MCP server. And obviously, my generation here has also access to this MCP server. So it has also an understanding, like, what is a RAP object? This information, what a RAP is not part of the, or maybe it's a mixture, it's not only part of the model, like Opus 4.6, but it's also the information that is coming from this MCP server. So if we keep this running, here, this was from my test, it actually sees that there is already something, or it even provides me with the URL of the previous run. But what I wanted to show you actually here is it created a completely new OData service for me. And I could now ask more specific details. Look, I would also like to have a certain other field in the header information or something like that. This is a completely new created OData service that allows me to now connect to Power Automate, to connect to Power Platform, connect to Copilot Studio, or I asked it to create a Fiori app to provide me with this Fiori app. I didn't create one single line of code here. This is all Copilot and the MCP server and Vibe Coding Steampunk, the access via ADT to the SAP system. And I can drill down here. I really have a nice experience how I can look at sales orders now. And obviously, I could now go in and say, look, I need another column here. And maybe some information that is not yet exposed via the OData service. Then I could prompt this and say, look, here's the existing project, here's the existing OData service, please add these fields. And then it would go on again and start updating and creating this OData service. So this really completely changed how I am now able to go to customers, how I am able to showcase a Copilot integration in my specific case now very often, because it really helps me to create very specific services that really fit to a certain customer scenario. So obviously, this grew and grew and grew. We have customers that are using this or something like this. Then the question is always, well, what about enterprise readiness? How do we throttle? That's also a very important thing. Well, then put an API management in between. We have customers that are using Azure API management. We have customers that are using SAP API management. The cool thing is on the API management layer, I can do the throttling and I can do the authentication. So in my demo, to be honest, I'm using basic authentication. I'm just using a technical user, my user, to connect to the SAP system. In a productive environment, I probably don't want to do this. I want to have a principal propagation flow. I really want to make sure that the user who is using the CLI or who's using Copilot is actually the user who is connecting to the SAP system. That's all that I can do with an API management. Then Alice released something that is called the OData Bridge, another really, really cool tool where you can have an existing OData service and you wrap this by an MCP server so that now your Copilot agents can use this bridge to connect to the SAP system and access OData services. Really, really cool things. So this really changed already a lot of things how I had developed before. But actually, that's not the thing that I'm talking about. The next thing was the squad. And the squad, that's also a GitHub project. The squad allows me to create a team that works with me. And so let me show you what I mean with this. I have created, I just did the first initial start. So I did an npm install and so on. And now I have the basic setup of the squad. So now what I want to start is I'm going to Copilot. Wait. Sorry, Copilot --agent, because we want to now really use this squad agent. So Copilot will start in a minute, and we'll start by setting up a team that is supposed to help me. And let me do this. So I was actually looking like, what team should I use for this session today? And actually, it turns out it's Alan Turing's birthday today. And I asked for a team that is related to Alan Turing, but it didn't make a lot of sense. So I said, well, let's hire a team from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And we want to do, so I give it a little more context. We want to develop ABAP projects. We will use A4H, that's my developer trial system, to do all the development. We need an ABAP developer, we need a clean core checker, I called it, a UX person, an end-to-end tester, and obviously security. Security is always really important and often neglected. So this is the instruction basically that I give my squad. And now the squad goes out and says, look, what kind of persona do I need for a developer? What kind of persona do I need for a clean core checker and so on? So it's starting to set up this team, hopefully in a yeah. And now this team will be set up. And the cool thing is that we'll end up really with multiple agents with different personas that work together. And with this, I hope that this will finish soon. But with this, I can really give complex instructions to my Copilot setup now. And if it is a complex project, then the team lead will distribute it and say, look, for this task, I need an ABAP developer. So we'll use an ABAP developer. And maybe this ABAP developer with, here we go. So we have Slati Bartfast, who's our ABAP developer. We have Jels, who's our clean core checker. We have Eddie, we have Ford, Marvin, Stripe, Ralph. So now we have a team that actually works in my projects. And the thing how they interact is truly amazing. It's really, Slati Bartfast is probably starting to do some ABAP development. But then Jels comes in and says, no, look, this is not clean core compliant. You need to do some revisiting. I mean, this takes a lot of time once I trigger it off. But if it runs for 30 minutes or so, then yeah, then it runs for 30 minutes. The cool thing is afterwards, since we maybe you saw that, we also have Ford is our end-to-end tester. And it's absolutely amazing. I can tell you, I also have I have more complex squads obviously in the meantime, and I also have an infrastructure guy. And this infrastructure guy is able to connect to my Docker container, reset the ABAP system, so that I really have, again, a fresh ABAP system, for example, start the deployment, do an end-to-end test, and this end-to-end test is really calling via curl OData endpoints, for example, and really validating if these URLs are working. If not, then it will go back and say, here's Slati Bartfast, you made some mistakes here, fix it. So it takes a long time, don't get me wrong, but it's really a team of developers that help me to build more complex projects in the meantime. I'm not saying this is enterprise ready, just to be clear. This helps me in my role as a product manager. But when I need something, when I want to show a cool integration of the Power Platform in Fiori, then instead of me, well, I don't know how to build a Fiori app anymore. I mean, yes, Bas, and there are some cool templates how to do this, but I don't know how to do this. I used to do this all the time, but I have no idea how to do this anymore. Here, I just hand over this task to my squad and tell them, build a Fiori app, integrate the Power App, and then show me the first results. And yeah, again, maybe it takes half an hour. Here, I honestly don't know what it's doing here, but let's just say yes. So it's really it's really impressive what you can do with this. So since this can take quite a long time, I hope that it finishes soon, because what I wanted to do is now I wanted to start. Let me see. How do I do this now? Because I was hoping actually that this first thing is completed faster. Let me switch here and let me try to do this. So what now seeding history files for each agent. That's the disadvantage of doing live demos. But what I wanted to show you actually, and let me see if I can. How do I do this now best? Let me. Okay, let's do this. Let's go again. What was this folder here? ABAPConf. Hello world. So what I want to do is, and let's see if I can just start this in parallel. What I wanted to do is, I wanted to kick off the squad and ask it to create a simple Hello World project in my SAP system. And I also have a repo, ABAPConf 2026, Hello World. Let's see if this works. I hope it does. If not, then you'll have to bear with me and just maybe come back to me later, or I'll talk about what actually I wanted to show you. So hopefully, this simple Hello World report will be created now. The team is ready, creating. I mean, this should be fairly easy because it is obviously just a Hello World report. Let me see, I'm here. It's still working. So what I want to show you, and maybe hopefully we'll get there. What I want to show you, at some point in time, this project will be created, and I also asked it to publish this to a GitHub repo. So here's the GitHub repo that I created before from a just as a practice run. Basically, this is all public, and now what I can do is I can obviously create issues here. I can say here more hello world is too simple, and then we say here please, or also add some S-flight information under the Hello World report. So what I hope that I'll be able to show you in a second is that I've now created an issue here. And obviously this is a very, let's quickly run this here through, and let's see if this works. What I want to show you is that I can now also ask my squad to take a look at the issue, understand the issue that is created in GitHub Copilot, in my GitHub repo, and then either implement it directly, or come up with a suggestion, or just ask for additional feedback. So this is really working. That I can really, and unfortunately, this is now taking too long. In my dry run, it was much faster. So I'm not sure why exactly. Well, now it's even only able to connect to the H4 A4H system. But you can see there's already, there's the ZR Hello World. Let's see if this is already there. Hello World, there it is already. And I guess it's a very simple Hello World. Yeah, it's just Hello World. So what I wanted to do is take a look at issue blah 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 and implement it. And then it would really, my squad would really go out, take a look at the issue. I mean, obviously it needs permissions to I mean, this is a public repo, so obviously it would be able to access it. But if it's a private repo, then it would need to have some credentials. But now it's really then connecting to the to the GitHub repo, looking at the issue, and then implementing the things. And think of it: if I have a dump, or if I have a customer creating these issues with maybe some more detailed instructions, or pointing out some of the issue, my report is dumping here and there. Then my squad would be able to connect there, take a look at this information, and then maybe it is not able to do something, but it would be able to provide me with some feedback, and then get it going. So okay, this is, I don't know why this is so running so long. Let's do the following. I will just submit this here, and hopefully we'll come back in a minute or at the end, and then we can see if it has been implemented or not. Good. So this is the squad, and the squad really helped me. And in the meantime, as said, I have a setup where you all know Lars, I guess, and Lars he has released a really, really cool paper that outlines, do you really want to do, that basically says, do you really want to vibe code in your development system? And I think he's right, that you should not do that. That you should have a sandbox, that you should have dedicated systems. So in the meantime, I'm not doing so much development in PM4 anymore, but I do the development in my Docker container, where I really have my squad set up this Docker container, maybe reset it because maybe there's some old code here. Then it's automatically being deployed to this Docker, to my SAP system running in this Docker container. We do all the tests, we get everything ready. And once it is ready, then since I'm always using ABAP Git, I can also get it into PM4. And I not only can do this with two, I mean, obviously I now have a few more Docker containers, I have a few virtual machines, and I can really do the development not in my real productive development environment, but in some sandbox that I can easily throw away. Good. So this is the start, or this is the situation where I am at the moment. Again, I'm totally blown away. This in a lot of cases, it's the evolution of the models. Where we started with GPT 3.5, that was okay. You could do a lot of things, and it was impressive. But in the meantime, what you can really do with Claude Opus is truly amazing. And then combining this with other MCP servers. We talked, or there were already some other discussions about Arc1, the MCP server from Marian that he has developed. Also really running on BTP and having the full connectivity into your SAP Cloud connector. Not sure if I need this right now in my setup because I have everything at my fingertips basically, but for productive development, I think that could make a lot of sense. So this is for me the starting point, and what I see is even Microsoft internally, we're spreading the word, and we have more and more customers also that are following a similar approach. So it's really actually encouraging to see what you can do there. It's good. So with this was my journey. This was my personal project that I've been involved in, or no, how my life has changed basically. Now I want to switch sides basically, and also talk about Microsoft as a customer of SAP. Microsoft is actually a huge customer of SAP. We have almost everything from SAP. We have a lot of SaaS solutions like SuccessFactors, Concur, IVP, Ariba. So we're using these SaaS solutions. We have a lot of solutions on S4HANA, Central Finance. We have here our MDG is already on S4HANA and so on. But we also have an ERP system still. We've been a customer, I think, since '93. And obviously, you can imagine in this ECC system, there are millions of custom code in the system. And although we are on our way to S4HANA, so we are already in the project to migrate the system to S4HANA, it's very clear that this will not happen in the next year. I think the original estimations were that it will take us at least 4 years to migrate this system, so 4 more years to migrate the system to S4HANA, which obviously then raised a lot of questions from our upper management and said, well, can we not do this faster? Why? Or two things. How can we increase the speed of the migration, but also what other possibilities are there to get a little more modern stuff in our ERP system? We see all this cool, shiny stuff with S4HANA, but what about ECC? What can we do with the ECC system? So that's when our development teams very early then started to say, well, look, in the SAP stack itself, we have a lot of restrictions basically. So if we can get the ABAP code out of the SAP system, then we can work a lot there. Then we can do a lot of innovation there. That's where we used ABAP Git to get the source code of the SAP system and in our pipelines. So we're using Azure DevOps at Microsoft. This mainly comes from all the non-SAP development, obviously. So when we do .NET development, this is all in Azure DevOps. So this is our central DevOps environment, basically. So we said, well, can we not also get the SAP stuff in our Azure DevOps projects? And that's what we did. And then some really, really cool things happened, because all of a sudden also non-SAPler started to take a look at this and started to see, well, can we do this? Can we do that? We enhanced our security reviews. We infused a lot of AI in these projects. Once the ABAP code was outside the SAP system, we created additional documentations. We did a lot of code checks. And we also then started to look at ways, how can we speed up this migration to S/4HANA? How can we custom code migrations? How can we get to a clean core statement here? And then we changed, and this is a fairly recent thing that we did. We started to switch to an AI-powered software development lifecycle. So this was actually really, really interesting because they're doing something very similar like what I've been doing. They're also working with squads. They're also working with a lot of MCP servers. And one of their interesting data providers is actually WorkIQ. And WorkIQ gives you access to your Microsoft documents, to your SharePoint documents, to your emails, to your Teams messages. And the way how this is now infused in the whole development process is, on the one hand, that, yeah, using ADT, they have access to the SAP system, so they can read and understand the data in the SAP system. They can write and update information, and they definitely see already a lot of cool results there. But what was super interesting for me is they have obviously code review sessions, they have spec review sessions, they have project review sessions, and all of these sessions for them are recorded in Teams. So there's a transcript. What the team told me that was really, really interesting, that after one of these meetings where management asked, well, this and this needs to be changed. The next day, when the agents ran automatically, they picked up the information from the Teams transcript, basically, where these topics were discussed, and the agent were already coming with a proposal. So it was really, I mean, there's still a human in the loop. So they have now this, they call it the tempo dashboard, where they can really drill down and see what are all the action items, where's a pending task, basically, where do I need to change something, where do I need to approve something. There's always this human in the loop. But it was for me, it was absolutely amazing to hear that, I mean, where do you discuss your specs? You do this in person, obviously. You have people talking to each other. And now this information via WorkIQ is available in the transcripts, which means an agent or an agent squad can pick up this information and leverage this information when developing the code. That for me was absolutely amazing. And they actually said that they think that they can reduce the implementation times by 50%. So they have a project right now for their specific system that was supposed to take 2 years. And it looks like they can now really finish this in 1 year. So they really, really see a huge impact of this integration of AI with ABAP development. Good. With this, let me quickly, it's still not done. So I'm really well, here you can see it's doing something there in the meantime. Let me see, maybe there is already some update. No, this is still the hello world. So we'll keep it running. But since I'm at the end of my time, thank you so much. I hope I could show you some of the things what you can do with Copilot. Check out Vibing Steampunk from my colleague Alice, which is a really, really cool project that allows you to connect directly to your SAP system and start vibe coding your ABAP code. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this cool talk. And hopefully, no, is it running?
It's still running. I don't know.
No tokens left.
We have still 2 or 3 minutes. No. Thank you very much.
Oh, now we're here.
Ah,
let's run it. Let's run it. Here we go. So and just think of it. We only created the issue, and the squad was then able to implement it.
but why is not running in VS Code and Fiori UI?
I didn't say that. It should do this.
Thank you. So, and now after a short 2-minute break for changing the setup, we start with our last talk for this year ABAPConf. Yeah, sure.
Ja. Test. Works? Okay. Wir sind zu früh. 17:05 Uhr geht es eigentlich erst los.
Also dann wirklich nochmal einen Kaffee trinken und so. Ne?
Also zu früh habe ich noch nie gemacht.
Sind nicht bei der Deutschen Bahn, ne? Ah ja, der ist inzwischen auch weg, das ist schon mal gut. Drahtlos Netzwerke. Nee, das wird kein Netzwerk erkennen.
Bloß kein Netzwerk. Sonst fängt er an abzudaten hier.
Ja, genau. Das brauchen wir gar nicht. So. Geht es?
Wir waren vorhin, ich muss kurz nochmal den Preis checken, was Sebastian inzwischen gespendet hat, weil das ist schon ein bisschen arg wahnsinnig. Gebt mir nur noch mal eine Weile. Boom. Und zwar sind wir inzwischen, wow, bei 1.233 € angekommen. Das ist Wahnsinn. Und irgendein Verrückter hat 250 € gespendet. Wo ist der Christopher? Wahnsinn. Kleiner Hinweis, also es gibt noch so Flyer, Broschüren. Wie gesagt, ich habe 25 erbeten, ich habe irgendwie das 15-fache davon bekommen. Nehmt sie mit, legt sie bei euch im Büro in der Kaffeeecke aus. Also
in die Raucherecke.
In die Raucherecke. In der Raucherecke bitte auslegen. Zielgruppengerechte Werbung. Und ja, vielleicht, wie gesagt, vielleicht kennt ihr ja auch jemanden, der von dieser Scheißkrankheit erwischt wurde oder geheilt oder, wenn es ganz dumm läuft, vielleicht auch gestorben ist. Und denkt dran, das ist nicht nur Forschung, da geht es auch um Begleitung der Leute auf den letzten Lebenswegen. Und finde ich schon ganz nett, dass es das gibt. Also nehmt so einen Flyer mit, wenn ihr wollt. Legt es aus bei euch im Unternehmen, nicht mehr Homeoffice bei der Kaffeemaschine, sondern im richtigen Office bei der Kaffeemaschine. Vielleicht habt ihr auch einen Kollegen, der unter Umständen ja auch an Krebs erkrankt ist oder gerade eben erst die Nachricht bekommen hat, dann kann so etwas durchaus helfen. Und bis dahin muss ich echt sagen, der Wert 500 war mal angegeben als Ziel, also Respekt. Die Spendenaktion läuft noch bis Ende Juni. So als Hinweis, wer noch nicht hat, kein Stress. 5 € ist der Mindestbetrag. Und wie gesagt, ansonsten könnt ihr auch bei eurer örtlichen Feuerwehr ein bisschen was spenden. Die freuen sich auch darüber. And with this, like always, a little bit late. We are now at the last session. This time it's the farewell session from Karl Kessler. And now I have to make the question, who of you does not know Karl Kessler or has never seen this face?
Congratulations.
You have to understand, Karl Kessler is, like we say in German, ein Urgestein der SAP. He was there, I don't know, they opened up the building and you simply popped up.
We'll come to that.
Okay. And I really find it interesting because it didn't matter before Corona or after Corona, when we were traveling for an SAP event, somehow he was always there. And you could always approach him with a question, maybe a smart question or not so smart question, but he always was listening. And he was so well connected, or still is so well connected, Karl, that he would manage to always direct you to the right people to talk to. Even had nothing to do with the ABAP world or the NetWeaver world, because he was in the NetWeaver product.
Fiori product management.
Yeah, exactly.
Not too bad.
And he still knew everybody, so we were like, oh, I have a problem about solution manager, and he was like, no problem, I will take care of this. Well, this is really the level of SAP employee we really want. Do we still need the bonus? We really want. He is a role model for every SAP employee. And it's also a little bit sad that he's you're not going to extend your stay at SAP, yeah?
I think end of October, it's all gone. Sorry.
End of October, it's all gone. He didn't mention the year. Karl didn't mention the calendar week, the quarter,
the minute.
Just a month. But okay.
Some October.
So we still have you for 5 years. Perfect. So, but enough of this. We already have here a nice laptop, and we have the Darth Vader laptop equivalent. I don't. What did you work here? But it's now your session, and I think it will be really, really funny to see how you are doing your farewell.
Thank you, Tobias. Thank you very much. I really feel honored to talk to you. share a little bit memories. I took the freedom to add our famous logo at that time. So it's not up to date, as you know. And let me start when I joined SAP. Tobias already alluded to that. That was back in 1992. I started 2nd January 1992, so it's now about 35 years, all in all. And Waldorf was easy to discover, I would say, at that time. So we had basically 3 buildings. The first one was the MBS, Max-Planck-Straße. That is where the founders built the first building. We had the Schulungszentrum, ESZ. You see it here with the red rooftops at the left. And then in 92, the EVZ, the Waldorf 1, which has currently been renovated, had been just built. Yeah, it was ready to for move in. So I had the pleasure to move in about April timeframe. And somehow it was also the 20th birthday of SAP, so it was perfect time to join new building, lots of parties, everything else. And life was easy compared to today. Yeah. So if you look at, we had one product. Imagine that, just one product was called R2, and it has 3,000 customers. So it was well established, very easy going. You might ask, why did you join SAP? Yeah, there is a little bit of history. Before R2, there was R1. At that time, it was not called R1, it was called RFM, Real-Time Finanz- und Materialwirtschaft, also Finance and Materials Management. And my father, he was actually EDV-Leiter, IT Manager, elektronische Datenverarbeitung, and he was with L'Oreal, hair cosmetics, as you know, and they had a factory in Karlsruhe. No? And he said, dear boy, I think SAP is a good point to start. Go to those guys. They know how to do it. Yeah? So he was an early adopter. He was basically the 20th customer of R1. Yeah? And L'Oreal stayed with SAP, as we know. Today we're talking AI and everything. I just did a recent conversation with them. They will celebrate their 50th SAP adoption year. Yeah? So that's also pending. Yeah, but now let's a bit go more technology-wise. How did ABAP evolve? So I'm always a little bit interested in history, and sometimes I bother my dear colleagues with my history stuff. But I think it's interesting to see that ABAP also evolved from earlier reporting capabilities, so to speak. I think with AI it will be interesting to see whether we could sort of rerun this whole evolution through an AI context. Probably a little bit hard to read. On the left-hand side, you see the so-called Y ABAP, Y ABAP. Why was it called the Y ABAP? Because it was assembler macro. Yeah? It was assembler. And you see all of the macros, they already started with Y. Yeah? So we always have this habit at SAP to things start with Z or with Y or with X. And these Y macros actually were reporting macros that you could use, for example, in order to define the report. Here you see, for example, something like ZB, Zeilenbreite 132. Or here you see the Buchungskreis, company code, account number, account sum, Geschäftsbereich, don't know the English word, business area, and so on and so forth. And just to look at it, it's hard to program, I would say, hard to debug, hard to work with. And then a very creative guy, Gerhard Rodet, he said, it cannot be, we cannot stay with that one, yeah? So forever. And he had the task to write tons of reports. And I said, no, I won't do this. I will create my own programming language. I will create my own reporting abstraction. And he invented ABAP 4. ABAP 4. Basically, it was a two-step approach. Some tell it's the ABAP 3. ABAP 3 was basically the first generator that was a two-pass. That means you had an ABAP syntax, like here on the right-hand side. For the older guys here, logical database programming, get master segment, get detail segment, get SA, SB, SC, so Sachkonten, these type of things, account statements, and then it would process. So in modern terms, that's called data service, I would say. Yeah. So and what he did, Gerhard Rodet, he built basically a generator, like we do today with AI, and he took this as an input and generated the Y macros as a runtime. And then in a second step, he had to compile the Y macros one more time. And then there was a big step forward because that was always a two-pass activity. Then he built his own interpreter or ABAP processor, how we call it today, which is still a little bit in place, I would say, because it produced those control blocks. Yeah? Control blocks are basically the statements that you see if ABAP code is being executed. Yeah? So for each statement, a control block is basically being generated. And one of the great achievements from Gerd Rodet was first at all that he invented this abstraction. Second, that he kept it completely downward compatible. Until today, the ABAP code is compatible to those old versions. Of course, we have added a lot of stuff, but even old programs from the 90s still run more or less unchanged. Yeah? And that was a big achievement. It was a very important value prop also when we moved from R2 to R3, that we could move the code bases much faster to the new client-server paradigm. Okay, should speed up a little. And now we have a little bit of a video here. And let me explain what's happening. We are connected to an R2 system. And you see there's a transaction called TM38. I hope you can see it. Yeah, it's nicely captured. The TM38 roughly corresponds to the SE38 in the classical workbench. It's all in German, sorry. At that time, original language was always German, so you have to use your AI tools and translate it, which is an easy one. Now we start TM38. And this is a wonderful menu. You see a program and function keys and attributes and debug variants and program directory and batch. Who talked about batch today? I think it was Marcel. New programs, you could even print programs. Who does this any longer? And then we go inside the program editor. And we had those wonderful RF Schul 01, so Schulungs training reports. And then you see the ABAP editor at that time. But it looks fairly well structured. You have a block of commands on the left-hand side, line numbers. You have a very defined line width, yeah, 72 characters, that's it. And then you see the report, segments again, the data type, data declaration, breakpoint statement, and this famous get KA. So KA was the Kundensegment, Kunden-A-Segment, customer master. And then you have a write statement, print the account number, the name, the location, and the land, the country. Oh, okay. And then you have a little command prompt here in the upper left. So you can run this beast. And there you have a selection screen. Now we don't specify anything important. And then you add a completely new world, the ABAP debugger, the ABAP 4 debugger at that time. And as a matter of fact, Gerd Rodet, he was a very abstract guy, so very knowledgeable mathematician, etc. And he said, debug, we don't need debug. We abstract, we write, yeah, we code, that's it. We prompt. Today you would say we prompt, yeah. And but then the second guy in the ABAP team, he used to be my boss, Willi Terr, said, I think for our application developers, we need a little bit of a test help. Is it okay, Gerd Rodet, if I write the debugger for it? And that was basically the birth of /h. Yeah, here Uwe is sitting. Yeah, so /h, that was invented here. Yeah. And you see nicely, you see the fields on the left-hand side, offset, options, Sü Super C, runtime, Sü Index, Sü Tabix, who knows that? Internal tables, it's well known. Has not changed ever since. Yeah? Okay, and then we go ahead. And come on. And next step is then we go to a very deep dive into the runtime architecture. That looks fairly assembler-oriented. So we won't go through all of the details, and I have not the knowledge. You know? So, but what you can see is ABAP was always driven by those tables. Yeah, you had a header and you had a directory, the base table, trigger table, because the events were event-oriented, the reports were event-oriented. A trigger, like start of selection, would then be executed, and these were basically the base addresses where the corresponding code was compiled. And then you had symbol table, literal table, and constant table. And then you have opcodes, like in the assembler program, you see BREA for breakpoint, it's the 38. So if there's the character, the byte 38 in hex, that is the bytecode. And then you would basically jump to the corresponding implementation of breakpoint. In that case, you would then call the debugger and you had dump analysis. Of course, this was not the user interface for the ABAP developers. Yeah, that was just for the designers of the ABAP program and runtime environment. But it was always visible. It was even visible, I think, in R3 in the early days. Today, it's a little bit hidden. I read a note the other day, and somehow you can still get it, but it's buried deeply. And the next step is then, I mean, we had Dynpros. Everybody knows that. And Dynpros were invented by our founders. Yeah, that was Dietmar Hopp and Hasso Plattner. They invented the famous dynamisches Programm. And in the Dynpro, you have fields and types and events. So you have a flow logic, basically. And guess what? That also needs to be coded. So we go a little bit further down the road. And what we see here is a Dynpro in design time mode. But guys, it's not ABAP 4, it's assembler. Yeah? So what you can see here is assembler macros. Image, format byte, Buchungskreis, Belegart, Wareneingang, so that means goods received, etc. And then here you see correction numbers where the stuff has been added, a header field at the very bottom. So the Dynpros, so that's the field list, if you will. And then let's go one more. And then you see basically the logic, the events down here, the module steps, yeah, M step and S step. And here we get some familiar guy, PBO, process before output. But we had many more. Yeah? So we had field on value help, and we had PBO, PAIDCO, data communication output, data communication input. They have been simplified in R3. That went away, thank God. And there was also an EOD, an end of Dynpro, where the next Dynpro would then be processed and would be followed. Who has some basics in R2? Hands up. Hey guys, jump in if I explain something wrong. Yeah. So, R2. Yeah. The community is still up and running. Good. Okay. And then, last but not least, also a little bit of an application at that time. So again, we found a transaction. It is a menu info system. Okay. Sometimes jumping a little bit back and forth between the CICS, between those numbers. So we see here, was probably not the easiest way to find it. Now we are calling an OK code, a /n, or the slash came with R3. So it was just N, and N info, 4 characters, not so much. And then you had things that are pretty familiar, you should be pretty familiar with those corrections and development notes and error notes, you know that. Nasty stuff that comes in real life practice. And then you go in and say, okay, I navigate into the corrections, for example. And okay, a little pause here. And then, okay, and then you have the famous search screen. You might have seen that also in some other R3 online correction system. You can search for keywords and stuff. So in this case, we are looking for a little application, RSON, RSON, and write. And then you see 2 corrections have been found. One from my colleague Dietmar Dietmann, and another one I don't know. And it's release 50AI, 50i, at that point. And at that time, we did not deliver always the full, let's say, source code like we do today. First, the description sounds familiar, the symptom, the cause, the solution. I think our notes still look like that, so we inherited this from R2. And one last thing, and then we're done with the R2 stuff. What you can see here is then, again, function code 17. So if you had not the chance to do corrections in ABAP, then you have to do it in assembler. And then you get here the assembly codes, yeah, register access, branch 0, yeah, for those move character, horrible assembly codes. So that was also possible. You could fix basically your application programs also patching assembler code. Good, I think that's enough. Let's quickly move on. And then came R3. And the fun thing is, my former boss, Harald Cook, he always said, Karl, you joined the company when all the R3 work had been done already. Probably a little bit of a truth. Yeah? In 1992, it was introduced to the market. and it looked much better. Yeah, so compare this to the 3270 terminals that we had with from IBM. Now it was graphic, it was workstation. We had the famous motif GUI here on the left-hand side with the very baroque menus, 3D and what have you. But if you drill down then a little bit deeper, then you see it's still the old terminal stuff. Yeah, we emulated terminals basically. Yeah, it was embedded into Windows, and you could have 2 or 3 of them. You could go to R2 and to R3. And yes, we did also some marketing, product management, adding some business graphics. But in essence, it was a screen. It was a terminal. I mean, it was called SAP Temo, SAP Terminal Emulator at the time. But I found myself also being quite enthusiastic going to conferences. I've done this over the last 35 years many times. My first one was Basic Congress. I would say it's a little bit the first ABAPConf. It was in Karlsruhe. I think it was it in German? I don't know whether it was in German or international. But this is Karlsruhe, Gartenhalle, Kongresszentrum. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So an R3 hit the market. That was super cool. It came out mid of 1992, but with a, let's say, a little bit old-fashioned user interface. And then to give you a little bit of an impression how things were discussed back in home again, here we try to capture the 5th floor of EVZ. The whole basis team fit into the 5th floor. And please excuse that I have only put some names into it. That does not mean that they have done the job and the other ones are unimportant. No, it simply means you have a sort of a contact network. And I think it's important. First axiom was always, you're new here, everybody reports to Hasso Plattner. That was clear from the very beginning. So all reporting lines end with Hasso Plattner. And then we had large teams. I think the dominant team was the ABAP team on the left-hand side. You see here the ABAP runtime, Gerd Rodet. And then some colleagues might know Andreas Blumenthal, that was our intellectual ABAP objects guy, with Jürgen Heimann and Rainer Brendel and a couple of Helmut Pressel just left a year before the team. So that is really our 3 team. We had the workbench with Willi and a couple of others, Walter Kirchgessner. And ABAP team afforded the luxury to run a little PM team. That was my start here. Yeah? So together with my colleague Amos Stapleton. And then we had the database group. That was a super large team. Karl-Heinz Hess. That was the database runtime. That was the porting. That was the dictionary. That was the transport. And that was the archive. Everything that is close to database services was managed with Karl-Heinz. And then on the right-hand side, that was a little bit, and they did a little bit their job on their own, I would say. They were all connected, but the database had to cover with database portings. Yeah, we started on Oracle. And we had too many Oracle dependencies in the beginning. So did a great job to get this also running on the other platforms like SQL Server and others. And greetings to Holger. And then we had another area, I would say that was the other fraction. And they came then when we decided to build a GUI, not just the Temo, not just the terminal, but the SAP GUI. And that was Frank Brunswick and a couple of others. And then the client server team, of course, with Albert Becker, Harald, Edgar, Günter Zachmann, and then also some interesting teams that were in the area more of office and workflow automation at that time. And I would say from a bird's eye perspective, the ABAP team was a bit conservative at that point in time. Yeah, we control everything with ABAP, and it's the grail, if you will, and we own the language description, and any innovation goes through the ABAP compiler, period. Yeah, and then came the other teams, SAP GUI. They were pretty much object-oriented. Yeah, so they said, no, if you want to advance fast, you need to be object-based or object-oriented. They came with the Windows skills, with the Microsoft skills, and then certainly client server. These guys, they were basically managing Harald and folks. They were managing performance on session management, shared memory, and pipes and sockets and all that stuff. That was more on those sides. So I would say the ABAP team was a bit challenged by those folks, especially by the SAP GUI team and also by the workflow team, because they said, let's go object orientation. Yeah, let's not only do data type conversion and stuff, structured data types, and but it's clear that that was the dynamic we had to achieve. but we invested then into the workbench, and let's quickly move over to that. We have now a little bit Umbaupause, because now it gets really tricky. And schöpfe ich jetzt hier ab, ne? So it gets dark for a second. And we went to our museum, SAP museum, and found an old laptop. Careful, guys. It's like moving a piano. Super, danke. Perfect. Here is the HDMI. So this machine is not connected to the internet. It has no HDMI port. It has only a VGA port. But with some magic from Søren and folks.
Wait a second, the magic is not happening.
Yeah. Now comes the famous. You need to put okay, FN and F3. Checking input. But it's thank you. Too early. It's not enough. I also need to see something here. So maximum risk. One more time. And it's mirroring. Woo! Windows and T, it's running. I hope the guys over there net see something also. Cool. And then I take this mouse. And what I'm now doing is I'm starting all programs. And here is, wait a sec, where was it? SAP R3 Mini. Yeah, here we go. Now, and we're starting a little system here. It's called the mini basis system. And you see that it's, a lot of failures. Dispatcher and work processes get started, and there was also a gateway program. But imagine at that point in time, no internet, no HTTP, no ICMN, no nothing. So let me now go here and to the well-known SAP GUI. That always should work. So mini basis system. Ripples, Sebastian, ripples. Victory! BC user. And what was the password? Nicely, the password directly on the logon screen. R3. Don't type wrong, otherwise they will kick you out. And then, still a license. I have no clue. License. Thank you, Microsoft, again. Whoever donated us this license. By the way, I might say that it's a SQL engine running. It's one of those early SQL engines.
It's still running.
And it was still running. And then, some of the older guys still know that it was not SE80, it was SEU, Entwicklungsumgebung. So. And then you have Entwicklungsklasse, that's the term for package these days. Yeah, it used to be development class. And then you have the selection screen and you say display. Why not displaying this development class? Workbench demos, nice. And then you can see, here's the DADIC, and here's the database tables, and you have here the jump, so navigation. Navigation works. What did you say? Data elements, dictionary, so we were already semantically, or programs, and you could even see the classic ABAP editor. Yeah, you know this guy, a classic ABAP editor with the block commands like this. Schmerz. Okay. We have flashbacks here in the audience. People don't feel well. Let's go back to the other stuff. Yeah. Okay. The programs and then transactions. And here, at the time I was responsible for the product management of the tools together with my team. And we had already used, we were a bit better, but we already used the controls, the objects. And you could then, for example, and this is now very historically very important because it's the only picture application that shows our nice EVZ building in old format. Yeah, still there. And then, of course, a lot of other stuff you could do here. For example, the coding. Yeah, just copy the coding. Also, vibe, is that vibe coding? I don't know. And table control. And where's the grid? The grid, yeah, here grid with menu button. Whoa, half grid, always popular. Oh, it looked a bit like a dump already. Not bad. So when we did the preparation, and Burje helped me a great deal, Burje said, "Hey, this workbench is fully functional. Why do we need something else?" Yeah. So and of course I have to tell you. So that was just this guy, and I also want to show debugging. Yeah, debugging, of course. So your generation was a little bit. We had to make this more compliant. Yeah, that looks like atomic power. And here you can then test and say debug, not direct, but debug and Laufzeitanalyse. So, and then is everything there? Yeah, you say return, poof, and then you step through the code, step by step. Oh no, sorry, that was the wrong one. Return. Let's do this guy here, and then layout, CU-Name, call function, and here is a describe table, and then you could say, yeah, I want to see this table, Tabelle. And double click. Sorry, there was breakpoint. Yeah, also good, also useful. But I should double click the tree, and here is the character, is the tree. Yeah. So who needs Eclipse? Who needs VS Code? It's all working here. All right. Okay. So that was our little excursion into the R3 world. But still, I would say it was clear that it was fine, and we did a lot in rollout and early tickets, etc. But it was still screen oriented at the time. Yeah? So the tree lists of Alter did this RS3 is still in the system function module RS3 list display. You can look for it. It was so controls were missing. They were added by in the workbench one release later. But it was clear, and now we have to switch back to the other tool, that there is even more ahead of us. Yeah. So, Rückbaupause. Jetzt muss ich den da hier machen. Genau. Ah ja, thank you. You know, without assistance, you have no chance. Don't kill my VGA board.
Dreh, schraub.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy. Dankeschön. So we survived the VGA adventure. Life feels better now. And ja, genau, danke. And then it was clear something needs to happen. We need to do even more. And it was always important also to convince basically the king Hasso Platten. I mean, we had very mighty princes in development. Yeah, database and ABAP and client server. You saw the teams. But it was clear now also with Microsoft had a lot of influence at that time. Bill Gates visited Waldorf. Yeah, it was 94, 95, 96, something like this. Bill Gates came to the canteen in EVZ, and I have to tell you, they changed the canteen into a Microsoft building. It was really fun, yeah. So, transparency, Windows NT, Microsoft SQL Server, everything. Am I here with SAP? No, it looks like a Microsoft job. Okay, but it was fun. It was really fun. And then we said, yeah, we need to move one step ahead. And then the internet came across. Yeah, you saw HTTP was missing, so we had to enable also internet. And at that time, the idea was not only to, let's say, GUI and nice graphics here and there, but also think internet in the sense of we need now the next level. We need self-services. Yeah. So far, you remember the transactions, they were super complex. Yeah, tons of fields. Even if they were graphical, it was even still complex to manage those fields and manage the database dependencies and what have you. And of course, our board, so he thought about, we need now to implement self-services, moving along. And then we said, okay, let's do that. there was, you saw the workflow team, they had ideas to build self-services, Rolf and Franz. And then we went to Sapphire and said, okay, let's sell it. Let's sell the self-services to the market. And here we go.
The next one is a fun application. Where's the Coca-Cola?
The Coca-Cola is coming.
Coca-Cola. Here's a Coca-Cola fast food application. It is just a demonstration what we can do. It's normal ABAP 4 programming using bitmaps and OLE communication.
Moment. Sorry.
And we build applications which...
Also, one moment, please. I think it's down here. Otherwise, we are losing too much. Was it here? I'm at maximum. Also in video. Okay. Okay. Here. Yeah, okay. I can add one more. Oof. Okay. Ja. Und jetzt mal. Last chance. Spitzt eure Ohren.
The next one is a fun application. Where's the Coca-Cola?
The Coca-Cola is coming.
Coca-Cola. Here's a Coca-Cola fast food application. It is just a demonstration what we can do. It's normal ABAP 4 programming using bitmaps and OLE communication. And we build applications which look totally different to the ones you know. And here and there you hear SAP is character-based and we're still and blah, blah, blah. It's not true again. We were so busy with mainline products that the little fun parts didn't really could materialize. We couldn't spend enough energy on these areas here. In the future, we will have more fun than in the last 8 years. I can guarantee that to you. So, how does the application work? Can we pour in some cola?
Just logging on now. Okay, just selecting the ABAP 4 editor.
This is a pizza service.
And
actually, that's the service I want to be in. I have great ideas how I can make money there. You do nothing, you just have a PC at home and that's all you do. And even the PC you can rent. Just the idea.
Welcome to SAP Pizza Service.
Voice animation is mandatory. So now I want to order the Coke.
Another drink has been added to your order.
There's one little mistake. There's one little mistake. There is no Coca-Cola rendering machine offering Pepsi. So Coca-Cola, please apologize. This is a major mistake. So now, there is some business sense for this type of application. When you look at the next generation ATM machine and you see someone counting your money.
Another pizza has been added to your order.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
And now we can do the same with the pizza, and they will tell us that anchovies and broccoli and I don't know what is incompatible and will not work, or that the chef is not recommending this combination. So any kind of artificial intelligence can be built into that product here. And I can tell you, I want to have applications of this type. They are perhaps not able to support super multinational, super multilingual, super multi companies. But here and there we have a desire for just a plain Coke. And to pour and you know what I mean? This type of applications like the ATM machines, like microwave ovens, will become part of enterprise applications like the SAP system. And we should not feel ashamed that this is less complex. Thank you very much.
Thank you for ordering SAP Pizza Service. Your order will arrive within 30 minutes.
All right, that was Hasso. So, yeah, now it's time to say a little thank you, or a big thank you to many people involved. First, I have to thank Burcu. You've done so much preparing with me the session. Wonderful. That deserves an applause. So just impression, I always like conferences, therefore I like so much also the ABAP conference. Take it, it's coming back smoothly, step by step. We've done a lot of tickets. Berlin, you see the Stammtisch. You see, yeah, take it Las Vegas. We made nice trips to the Monument Valley and elsewhere. I really also want to thank our team. So that's Burcu, that's Sebastian. Where's Nora? Nora. Wonderful 2 years we had together. Yeah, and then I really want to thank you for all your interest over the years. I've done a couple of sessions, I guess, ticket sessions and so on. And I also want to thank the ABAPConf team, Tobias, Sören, Tommy, Föß. Please come to the stage. I have a little present for you. I mean, it's kind of a return. Das ist die Rückgabe von Kulturgütern. So the return of cultural assets. These are the posters from ABAPConf in Rot.
Ah, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're looking for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Danke, danke.
Yeah, and then thank you very much. Did I manage with time? Oh, yeah, can be improved.
Almost.
Next time. Next
You
time.
have no time
Thank you.
limit. You know, we are from Austria, so of course we thought we have to bring something for you. And we are not good in soccer, but we are good in
soccer.
food
In
wine.
soccer. Not soccer, but soccer. But the soccer was good yesterday.
Not good enough. Not good enough. And here also a little bit wine and sweets
fantastic.
and Almdudler and all that.
We will have a nice part. Thank you so much, Föß. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Thank
Very
you.
happy. Very happy.
Oh, yeah, oh. For the team. For the team. Thank you.
So, auch noch ein kleines Präsent von unserer Seite. Mit der Fresstüte. ABAPConf war ja ursprünglich mal die Idee von Tobias, aber ich meine, einer der wichtigsten Personen, die dabei waren und es auch mit aufgebaut haben, ne? Karl, dahingehend.
Du bist der beste Daddy of the world. Danke. Näher ran, so, oder so. So. Ah, so.
Genau.
Dankeschön. Achso, und eines habe ich noch. One thing I have to say. I'm still online. I have this famous, if you're interested, I have it on a USB stick. So it's it used to fit on one CD. It's SAP GUI. It's the database from Holger. It's the ABAP stack runtime, no HTTP, nothing, and yeah, SAP GUI and RFC library, I guess. No, oh wow, So you'll get a
I
stick
have an
for it.
idea.
Yeah. We'll do this later.
So, and with this, thank you one more time, Karl.
Oh, thank you.
I think it wasn't visible on the live stream, but when Karl finished, everybody stood up. And we are talking still about, what is it here, 130 people? So this is a kind of respect you don't simply get. You have to work for it to earn it. And I think, Karl, as I said before, you are one of these SAP employees that are a role model. And this was the proof that you are really a role model for everybody.
Thank you.
But I'm confused about the TechEd in Vienna in 1996 and Hasso talking about artificial intelligence.
Always ahead, always ahead.
But now we are done with ABAPConf 2026. This is a slide from in the morning. Now it's, what is it, 10, 12 hours later? 10 hours?
10.
And we are done, finally. Thank God for the air conditioning. Just as a reminder, this is basically what we went through today. Or you can look at it, you can maybe recap where you were today, suffering from the heat wave that we are currently having here. But I have to say, the less people were in the room, the more better the air conditioning was working. It was just too many people sometimes in the room. But also, if you were sometimes looking into the room of track 2, it was really crowded. I'm sorry about that, but we just have one big room and one smaller one. But also, I have to say thank you to everybody that presented. Do we have a speaker presence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody that presented, please come to the stage. Because always remember, those are the ones that submitted a session, that took their time to present something, to prepare it. It takes a lot of effort to present, have the material, prepare a demo. And this time we are not paying you anything, so it's just a shirt you get. But thank you very much, and hopefully you will join us one more time. Picture, Pressefotograf, Marketing. Marketing. Warte mal, gehen wir dann in die. Ja. Pictures. So, perfect. Next, I have to say thank you again to our sponsors. I have to say SAP, thank you for the food, the coffee break, and the breakfast. Also to Docs 42 or 42, they are from Austria, Software AG, RevTruck, of course, Brandeis Consulting, Cadaxo, and our platinum sponsors, Contact and Nova Intelligence. Without those sponsors, this event would not be possible as we have it today. So thank you very much. And be reminded, you get from SAP only the frame set for your bike. Everything else you have to buy. You have to mount it, and you still need to learn how to ride the bike. And the services that these companies here are offering, so Docs42 software, you have checked, Contact, Nova Intelligence, Cadaxo, and Pointize help you to really get from the bicycle on the bicycle, drive really fast, and be in the rocket, and go to next level, SAP development. Yeah. Also, again, I think the value is amazing, 1,233 euros. Thank you very much for this. One stream is already ended. I captured the data from the track 2. We had 1,472 people watching in total, and at max 176 people watching live. So this is not so bad. And as always, our goal is to have an event that we would like to attend, and I think we made it. Thanks to you, and thanks to you. Thank you. Yeah. And sometimes we might have different perceptions about a product from SAP. We go left, they go right, or there's a clash. Yeah, we notify, or there's a certain problem with the strategy SAP is going to, or one is going to the right, left, and one simply goes to space, but this is normal. And I think this conference here also helps to understand where everybody is, what the future is, what you can do. And I really believe when we do everything right, we have the tools we need to really perform and accelerate like no other. And with this, teaser? In June again? Or, or again in December? That's it? Yay! Oh, and but still people, I think most of them are going to leave, but who wants to join us for the evening celebration party? We are moving over to Paulana, a restaurant across the street. It's 5 minutes walk, I believe. And we are going to celebrate there. You only need to bring your own money.